To Xianxia, not much time had passed since he met his niece's husband. After all, to him, 800 years was not a very long time. A single session of closed-door cultivation could easily last for 800 years. He was still in the mundane realm 800 years ago, but now he's a rudimentary supreme god? How's this possible? Although Xianxia hoped the person everyone was talking about was his niece's husband, he found the entire thing unbelievable. However, so many people were discussing this matter. It was not possible for so many people to lie to him. Moreover, no one knew him. Why would they lie to him? These people were from 6 different realms of gods. How could so many people lie to him? What happened exactly? Xianxia was in a daze. It took a while before Xianxia finally returned to his senses and calmly thought about the matter. It was impossible for so many people to lie to him, and it was unlikely that some with the same name killed his niece's husband. He remembered that his niece's husband was a skilled swordsman. It was the reason he had given his niece's husband the 7 orifices exquisite sword back then. To confirm the truth of the matter, all he needed to do was meet the person everyone was talking about. After calming down, Xianxia thought to himself, let's try to look for him. I'll be able to confirm this matter once I meet him. Although Xianxia still found it unbelievable that someone was able to achieve so much in 800 years, everything pointed to the fact that the person everyone was discussing was his niece's husband. In another part of the chaotic region, which was created by the intersection of the divine sanction battlefield and another 2 realm battlefields. Almost at the same time Xianxia heard about Duanling Tian. Another person also heard about Duanling Tian. It can't be him, but it's too coincidental. When Linghu Renfeng first heard about the monstrous prodigy named Duanling Tian, she only thought that the other party shared the same name as her son-in-law. At that time, she even thought that it would be great if her son-in-law was so strong. She firmly believed that only a powerful person could protect her poor daughter well. In the past, if the man she loved was strong enough to save her and acknowledge her, she would not have to escape with her other daughter. To comfort herself and vent her anger, she had blamed him for being heartless. This prodigy is not only named Duanling Tian, but he's also from the profound energy land and came from the lower realm. Both of them are also younger than 1,000 years old. Are they really the same person? Linghu Renfeng, who was still in disbelief, turned to her daughter who was standing next to her and asked, Chuyin, what do you think? Do you think it's him? Mother, Linghu Chuyin replied, don't forget about brother-in-law's achievements in the profound energy land. At that time, you were so shocked as well. Even at that time, he wasn't ordinary. How could someone ordinary attain godhood so quickly after coming to the profound energy land? Linghu Renfeng seemed enlightened after listening to Linghu Chuyin's words. Indeed, back then, if she did not see how outstanding Duanling Tian was in the profound energy land, how could she have believed that he was her daughter's husband after reincarnating in the lower realm? At that time, if she did not see it with her own eyes, she would not have believed that Duanling Tian, who came from the mundane realm, could achieve so much in the profound energy land in just a few hundred years. It must be him. His innate talent and comprehension skills far surpass those of ordinary people, Linghu Renfeng said with a sigh. However, I still didn't expect him to become a rudimentary supreme god so quickly. To think that he has grown stronger than me. Linghu Renfeng naturally knew she was weaker than Duanling Tian. Not only was he a rudimentary supreme god now, but he was also capable of killing most intermediate supreme gods. Mother, my brother-in-law must have come here for my sister, Linghu Chuyin said. This was very obvious to her. Naturally, Linghu Renfeng knew this as well. She looked at Ling Chuyin and said with a sigh, he's here so I can rest assured. Einer, I'm sorry. In order to look for your sister, you had to follow me here and risk your life. Now, not only is your brother-in-law here, but he's also very powerful. As long as Schwer is still alive and on the divine sanction battlefield, she'll definitely hear about him and look for him. We won't be as efficient as him in finding her. Let's leave now. It won't do us much good to stay here. Linghu Renfeng brought Linghu Chu in here to look for Xianxia. During their time here, they had encountered all kinds of dangerous situations. Although she managed to escape every time, it did not lessen the fear in her heart. It did not matter to her if she died. but she could not let her daughter die. She felt torn about putting her daughter in danger to look for her other daughter, but she really had no choice. Now that Duan Ling Tian was here and became stronger than her, Ling Hu Renfeng felt relieved. The probability of him finding her daughter was much higher than hers. As such, there was no need for her to stay here anymore. However, Ling Hu Chuyin said, "Mother, why don't we look for brother-in-law? We can look for sister together." Ling Hu Renfeng shook her head and said, "There's no need to look for him. We'll only be a burden to him. Let's leave." Then, without saying another word, Ling Hu Renfeng took Ling Hu Chuyin to the nearest base camp in the chaotic region, and left for another base camp outside of the chaotic region on the Divine Sanction battlefield. Then, they left the Divine Sanction battlefield through a transportation formation. At this time, Duan Ling Tian was still in closed-door cultivation. He was unaware that after becoming famous, a few people who knew him had also heard about him. He was unaware that his mother-in-law had wisely brought his sister-in-law out of the chaotic region and the realm battlefield, and that Xianxia, Kur's third uncle from her past life, was looking for him. Since Duan Ling Tian was in closed-door cultivation, Xianxia failed to find him despite searching the places where he was last seen. In the end, he could only give up on his search. Wait, since that boy came to the Divine Sanction battlefield, it means that he could be in the Divine Offering Land as well. Moreover, he doesn't know that Shuer isn't in the Divine Offering Land. Xianxia was sure that Duan Ling Tian's family and friends were unaware that his niece had gone to the realm battlefield. As such, even if Duan Ling Tian reunited with them, he would not know that his niece had gone to the realm battlefield. As such, there was a possibility that Duan Ling Tian had gone to the Xia clan in the Divine Offering Land. With this, he quickly came up with a plan. "I'll leave the chaotic region and the realm battlefield now and return to the Xia clan." Alas, unbeknownst to Xianxia, Duan Ling Tian had long heard about Kur entering the realm battlefield. Instead of learning about this from his family and friends, he had learned about it from Ling Hu Renjie from the Profound Energy Land. Ling Hu Renjie was Ling Hu Renfeng's brother, after all. It was only natural that Ling Hu Renfeng told Ling Hu Renjie about it. Although Duan Ling Tian heard that Kur had entered the realm battlefield, he also went to the Xia clan in the Divine Offering Land to check if Kur had returned from the realm battlefield. At the same time, he also wanted to go to the Yun clan's estate. Xianxia did not waste time and went to the base camp on the Divine Sanction battlefield, returning to the Divine Offering Land. As soon as he arrived in the Divine Offering Land, he hurried back to the Xia clan's estate in the north. After returning to the Xia clan, Xianxia learned that someone came looking for his niece. The son of his subordinate had met the person at that time. He said his name is Duan Ling Tian, Shuer's husband? It's really him. So it's true. What a remarkable boy. How long has it been? Only 800 years have passed, but he has achieved so much after leaving the mundane realm. Xianxia was naturally overjoyed after confirming that the monstrous prodigy he heard about on the realm battlefield was indeed his niece's husband. As expected. How could the person my niece fell in love with be mediocre? Shuer truly has good taste. After a moment, Xianxia looked at his subordinates and asked, "Did the eldest young miss return the clan?" Upon hearing this, hesitant expressions appeared on the faces of Xianxia's subordinates. Xianxia's expression changed slightly and asked, "Tell me, did something happen to the eldest young miss?" Xianxia was familiar with his subordinates. Based on their expressions, something bad must have happened to his niece. At this time, a middle-aged man next to Xianxia said with a wry smile, "Third Master, a while ago, I saw the clan leader bring the eldest young miss back to the clan. However, not long after, the clan leader Yun arrived. After that, no one has seen the eldest young miss in the clan again." "Brother?" Xianxia was briefly stunned after listening to his subordinate. Then, he said angrily, "Is he really going to continue down the wrong path?" Previously, before entering the realm battlefield, Xianxia had met his eldest brother, Xiaoyu. At that time, it seemed like Xiaoyu felt guilty, so he assumed that Xiaoyu would no longer force Kua again. He did not expect to hear this after he returned. "If I had known this, I wouldn't have entered the realm battlefield," Xianxia said, feeling regretful. Although he had many unexpected gains on the realm battlefield after going there to search for his niece, he would not have gone there if he knew this would happen. I'm going to look for him. Xianxia left decisively, leaving his subordinates behind like a gust of wind. The middle-aged man sighed. Third Master is still as impatient as ever. Despite his words, when the middle-aged looked at the back of the unkempt Xianxia, respect could be seen in his eyes. Xianxia had saved his life in the past, and if Xianxia needed his help, he would hesitate to give up his life for Xianxia. After leaving, Xianxia looked for Xiaoyu, his eldest brother and the clan leader of the Xia clan. Immediately, as soon as he saw Xiaoyu, he asked, "Where's Shuer? I heard that you brought her back to the clan. Where is she now?" Xiaoyu frowned slightly as he looked at his impatient brother. "You're already an adult, but you still act like a child. Can you speak properly?" In the past, Xiaoyu felt guilty when faced with his third brother, Xianxia. After all, it seemed like Xianxia loved his daughter more than he did. As such, he felt ashamed whenever Xianxia mentioned his daughter. However, today he no longer felt guilty. After all, he had already decided not to force his daughter to marry Yun Qingyan of the Yun clan. Xianxia grew even more upset when he saw Xiaoyu act as though nothing happened. He said with a scoff, "Answer me, where's Shuer? Didn't she come back? Did you hand her over to Yun Tingfeng?" Yun Tingfeng was the clan leader of the Yun clan, and he was also Yun Qingyan's father. "You just returned, but you're very well informed," Xiaoyu said with a faint smile. "Don't worry, I didn't hand Shuer to him." Xianxia frowned. "Then where's Shuer? Did you ground her after she returned? Did you stop her from seeing other people?" Kur had been on the realm battlefield for more than 700 years, and it had been more than 700 years since Xianxia had seen her. After such a long time, her soul pearl that was in his possession had long run out of energy, making it impossible for him to contact her. "In a way, yes," Xiaoyu said with a nod. "In a way." Xianxia grew angry again. "What do you mean? Previously, you told me that you wouldn't force her to marry that brat, Yun Qingyan, anymore if she came out of the realm battlefield alive." The faint smile on Xiaoyu's face did not fade when faced with the angry Xianxia. "Don't worry about it. The marriage agreement between Shuer and Yun Qingyan has been called off. Yun Tingfeng also promised that he won't force her to marry his son again." The angry Xianxia was stunned by Xiaoyu's words. Not only was the marriage agreement called off, but Yun Tingfeng also agreed to it. When did Yun Tingfeng become so agreeable? Xiaoyu continued to say, "Apart from that, after spending more than 700 years on the realm battlefield, Shuer has recovered her cultivation base from her past life. Not only that, but she has grown stronger as well. She must have had a fortuitous encounter on the realm battlefield. Do you feel happier after listening to this?" Xiaoyu laughed. There were times that he would feel frustrated with his third brother, but they were brothers after all. Moreover, he knew Xianxia also sincerely loved his daughter. For all these reasons, he had always been rather tolerant of Xianxia. If it were another person acting so recklessly to him, the clan leader of the Xia clan, he or she would have already been punished. Xianxia's eyes brightened immediately. Really? In such a short time, she not only recovered her previous cultivation base but also grew stronger? Shuer is not even 1,000 years old in this life. It seems like our clan's reincarnation technique is quite amazing. Xianxia knew that when news spread about an intermediate supreme god who was not even 1,000 years old spread, it would definitely stir up a huge commotion in the divine offering land and the other realms of gods. That's a matter of course. How can a secret method passed down from our ancestors be simple? Xiaoyu said with a sigh. However, in the history of our clan, there were a few ancestors who used this method before facing their heavenly tribulations. Alas, none of them successfully reincarnated. Along with the ancestor who created this secret technique, Shuer is the second person to have succeeded in the history of our Xia clan. However, in truth, even Xiaoyu was not 100% certain the ancestor who created the secret method reincarnated successfully. After all, a very long time had passed since then. He only assumed that the ancestor had succeeded. Xianxia shook his head and said, "Perhaps it depended on one's courage and determination. Unless one is certain one isn't going to survive the heavenly tribulation, very few people would dare to try this secret method. It's possible that there wasn't anyone like that in our clan in the past. Xiaoyu shook his head as well. There was and is no lack of such people in our clan. Perhaps, to reincarnate successfully, courage and determination isn't the only factor. Perhaps, there are factors as well. I agree, Xianxia said with a proud expression on his face as he nodded. Otherwise, not counting the ancestor who created the method, Shuer wouldn't be the only one to have succeeded. My niece is indeed extraordinary. Seeing how proud Xianxia looked, Xiaoyu could not help but say, of course. That's my daughter. My biological daughter. At the same time, Xiaoyu thought to himself, she's your niece, but she's my daughter. If she wasn't my daughter, she wouldn't be your niece. Why are you acting so proud in front of me? The proud expression on Xiaojia's face froze for a moment before he said, annoyed, oh, so now she's your daughter? What about when you forced her to marry before? Then, after she successfully reincarnated, you still wanted to force her in the beginning. Speaking of this, Xiaojia became angry again. Xiaoyu was not upset with Xiaojia's outburst. Instead, he said with a sigh, third brother, you should know that I was also forced into a corner. Xiaojia scoffed and said coldly, I know. However, didn't I tell you, if the Yun clan is really bold enough to do what they said they would and manage to kill our ancestor, once our ancestor's soul pearl shatters, we'll head to the Yun clan and fight them to death. Who's afraid of them? Even if their ancestor comes back, there won't be many members of the Yun clan left when he arrives. We'll make sure the Yun clan won't be able to recover. Xiaojia's voice turned dark as he continued to say, moreover, I'm sure Yun Tingfeng won't dare to go through with his threats. It'll only bring about the downfall of the Yun clan, and he'll become the biggest sinner in the history of the Yun clan at that time. I know. That's what I said in response to his threats this time, and he also gave up on forcing Shuer to marry his son, Xiaoyu said. You should have said this from the very beginning, Xiaojia said. Then he frowned and asked, then where's Shuer now? Xiaoyu looked at Xiaojia and replied truthfully, she's in a stone room in our Xia clan's ancestral hall. You won't be able to see her or speak to her for another 1,000 years. Xiaojia's frown deepened. Why? What's the reason for this? My niece has returned, but I'm not allowed to see her and speak to her. Xiaoyu replied, it's the Yun clan. Although Yun Tingfeng agreed to call off the marriage, he and the Yun clan aren't willing to let the matter go so easily. His condition is for Shuer to be confined for 1,000 years. After that, she'll naturally be freed. Xiaoyu paused. When he saw Xiaojia's eyes darting around, he said, don't even think about it. Although Shuer is in the clan's estate, you can't ignore Yun Tingfeng. Since you heard that Shuer came back, you must have also heard that Yun Tingfeng came to the clan, right? He came to set up a formation outside of the stone room. If someone frees Shuer or speaks to Shuer, he'll be alerted by that formation. Otherwise, he's going to ask his ancestor to look for trouble with ours. I know it's the same old threat. However, it's not too much to agree to the request considering Shuer will only be confined for 1,000 years. He insisted that our clan has to be held accountable for breaking the marriage agreement in some way. Xiaojia's expression eased after listening to Xiaoyu's expression. Although it was shameless for Yun Tingfeng to threaten them with the safety of the Xia clan's ancestor, Xiaoyu and Xiaojia both felt that this punishment was indeed rather light. After all, the marriage agreement was not a one-sided thing. Back then, the Xia clan had agreed to the Yun clan's proposal. As such, they were indeed at fault for going back on their words. It was only natural the Xia clan had to pay a price for calling off the marriage, and considering the bigger picture, being confined for 1,000 years was nothing. After a moment, Xiaojia frowned again. Brother, is this really all Yun Tingfeng asked for? He only asked that Shuer is confined for 1,000 years. Based on Xiaojia's understanding of Yun Tingfeng was not such an easygoing person. He was not one to compromise so easily. Was he really worried that the Xia clan would fight the Yun clan to death? Xiaoyu nodded. Yes. He came up with this to give us a way out. Xiaoyu did not tell and had no intention of telling Xiaojia that Yun Tingfeng wanted to kill his unworthy son-in-law. He was certain that Xiaojia would be furious after learning about it. Xiaoyu knew that Xiaojia, his third brother, had met his unworthy son-in-law. He also knew that with Xiajia's temperament, Xiajia definitely would oppose his decision to help the Yun clan deal with his unworthy son-in-law. As such, he did not mention this matter at all. Otherwise, he would just be looking for trouble. Xiaoyu had also heard the recent rumors from the chaotic region that the divine sanctioned battlefield was a part of. He heard about Duan Ling Tian, a rudimentary supreme god whose strength was almost on par with the top intermediate supreme gods and who could kill most intermediate supreme gods. Most importantly, the other party had yet to stabilize his cultivation. Xiaoyu also heard that the other party was not even 1,000 years old and that he came from the profound energy land's Myriad Laws Academy, a heavyweight supreme rank force. When Xiaoyu heard all these rumors, he already guessed that the other party was his unworthy son-in-law. His son-in-law was even more heaven-defying than what Yun Tingfeng had told him. Alas, no matter how talented his son-in-law was, Xiaoyu felt that he had no choice but to help Yun Tingfeng get rid of his son-in-law. He was not willing to risk the safety of the ancestor of the Xia clan for his son-in-law. If something happened, he would truly be the biggest sinner in the history of the Xia clan. The only thing I can do is not take action myself and prohibit the members of the Xia clan from dealing with him. I'll only cooperate with him to lure Duan Ling Tian out. As the clan leader of the Xia clan, Xiaoyu had long grown accustomed to deaths and making hard decisions. However, he was not completely heartless. If it were not for the safety of the ancestor of the Xia clan, he would not have agreed to help the Yun clan deal with Duan Ling Tian. At the very least, Duan Ling Tian was the man his daughter fell in love with. Alas, he truly did not have another choice. Xiaoyu sighed inwardly when he thought about this matter. Meanwhile, Xiajia's mood improved greatly after confirming that the Yun clan only demanded his niece be confined for 1,000 years. He said, 1,000 years will pass in just a blink of an eye. After that, I'll be able to see Shuer. Unlike when he just arrived, a smile could be seen on Xiajia's face at this moment. However, when he saw his brother staring at him, his smile vanished, and he said with a straight face, I really don't know what you saw in that Yun Qing Yen. That brat can't even compare to Shuer. He's not worthy of her at all. Only Shuer's husband is worthy of her. A smug expression appeared on Xiajia's face after he finished speaking. It was as though he was waiting for Xiaoyu to ask him why he had said those words. However, after a while, when he saw that Xiaoyu was only looking at him calmly, he could no longer hold back and asked, why aren't you curious about what I said? How could Xiaoyu not know what his brother was thinking? He said, I've already heard about it. Xiaoyu continued to say, a few days ago, I heard that a peerless prodigy under the age of 1,000 years old appeared in the chaotic region that the divine sanctioned battlefield is a part of. After hearing his name and his origin, I guessed his identity. He nodded before he continued to say, he's really outstanding. Not even 1,000 years have passed since he left the mundane realm, but he has already achieved so much. Even that prodigy from the Ning clan who's widely acknowledged as the strongest among the younger generation isn't a match for him. If the supreme powerhouse from the Ning clan didn't intervene, that prodigy from the Ning clan would have died. In any case, it's good that Duan Ling Tian didn't kill him. Otherwise, he would have died in the chaotic region. Xiaoyu shook his head and said, he's not even 1,000 years old after all. It's normal that he's fearless and rash at his age. Perhaps he became complacent due to his smooth journey on the realm battlefield, so he did not think about how perilous it was in the chaotic region. Xiaoyu's knowledge was not any less than that of Xiajia. Xiajia scoffed and said, so what if he made a mistake? When you were his age, you were nowhere close to being as good as him. Xiaoyu glanced at Xiajia and said calmly, sometimes, one mistake is all it takes to ruin someone. Xiajia retorted, my nephew-in-law is extremely lucky. Even in hopeless situations, he can turn things around. Shui is the same as well. Look at how lucky she is. She successfully reincarnated. Not only that, in fewer than 1,000 years, she became an intermediate supreme god, and her strength now has surpassed that of her past life. If you ask me, even Ning Yixian from the Ning clan is inferior to my nephew. After all, Ning Yixian still hasn't become an intermediate supreme god yet. Xiaoyu did not refute Xiajia's words. Instead, an expression of surprise appeared on his face as he looked past Xiajia and asked, second brother? Why are you back? Second brother? Xianxia instinctively looked back when he heard Xia Yu's words. However, as soon as he turned back, he seemed to notice something, and his expression changed immediately. Xia Yu. Before Xianxia could finish speaking, he was restrained by an incredibly powerful energy and was knocked unconscious. Following that, he was imprisoned in a spatial prominent divine artifact. When Xianxia finally regained consciousness, his expression was dark as he asked, "Xia Yu, what are you doing?" Xia Yu replied with a sigh, "Third brother, I'll be honest with you. In fact, apart from requesting for Shuer to be confined, the Yun clan also asked for you to be confined. They know that Duanling Tian is on the divine sanctioned battlefield. They think that he's able to achieve so many amazing feats because you looked for him in the past and gave him some things to help him. I'll free you after 1,000 years. Xianxia scolded. Bullshit. Back then, I only gave him a prominent divine artifact. Moreover, that prominent divine artifact did not even have an artifact soul. He relied on himself to reach where he is today. It has nothing to do with me. Third brother, just stay there. As you said, 1,000 years will pass in a blink of an eye, Xia Yu said. Then, without waiting for Xiajia's reply, Xia Yu closed the spatial divine artifact. When he felt the space in the spatial divine artifact shaking, he linked the Xia clan's guarding formation to the spatial divine artifact. Following that, the space stopped shaking immediately. Xianxia, who had been struggling to break free, could only give up at this moment. He said angrily, "Xia Yu, when I get out, I won't let you off. I'm going to burn your room down. I will also." Xianxia continued scolding and cursing until he ran out of breath. After falling silent, he began to worry. Based on Xia Yu's words, the Yun clan had already learned of Duanling Tian's existence. It seemed like he had forgotten that he told Xia Yu about how Duanling Tian was so lucky that he could turn things around no matter how hopeless it seemed to be. I hope he'll be careful. With his strength now, it's still not enough to take on the Yun clan. The Yun clan did indeed request for Xianxia to be confined. However, Xianxia was not truthful about the reason. Yun Tingfeng asked for Xianxia to be confined because he did not want to risk Xianxia ruining his plan to lure Duanling Tian out and kill Duanling Tian after the realm battlefield closed. Indeed, Xianxia would definitely ruin the plan if he knew what was going to happen. Once again, Yun Tingfeng used the same threat. He said that if Xianxia ruined his plan and caused him to fail in killing Duanling Tian, he would consider the Xia clan to have broken their agreement. In the end, Xia Yu could only agree to Yun Tingfeng's request. As Xiajia's brother, he also knew that the only way to prevent Xianxia from ruining the plan was to confine Xianxia. The Yun clan in the northwest. Since Xia Yu, the clan leader of the Xia clan, had already heard about the peerless prodigy in the chaotic region who was being targeted by the descendants of supreme powerhouses, how could the Yun clan not hear about this? After receiving the news, Yun Tingfeng felt slightly uneasy. He had confirmed that the peerless prodigy was the person who nearly killed his son in the past. Based on the news he received, Duanling Tian had grown stronger since the last time they met. How long has it been? He's grown stronger again. Yun Tingfeng, who was usually calm, found it difficult to maintain his composure at this moment. Yun Qingyan, who had also received the news and came to look for his father, said, "Father, Duanling Tian is in the divine sanctioned battlefield's chaotic region now. He's likely unaware that my cousin has left the realm battlefield. Father, why don't we send people into the chaotic region to kill him?" Yun Qingyan's expression was dark at this moment. After all, he had a huge grudge against Duanling Tian. In the past, he had been high and mighty, and Duanling Tian was as insignificant as an ant. However, after Duanling Tian nearly killed him, to his horror, the ant had grown and surpassed him. Previously, Yun Qingyan had calmed down a lot after knowing that his father planned to lure Duanling Tian out and kill Duanling Tian. However, after receiving the latest news from the divine sanctioned battlefield that Duanling Tian had grown even stronger, he began to panic again. Once again, he regretted not killing Duanling Tian when he was in the mundane realm. Seeing his son's reaction, Yun Tingfeng frowned. A hint of disappointment could be seen in his eyes as he said in a deep voice, "Calm down. You're being too emotional. Do you think it'll be easy to kill him in the chaotic region?" I'm sure you've also heard that a group of descendants of supreme powerhouses is searching for him now. Up until now, they've yet to find him. Among them, quite a few of them hired advanced supreme gods to help them. Yun Tingfeng paused for a moment before he continued to say, "Moreover, there has been no news of Duanling Tian for a long time now. He's either dead and no one knows about it, or he's in closed-door cultivation." Yun Qingyan asked hopefully, "Father, what do you think? Do you think he's dead or alive?" Yun Tingfeng calmly replied, "It's highly likely that he's alive. How can a monstrous prodigy like him die so easily? Moreover, after his close brush with death, he's going to be even more cautious." It was the first time that Yun Tingfeng had heard of or seen such a monstrous prodigy. Moreover, the other party came from the mundane realm and was not even 1,000 years old. Yun Qingyan's expression turned unsightly when he heard Yun Tingfeng's words. He said indignantly, "I really don't know what the Ning clan's Ning Yixian was thinking. Duanling Tian nearly killed him, but he saved Duanling Tian's life." As soon as Yun Qingyan received the news about that incident, he had cursed Ning Yixian thousands of times. If Ning Yixian did not intervene, Duanling Tian would have died. In fact, Yun Qingyan was not the only one who was puzzled by Ning Yixian's action. Whenever Ning Yixian met an acquaintance in the chaotic region, formed by the intersection of the divine sanctioned battlefield and another two-realm battlefields, they would always ask, "Ning Yixian, I heard that Duanling Tian almost killed you in the past, and that the ancestor of your Ning clan paid a huge price to save your life. Even if you don't consider Duanling Tian an enemy, you should still hold a grudge against him, right? Why did you step forward to save his life?" Faced with such a question, Ning Yixian's answer remained the same. "Before I surpass and defeat him, I won't allow him to die if I can help it." To Ning Yixian, surpassing and defeating Duanling Tian had become his obsession. This obsession helped him to progress rapidly in his cultivation, and he was now only half a step away from entering the realm of an intermediate supreme god. If he had one more fortuitous encounter, there was no doubt that he would be able to break through smoothly. Even without a fortuitous encounter, he would be able to break through within 10 years relying on his obsession to surpass Duanling Tian. If Duanling Tian died before he was able to do so, he would lose his source of motivation. Without the motivation, he was not confident he would be able to enter the realm of an intermediate supreme god in 10, 20, or 30 years without a fortuitous encounter. "Duanling Tian, I hope that you'll live after that incident. Just you wait. I'll defeat you and reclaim my past glory." In fact, there were not many people who dared to gossip about Ning Yixian, and many people also assumed that his defeat at Duanling Tian's hand was just a rumor that might not be true. However, Ning Yixian himself felt like he had become a laughingstock after he was defeated by Duanling Tian, and that the only way for him to redeem himself was to surpass and defeat Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian was naturally unaware of Ning Yixian's thoughts. At this time, he was prepared to emerge from his closed-door cultivation. He had progressed significantly, and if he continued to cultivate now, the progress would only be negligible. As such, he thought that it would be better for him to leave his closed-door cultivation. Perhaps he would find an opportunity for further improvements. "It feels like I still have a long way to go to completely stabilize my cultivation base in the realm of a rudimentary supreme god." Although Duanling Tian had been in closed-door cultivation for several years, he was not satisfied with his improvement. In fact, he was very dissatisfied with the improvements he made. His cultivation speed could be considered quick, and yet, his improvements were not much. A few years ago, he had been under a great deal of pressure, and the pressure drove him to improve quickly after he entered closed-door cultivation. However, now that the pressure was gone, his progress had slowed down as well. "I can still obtain battle merits by killing people in the chaotic region to open a secret realm. I'll gather battle merits and open a secret realm. Previously, my battle merits allowed me to open a single-person secret realm. It was there that I met Ning Yixian. I'll try to accumulate a little more battle merits this time and open a multi-person secret realm. More battle merits are needed to open a secret realm that can accommodate more people after all. With more people, the rewards will definitely be better." Duanling Tian found a new goal very quickly. While he worked toward his goal, He naturally did not forget his wife, Kuer, his mother-in-law, Linghu Renfeng, and his sister-in-law, Linghu Chu-in. He was still searching for the trio in the chaotic region. He knew that the chaotic region was vast, and searching for them was no different from searching for a needle in a haystack. In the end, he knew that everything depended on fate. I'll go to the base camp first and see if the descendants of the supreme powerhouses are still targeting me. Duan Lingtian knew that he could not stay in one place for long and that he had to be very cautious. The base camp was a good place to check if the descendants of the supreme powerhouses were still out to get him. Apart from that, he also wanted to find out what the current situation in the chaotic region was like. Duan Lingtian was also slightly hopeful that he would run into Kuer, Linghu Renfeng, or Linghu Chuin in the base camp. Duan Lingtian traveled for a few days before he finally arrived at the entrance of the nearest base camp. He had once passed by this base camp. It seems like there are only a few base camps in the chaotic region. However, the base camps have many entrances and exits. This entrance is just one of many. It did not matter which realm of gods one was from, one would be able to freely enter all base camps. Duan Lingtian looked at the entrance to the base camp, which was a barrier that emitted a blue light. The base camp could not be seen at all. He knew that the base camp was not located directly behind the entrance. Even if two people use the same entrance, it doesn't mean that they'll be transported to the same base camp. The entrances of the base camps were not fixed to a specific base camp, the destination was constantly changing. Even if 3 people held hands and stepped into the entrance, there was still a chance that they would be sent to different base camps. For this reason, many people who traveled together would not go to base camps unless they were in danger. After all, there was a high chance they would be separated. The exits of the base camps operated in the same manner. One would be transported to random locations after leaving the base camps. Perhaps, the only way for one to ensure that one's group stayed together was with the help of a treasure or method by a supreme powerhouse. To do so, everyone had to be in agreement. For example, the descendant of the supreme powerhouse who gathered more than a dozen intermediate supreme gods to deal with Duan Lingtian in the past, possessed the means left to him by his ancestor to ensure everyone in his group stayed together when entering and exiting a base camp. All right, let's go in. After a few moments, Duan Lingtian stepped into the entrance. His vision darkened briefly, and when his sight was restored, he found himself in a vast base camp. In order to avoid trouble, Duan Lingtian had altered his appearance. As such, no one paid attention to him when he arrived at the base camp. In fact, even a rudimentary supreme god would be able to see through his disguise if they had probed him with their divine consciousness, let alone intermediate and advanced supreme gods. However, the base camps were rather peaceful, and very few people would probe others with their divine consciousness in the base camps. Probing another person with one's divine consciousness was a provocative and offensive act. After all, perhaps, if the other party was just an ordinary cultivator, there would be no problems. However, if one accidentally probed someone with a good background, one would definitely get into trouble. After entering the base camp, Duan Lingtian was still slightly worried that his disguise would be seen through. However, he soon realized that he had been thinking too much. After all, not only was the base camp vast, but there were not many people as well. Moreover, there were also a few people who wore disguises in the base camps. Not long after, a voice caught Duan Lingtian's attention. Hey, do you think Duan Lingtian from the Profound Energy Land's Myriad Laws Academy is dead as some people had speculated? Or do you think he just found a good place to hide? Not far away from Duan Lingtian, several people gathered to speak. Upon hearing those words, Duan Lingtian was rather surprised. He did not expect his origin would be found out. However, after a moment, he thought that it was only natural that his origin was exposed. After all, it was not difficult for descendants of supreme powerhouses to find out such things even without the direct help of supreme powerhouses. Duan Lingtian continued to eavesdrop on the conversation. He discovered that apart from his origin, people had also found out that he was not even 1,000 years old. Not only that, but word about his encounters with Ning Yixin had also spread. Hey, do you think that Duan Lingtian really managed to defeat Ning Yixin? I don't think so. I don't think so either. However, my cousin is familiar with a descendant of a supreme powerhouse. According to that person, it's true that Duan Ling Tian managed to defeat Ning Yixian. At that time, the supreme powerhouse from the Ning clan had to intervene to save Ning Yixian's life, and he was punished as a result. Punished? Who could punish a supreme powerhouse? Many people were puzzled by this incident, and some people who had spoken to Ning Yixian also repeated his answer to the others. Duan Ling Tian shook his head inwardly. I didn't expect that people are still talking about this after so many years. As Duan Ling Tian wandered the base camp, he heard people discussing various topics. However, it had to be said that he was the topic of most discussions. Duan Ling Tian also learned that many descendants of supreme powerhouses had given up on looking for him to search for fortuitous encounters. After all, most of them only had one supreme powerhouse in their respective forces, and there were many fortuitous encounters which could only be found on the realm battlefield that their respective supreme powerhouses could not provide them. These unique fortuitous encounters were placed on the realm battlefield under the joint effort of a group of supreme powerhouses to cultivate talented juniors. Apart from that, Duan Ling Tian also heard about the mysterious outer boundary, which he had briefly heard about before. However, it was his first time hearing about the God-defying world, which consisted of 18 realms of gods, 81 Devata realms, and countless mundane realms. 81 Devata realms and 18 realms of gods. Is this a coincidence? Or is it an intentional arrangement? Duan Ling Tian could not help but wonder after confirming that the heaven-defying world, which he was in, consisted of 18 realms of gods, 81 Devata realms, and countless mundane realms. Apart from that, the outer boundary should be outside of the God-defying world. Independent spaces created by supreme powerhouses and other powerhouses were unstable, but they were considered realms as well, along with the little worlds in powerhouses' bodies. These realms were naturally also part of the God-defying world. It seems like this world is much bigger than I had imagined. Duan Ling Tian's perception of the world changed after learning about this. Previously, he thought the world that he was in was the only world. However, now, he thought it might not be necessarily true. Perhaps the God-defying world was one of many worlds. The God-defying world was a world of its own. In a way, it was just like how Earth, where he was from in previous life, and the places outside of Earth were considered a world. Duan Ling Tian's knowledge of the God-defying world and the outer boundary was limited. It was only limited to what he heard, and he did not ask anyone about it. In any case, what he had learned so far had shocked him so much that it caused him to be absent-minded for a while. It was only natural since the God-defying world and the outer boundary had subverted his worldview. I can't continue like this. Otherwise, my cultivation will be affected. Not only that, I completely lost interest in accumulating battle merits to open a secret realm now. All I want to do now is learn more about the God-defying world and the outer boundary. It's better for me to leave the chaotic region and the realm battlefield for now. In the end, the shock and confusion from learning about the God-defying world were too much that Duan Ling Tian decided to leave the chaotic region and the realm battlefield temporarily. After leaving the divine sanction battlefield, Duan Ling Tian crossed over to the profound Zen battlefield. From the profound Zen battlefield, he returned to the profound energy land. When Duan Ling Tian arrived at the profound energy land, he felt as though a lifetime had passed since the last time he was here. In the past, he left the profound energy land with his third senior brother, Yang Yuchen. At that time, he was just an advanced emperor of gods. In just a blink of an eye, decades had passed, and he was now a rudimentary supreme god. Although the Myriad Laws Academy is only a heavyweight supreme rank force, it has existed for a long time, just like prime supreme rank forces. The Academy Master is likely very knowledgeable. Duan Ling Tian wasted no time and returned to the Myriad Laws Academy after arriving at the profound energy land. Although he could return openly, he chose to be discreet. News about him being in the divine sanction battlefield's chaotic region had spread, and the people and forces here, including the lone primordial spirit congregation, must have also heard the news. In the past, the lone primordial spirit congregation only needed to send a rudimentary supreme god to kill him. However, now, even a stronger intermediate supreme god would not be able to threaten Duan Ling Tian. In fact, even the most powerful intermediate supreme god might not be able to stop him from leaving without help. only an advanced supreme god would be able to stop him. There was only one advanced supreme god in the lone primordial spirit congregation. He would only make a move if he could confirm Duanling Tian's location. It would be impossible for him to wait outside of the Myriad Laws Academy for Duanling Tian to appear. Apart from that, everyone assumed Duanling Tian was still in the chaotic region on the divine sanctioned battlefield. As such, it was impossible for the lone primordial spirit congregation to send their men to wait for him outside of the Myriad Laws Academy. However, due to Duanling Tian's close brush with death previously, he was very cautious now. Regardless of how safe it seemed, he still hid his appearance when returning to the Myriad Laws Academy. He only removed his disguise when he stepped foot into the Myriad Laws Academy. Meanwhile, the patrolling elders were the first to notice Duanling Tian. Needless to say, all of them were surprised. It's Duanling Tian. He's back. He's back? Isn't he in the divine sanctioned battlefield's chaotic region? Duanling Tian, you're really a rudimentary supreme god now. I heard that he only became a rudimentary supreme god not long ago, but he's already stronger than most intermediate supreme gods. Even those intermediate supreme gods we consider strong might not be a match for him. Apart from a few of our Vice Academy masters, I don't think any intermediate supreme gods in our academy are a match for him. The news of Duanling Tian's return to the Myriad Laws Academy spread quickly. Many teachers and students were eager to meet Duanling Tian, who had become a rudimentary supreme god. Most of them had also heard that he nearly killed a descendant of a supreme powerhouse on the divine sanctioned battlefield and could not wait to ask him about it. Alas, when they rushed over, they were sorely disappointed. Where's senior brother Duan? Where's brother Duan? Meanwhile, Duanling Tian had returned to the Inner Palace faction's independent realm. As soon as Duanling Tian arrived, he heard a voice saying, "Junior brother, you're finally back. You and third senior brother have been away for too long. My cultivation has improved a little recently. Come and spar with me. Don't worry. I'll go easy on you, and I won't hurt you." The voice belonged to Lang Chun Yuan, Duanling Tian's fourth senior sister. Previously, she had broken through and entered the realm of a rudimentary supreme god in the Trial of Gods. Not only that, but she also completely stabilized her cultivation base at that time. Decades had passed since then, and she was naturally stronger than before. Suddenly, Lang Chun Yen seemed to have discovered something, and her eyes widened in shock. "Junior brother, you've also broken through and entered the realm of a rudimentary supreme god?" Duanling Tian smiled and nodded. You haven't stabilized your cultivation base, have you?" Lang Chun Yuan asked. Duanling Tian smiled wryly and replied as he shook his head, "No. It's not easy to cultivate after becoming a rudimentary supreme god. Although I've broken through for a while now, I'm still quite a distance from stabilizing my cultivation base." "Thank goodness." Lang Chun Yuan heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing these words. Earlier, she had felt greatly pressured after discovering that Duanling Tian was a rudimentary supreme god. She was his senior sister, after all. As a senior sister, how could her junior brother surpass her? After a moment, Lang Chun Yuan said with a sigh, "Indeed. My cultivation has slowed down a lot after I became a rudimentary supreme god." Duanling Tian nodded. "After the advanced chaotic region appears, I hope that I'll be rewarded with the divine fountain." Previously, Duanling Tian knew nothing about the divine fountain. At that time, he even thought that the divine fountain was not as good as the supreme powerhouse's divine energy. It was only when he was hunted down by the descendants of the supreme powerhouses that he learned about how the divine fountain could quickly improve the cultivation of supreme gods. Even supreme powerhouses coveted the divine fountain even if they had no use for it. After all, not all descendants and children of supreme powerhouses had used the divine fountain before. There were very few divine fountains, and none of them were in the god-defying world. All the existing divine fountains were in the outer boundary. Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words, Lang Chun Yuan lost her composure. "Divine fountain? Junior brother, did I hear wrongly? Did you really say divine fountain?" Duanling Tian, who saw the envious expression on Lang Chun Yuan's face, replied, "Yes. Fourth senior sister, you know about the divine fountain." "Yes," Lang Chun Yen said as she nodded. Then, she said with a hint of displeasure. Previously, eldest senior sister brought back a drop from the divine fountain, but she gave it to third senior brother. It was because of that drop from the divine fountain that third senior brother was able to break through the bottleneck and became an intermediate supreme god. Eldest senior sister said that the divine fountain is really precious. She had encountered it by chance. There's no divine fountain in the god-defying world, and it can only be found in the outer boundary. Duanling Tian wanted to inquire more about this matter, but Lang Chun Yuan continued to say as she stared at him with bright eyes, "Junior brother, tell me how I can obtain the divine fountain in the chaotic region. Perhaps I'll be able to obtain a few drops." Upon hearing these words, Duanling Tian regretted mentioning the divine fountain to Lang Chun Yuan. He could not help but wonder if she would drop all her responsibilities and run to the realm battlefield. According to Yang Yuchun, someone had to guard the inner palace faction at all times. If there was no one at all, it would not take long for the inner palace faction's independent realm to collapse. As such, the independent realm could only be empty for a very short time. In the end, Duanling Tian said with a bitter smile, "Fourth senior sister, I'll tell you about it. However, you must first promise me that you won't run to the chaotic region. You should be aware that you have to be here physically. Otherwise, our faction's independent realm will collapse." This was the reason Yang Yuchun had passed on the position of the palace master of the inner palace faction to Lang Chun Yuan before he left. Someone had to be present at all times to ensure the independent realm did not collapse. Lang Chun Yuan looked at Duanling Tian eagerly as she asked tentatively, "Junior brother, why don't I pass on the position of the palace master of the inner palace faction to you?" Previously, Lang Chun Yuan had been fooled into accepting the position of the palace master of the inner palace faction by Yang Yuchun. She finally realized that her third senior brother had passed on the burden to her. She felt extremely regretful at this moment. Alas, there was nothing she could do now. If she left, the independent realm would collapse. At that time, she, her senior sister, her senior brothers, and her junior brother would lose their home. Duanling Tian said solemnly, "Fourth senior sister, I can't. My wife, your junior sister-in-law, is suffering somewhere on the divine sanctioned battlefield. I can't take over the position of the palace master of the inner palace faction until I find her. I hope you understand this." Although Lang Chun Yuan was childish, Duanling Tian still respected her. After all, he knew that she sincerely cared about him and took good care of him. He treated others the way they treated him and would repay kindness with kindness. "Junior brother, I was just joking," Lang Chun Yuan said with a sheepish smile. Although she was childish, she was not unreasonable. Then, she said seriously, "Don't worry. The inner palace faction is our home. Since third senior brother has entrusted the faction to me, I'll definitely guard it and won't let it disappear." Following that, a childlike and innocent smile bloomed on her face before she continued to say, "Don't worry, junior brother. Even if I want to enter the realm battlefield, I'll send my doppelganger. My doppelganger isn't any weaker than I am. Junior brother, tell me, how do I obtain the divine fountain?" Lang Chun Yuan was clearly determined to obtain the divine fountain. Duanling Tian did not find Lang Chun Yuan's reaction surprising. After all, even direct descendants of supreme powerhouses coveted the precious divine fountain. Otherwise, why would the descendants of the supreme powerhouses go to such great lengths to search for him and kill him? "Fourth senior sister, the divine fountain," Duanling Tian said before he recounted the announcement that the supreme powerhouse made on the realm battlefield. Lang Chun Yuan's eyes lit up after she listened to Duanling Tian's words. Even those who rank 10th in their respective categories will be rewarded with a drop from the divine fountain? That supreme powerhouse who found the divine fountain in the outer boundary must be very lucky. Lang Chun Yuan could not help but gulp at the end of her words. Duanling Tian's heart was moved as well. Based on what he had heard, he knew that the divine fountain was incredibly precious. Supreme powerhouses would fight over just a drop from the divine fountain. Since even those who were ranked 10th would be rewarded with a drop from the divine fountain, those who ranked above the 10th place would definitely be rewarded as well. Moreover, they would likely be rewarded with more than one drop from the divine fountain. After a moment, Duanling Tian looked at Lang Chun Yuan and asked curiously, Fourth senior sister, how much do you know about the outer boundary? Lang Chunyuan returned to her senses and shook her head as she said, not much. I've not been to the outer boundary, after all. I heard a little about it from eldest senior sister. Although she's an advanced supreme god, the outer boundary is still a very dangerous place. It's said that even supreme powerhouses can die in the outer boundary. In the outer boundary, there are advanced supreme gods and supreme powerhouses from other worlds as well. According to her, the masters of the 18 realms of gods are extremely powerful and they're the guardians of the god-defying world. They also guard the 18 passages that connect to the outer boundary. Apart from that, advanced supreme gods have to take turns to serve and guard the god-defying world in the outer boundary as well. Duanling Tian did not know much about the god-defying world, after all. After listening to Lang Chunyuan, he finally realized that the outer boundary was a terrifying place. As such, supreme powerhouses only chose advanced supreme gods to go to the outer boundary. However, there was no lack of people below the realm of an advanced supreme god who went to the outer boundary in search of better fortuitous encounters. Alas, many of them failed to return. Those who survived lost their cultivation and could only wait for their deaths through the heavenly tribulation. Eldest senior sister also said that the supreme powerhouses were inspired by the space realm in the outer boundary and created the realm battlefield. There's a reward system in the outer boundary, and in addition to that, there are many treasures like the divine fountain. In the past, eldest senior sister killed an advanced supreme god in the outer boundary and obtained a drop from the divine fountain, Lang Chunyuan said. After explaining everything she knew to Duanling Tian, Lang Chunyuan's doppelganger sprang out from her body. It smiled at Duanling Tian before it left in a hurry. Junior brother, I've sent my doppelganger to the chaotic region on the profound Zen battlefield. Don't worry, I'll be here. You can find me here if you need anything. By the way, my knowledge of the outer boundary is limited. If you want to know more, that old man, Su Bai Lai, should be able to provide you with more information, Lang Chunyuan said to Duanling Tian. Su Bai Lai was the Academy Master of the Myriad Laws Academy, and he was also an advanced supreme god. Duanling Tian nodded. I returned because I planned to look for him and ask about the outer boundary. Fourth senior sister, I'll take my leave now. After speaking to the Academy Master, I'll be returning to the realm battlefield. Lang Chunyuan smiled and said, Junior brother, I can't wait to compete in the rudimentary supreme god, ranking with you once the advanced chaotic region appears. Then, she added confidently, I'll definitely have a higher rank than you. Similar to Duanling Tian, Lang Chunyuan was also a rudimentary supreme god. She was determined to rank higher than Duanling Tian because he was her junior brother. If she was weaker than Duanling Tian, her second senior brother and third senior brother would definitely tease her. After leaving the Inner Palace faction, Duanling Tian went to meet Su Bai Lai, the Academy Master of the Myriad Laws Academy. He had met Su Bai Lai and was acquainted with Su Bai Lai in the past. Su Bai Lai sighed when he saw Duanling Tian. I've heard of it. I expected you to perform outstandingly on the realm battlefield, but it seems like I still underestimated you. Naturally, Su Bai Lai had also heard about Duanling Tian's feats on the divine sanctioned battlefield. Apart from that, previously, Yun Tingfeng, the clan leader of the Yun clan, which was a prime supreme rank force in the divine offering land, had visited him and asked for his help to kill Duanling Tian. Needless to say, he refused Yun Tingfeng. Academy Master, you're overpraising me. I was just lucky, Duanling Tian replied modestly. Lucky? Su Bai Lai shook his head and said, the fact that you almost killed Ning Yixian, the prodigy from the sanctioned land's Ning clan, is a testament to your strength. That feat alone is enough to convince those from the other realms of gods of your strength. You're now widely acknowledged as the #1 prodigy in all of the realms of gods, which was the title that previously belonged to Ning Yixian. Based on what Duanling Tian had heard, he speculated that Ning Yixian must be quite famous in the realms of gods. However, he did not expect that even Su Bai Lai thought so highly of Ning Yixian. I heard that the supreme powerhouse from the Ning clan received a rather heavy punishment for intervening on the realm battlefield and rescuing Ning Yixian, Su Bai Lai said. After a brief pause, he added, however, don't worry. That supreme powerhouse is quite reasonable. He won't take offense because he knows he's at fault. Duan Tian felt at ease after listening to Su Bailai's words. After all, in addition to being punished, he had cost the Ning clan's supreme powerhouse 2 fragments of prime divine artifacts. At this point, a supreme powerhouse could easily kill him, and it would be a grave matter if that supreme powerhouse held a grudge against him. Before Duan Tian could ask about the outer boundary, Su Bailai asked, "Is there any enmity between you and the divine offering lands Yun clan?" Duan Tian was stunned by this question. He quickly recovered his senses, and he knew that something must have happened after he left the Myriad Laws Academy for Su Bailai to ask such a question. He asked, "Academy Master, did the Yun clan visit you?" Previously, Duan Tian nearly killed Yun Qingyan, the eldest young master of the Yun clan, near the Yun clan's estate in the Divine Offering Land. Thanks to the life-saving method Yun Tingfeng gave Yun Qingyan narrowly escaped death. At that time, Duan Tian knew that his action was tantamount to waging war against the Yun clan. Nonetheless, he did not expect the Yun clan would send someone to the Myriad Laws Academy in the Profound Energy Land. Su Bailai nodded and said, "That's right. Yun Tingfeng, the clan leader of the Yun clan, visited me." Duan Tian was surprised that Yun Tingfeng personally visited the Myriad Laws Academy. He was naturally curious about the purpose of Yun Tingfeng's visit. As though he could see the question in Duan Tian's mind, Su Bailai said with a faint smile on his face, "He asked for you to be expelled from the Myriad Laws Academy. In other words, he wants the Academy to abandon you." After a beat, he continued to say, "Although the Myriad Laws Academy isn't a prime supreme rank force and has no supreme powerhouses, we have connections with a few supreme powerhouses. For this reason, even prime supreme rank forces won't simply offend the Academy. As a prodigy of the Academy naturally values you greatly. If he kills a student of the Academy, it's not different from making an enemy out of the Academy. Hence, he wants the Academy to expel you to avoid unnecessary trouble when he kills you." Duan Tian was enlightened after listening to Su Bailai's words. He looked at Su Bailai as he said solemnly, "So that's the reason." "Thank you, Academy Master." Based on Su Bailai's words, it was clear that Su Bailai refused Yun Tingfeng. Moreover, Duan Tian knew that Yun Tingfeng must have offered Su Bailai some kind of benefit to expel him. As such, he felt very thankful to Su Bailai and that he owed Su Bailai a favor. "You're being too courteous," Su Bailai shook his head and said, "Please don't feel that you owe me a favor. I did what was right. If I expel you because of Yun Tingfeng, the Inner Palace faction will definitely sever ties with the Academy." Su Bailai's expression turned solemn when he mentioned the Inner Palace faction. He continued to say, "Perhaps you might wonder why the Inner Palace faction is strong but alienated from the Myriad Laws Academy. The Inner Palace faction is a guardian of the Academy and has contributed greatly to the Academy. In fact, without the Inner Palace faction, the Academy won't have connections to the supreme powerhouses." He paused briefly before he continued to say, "Duan Tian, you'll learn more about the Inner Palace faction when the time comes. You might now know this, but the Inner Palace faction is strong enough to stand on its own as a heavyweight supreme rank force. You're a peerless prodigy. Your 3rd senior brother and 4th senior sister are also rare prodigies. No one in the Academy can compare to them, let alone surpass them. Although your 2nd senior brother is slightly weaker talent-wise, his comprehension skills are on par with your 3rd senior brother and 4th senior sister. Then there's your eldest senior sister. No one doubts her capabilities. I'm afraid I won't be able to withstand 3 moves from her now, even though in terms of seniority, I'm her junior granduncle." Su Bailai smiled self-deprecatingly after he finished speaking. Duan Tian was not surprised by how extraordinary Yang Yuchun and Lang Chun Yuan were. They would not be recruited by the Inner Palace faction if they were not monstrous prodigies from the lower realms. It was the same for him. If he did not have high innate talent and comprehension skills, Yang Yuchun would not have personally invited him to join the Myriad Laws Academy's Inner Palace faction. However, despite hearing about his eldest senior sister multiple times, Duan Tian was still shocked when Su Bailai spoke about his eldest senior sister. In the past, Yang Yuchun had told him that Su Bailai might not be as strong as the leaders of the Prime Supreme Rank forces, but Su Bailai was still among the strongest advanced Supreme Gods. "Eldest senior sister is so strong?" Duan Ling Tian suddenly felt a sense of security after realizing how strong his eldest senior sister was. Although he had never met his eldest senior sister, based on what Yang Yuchun and Lang Chun Yuan said, his eldest senior sister was very protective of her juniors in the Inner Palace faction. Duan Ling Tian asked curiously, "Academy Master, based on your words, it seems like my eldest senior sister is very strong. How strong is she compared to Yun Tingfeng, the clan leader of the Yun clan?" Yun Tingfeng was naturally very strong. He was one of the strongest advanced supreme gods. Su Bailai shook his head and said, "It's difficult to say. I'm also not confident I'll be able to withstand 3 moves from Yun Tingfeng. If your eldest senior sister has improved her cultivation in recent years, perhaps she'll be comparable to Yun Tingfeng." Duan Ling Tian was once again shocked by Su Bailai's words. Yun Tingfeng, the clan leader of the Yun clan, was only second to the supreme powerhouse of the Yun clan. He did not expect his eldest senior sister to be comparable to one of the strongest advanced supreme gods. He finally understood why Su Bailai said that the Inner Palace faction was strong enough to stand on its own as a heavyweight supreme rank force. Finally, Duan Ling Tian decided to ask about the matter that brought him back to the profound energy land. "Academy Master, I heard that my eldest senior sister is in the outer boundary. My 4th senior sister doesn't know much, so you can tell me about the outer boundary?" Su Bailai shook his head. "There's no need for you to know too much about it at this point in your life. Although you're now a rudimentary supreme god, the outer boundary is still very far from reach for you. Not counting the supreme powerhouses under normal circumstances, only advanced supreme gods can go to the outer boundary. Unless they possess strength comparable to advanced supreme gods, those below the realm of an advanced supreme god will die if they go to the outer boundary." When Su Bailai saw the curiosity and anticipation burning in Duan Ling Tian's eyes, he said, "If you're really curious, I'll tell you about it. I hope it doesn't bring your harm. Instead, I hope it further motivates you to soar to greater heights. The God-defying world isn't the only world. The outer boundary connects to many worlds, collectively known as the myriad worlds. The God-defying world is just one of the myriad worlds. If you're strong enough, you can travel to other worlds through the outer boundary," Su Bailai explained. "The God-defying world is one of the myriad worlds?" Duan Ling Tian was shocked. No one knows the specifics, but more than 10,000 worlds have been discovered up until now. However, most of them are weak and subjugated by stronger worlds. Our God-defying world alone rules over more than a dozen weaker worlds. However, among the myriad worlds, we're not considered the strongest even if we're not weak. There are 3 strongest worlds among the myriad worlds, and they rule over more than 100 worlds each, and our God-defying world is among them. Including our God-defying world, there are 18 worlds with similar strength. Usually, weaker worlds have fewer than 10 supreme powerhouses. Of course, there are exceptions when those supreme powerhouses are extremely powerful. For example, among the 18 worlds which we're a part of, there's a very powerful supreme powerhouse. He's comparable to the strongest supreme powerhouse from the 3 strongest worlds. Due to his strength, the world he's from is considered strong even though there are only a few supreme powerhouses there. The outer boundary that connects the myriad worlds is a miraculous place. It rewards those who are very strong. The Trial of Gods and the Realm Battlefield were created by supreme powerhouses in the image of the outer boundary. The rewards on the Realm Battlefield aren't just from the supreme powerhouses. The weak worlds that the God-defying world rule contributed as well. When the vital energy of a world is depleted, the world and its inhabitants will be destroyed. Only supreme powerhouses will survive. This is unfortunately the sad fate of weak worlds. We should feel grateful that the God-defying world isn't one of them. Otherwise, unless we become supreme powerhouses or are acquainted with a supreme powerhouse, we won't be able to escape death when the world ends. Duan Ling Tian gained a deeper understanding of the outer boundary after listening to Su Bailai's explanation. In short, the outer boundary connected the myriad worlds, and there were 3 strongest worlds. The God-defying world was not one of the 3 strongest worlds, and it was one of the 18 worlds directly under the rules of the 3 worlds. Below the 18 worlds were the weakest worlds where they had fewer than 10 supreme powerhouses respectively. Duan Ling Tian suddenly recalled something, and he could not help but ask, Academy Master, you said that our God-defying world is among 18 worlds under the 3 strongest worlds? Duan Ling Tian could not help but think of the 18 realms of gods in the God-defying world. Was the number a coincidence? Duan Ling Tian continued to ask, there are 18 realms of gods in our world, and it has always been this way. Does this have anything to do with the 18 worlds? Su Bailai nodded. Yes, the 18 worlds are weaker than the 3 strongest worlds. As such, we need to work together to defend against the 3 strongest worlds. A long time ago, the 18 worlds began to use their vital energies to create a formation that protects us from the 3 strongest worlds. In the same manner, the 18 realms of gods in the God-defying world create a formation to protect the God-defying world. Duan Ling Tian furrowed his brows slightly. Since the 18 worlds work together to create a formation to guard against the 3 strongest worlds, why is there a need to create a separate formation to protect the God-defying world? If the God-defying world is under attack, the other 17 worlds won't just stand aside and do nothing, right?
Duan Ling Tian paused for a moment. Then his eyes widened before he exclaimed. Could it be that he quickly lowered his voice and said to Su Bailai, could it be that there's a conflict between the 18 worlds?
Su Bailai looked at Duan Ling Tian with an expression of approval before he nodded. That's right. The 18 worlds have a conflict with each other. However, it's not very severe. In any case, you'll learn more about it after you become an advanced supreme god and a guardian of the God-defying world. Even if I explain it to you now, there's a chance you won't be able to understand the situation anyway. You've just become a rudimentary supreme god, and it's impossible for you to understand things related to a higher level. Duan Ling Tian was right in that there was a conflict between the 18 worlds. However, it was not a huge problem and did not affect their effort to defend themselves against the 3 strongest worlds.
It was normal for conflicts to arise among people after all, and when faced with a common enemy, it was also common for people to set aside their differences and come together.
Duan Ling Tian was curious about the 81 Devata realms as well, and Su Bailai explained that the 81 Devata realms were just a coincidence. In the beginning, there were more than 100 Devata realms, but as time passed, only 81 Devata realms were left.
The Devata realms and the mundane realms were not created by humans. They and their inhabitants were formed naturally by God-defying world and evolved along with the passage of time. Some Devata realms were originally mundane realms a very long time ago.
Duan Ling Tian had never heard about this before, but he was not very surprised since it was not out of the realm of possibility.
Su Bailai smiled and said, whatever it is, the most important thing for you now is to make a name for yourself in the chaotic region. It's best if you can rank first among the rudimentary supreme gods in the advanced chaotic region. With that, the supreme powerhouses will definitely take notice of you, and some of them might even extend a helping hand to you. Before you grow into your potential, it's important that you have the support of a supreme powerhouse. Duan Ling Tian thought about the time he was in a single-person secret realm where he almost killed Ning Yixian. At that time, Ning Yixian was rescued by the Ning clan's supreme powerhouse. As compensation, the supreme powerhouse had given him 2 fragments of prime divine artifacts.
Not only that, but he also obtained another 4 fragments of prime divine artifacts from another 2 supreme powerhouses. Among the 4 fragments, the 2 sword-shaped fragments were from a supreme powerhouse whom he had never met before.
Did the 2 supreme powerhouses give me the fragments of prime divine artifacts because they saw my potential?
Realization finally dawned on Duan Ling Tian that the 2 supreme powerhouses gave him the fragments of prime divine artifacts because they saw his potential. The fragments were like investments. When he grew into his potential, he would be of help to the 2 supreme powerhouses.
It seems like the older one gets, the wiser one becomes, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself with a sigh. Although he was slightly over 900 years old now, he was still very young compared to supreme powerhouses.
Academy Master, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now, Duan Ling Tian said. Now that his question had been answered, he was ready to return to the chaotic region on the divine sanctioned battlefield. After all, he still needed to improve his cultivation and search for his Kuer, his mother-in-law, and his sister-in-law.
Su Bailai said with a smile, I'll accompany you. It doesn't hurt to be cautious. Thank you, Academy Master, Duan Ling Tian said. He trusted Su Bailai. After all, without Su Bailai, he would have been killed not long after he joined the Myriad Laws Academy. After entering the divine-sanctioned battlefield through the profound Zen battlefield, Su Bailai said solemnly, Duanling Tian, although you're remarkably talented, it's impossible for you to escape from dangerous situations. Let me remind you to be extra cautious in everything you do. Although I've never heard of anyone as talented as you, I'm sure you're not the first nor the last in the long history of the God-defying world. I don't know if they successfully grew into their potential, but there's no doubt that they all faced the great danger of dying before growing into their powers. Everything will be in vain if you die before your time. Even the most monstrous talent will be erased by time. The solemn expression on Su Bailai's face eased as he continued to say, Hence, you must remember to be cautious. Thank you for your reminder, Academy Master. I'll be cautious in everything I do, Duanling Tian replied seriously as he nodded. If Ningyi Xian did not show up and saved him previously, he would have died. Since then, he had become very cautious. Although he managed to escape from great danger every time, who knew when his luck would run out? Goodbye, Su Bailai said before he left through a spatial tear, leaving a knife-shaped thing with a chilling aura behind. This is... Duanling Tian's eyes widened in shock. He instinctively turned to look at Su Bailai, but Su Bailai had already disappeared. A fragment of the prime divine artifact. Duanling Tian sighed emotionally. He could tell that the fragment of the prime divine artifact was very precious to Su Bailai, and that it was likely the only one in Su Bailai's possession. After all, not all advanced supreme gods possessed fragments of prime divine artifacts unless they were among the strongest. It was not difficult to guess that Su Bailai, who was weaker than Yun Tingfeng and his eldest senior sister, only had one in his possession. I owe him another favor. Duanling Tian shook his head as put away the fragment of the prime divine artifact. This was his 8th fragment of the prime divine artifact. I need 2 more fragments before my 7 orifices exquisite sword can begin its transformation into a prime divine artifact. At that time, I'll grow stronger as well, and I might be comparable to a top intermediate supreme god as long as he or she doesn't own a prime divine artifact. I might even be able to defeat him or her. Duanling Tian's eyes burned with anticipation. All right, let's head to the chaotic region. Duanling Tian, who was outside of the chaotic region on the divine-sanctioned battlefield, wasted no time in returning to the divine offering land through a base camp before entering the divine-sanctioned battlefield again. After that, he quickly made his way to the chaotic region. Soon after Duanling Tian arrived in the chaotic region, he made his way through a valley. Suddenly, a wave of energy swept toward Duanling Tian. After sensing the energy, he was rendered speechless. He was chosen to be a gatekeeper of a level in a secret realm again. The challengers are definitely not from the divine offering land. I wonder if they're from the sanctioned land or one of the other 4 realms of gods. Duanling Tian was familiar with the situation because he had already experienced it before. Previously, he and a few people from the divine offering land were transported into a secret realm to become gatekeepers for a level. At that time, the challengers from the sanctioned land were very confident, and they even bragged about killing Duanling Tian and the others. In the end, he single-handedly killed the challengers from the sanctioned land and helped the people from the divine offering land escape death. Now, Duanling Tian had no idea who he was going to face in the secret realm. The only thing he was certain of was that the other gatekeepers had to be from the divine offering land as well. After all, he had entered the divine-sanctioned battlefield from the divine offering land and was considered to be from the divine offering land. As for the challengers, they had to be from one of the 5 realms of gods which created the chaotic region. Swoosh! After the darkness lifted, Duanling Tian discovered he was hovering above a glacier. His divine energy that lingered on the surface of his skin easily blocked the bone-chilling cold in the surroundings. Soon enough, he saw 6 people appearing one after another, and all of them wore dark expressions on their faces. A middle-aged man said indignantly, "Damn it. I've been selected as a gatekeeper again." An old man shook his head and said, "There's no point in complaining. We should join forces and defeat the challengers. We'll be able to leave the secret realm safely once we defeat them." "He's right. We need to join forces to survive," another middle-aged man said. The remaining nodded solemnly in agreement. Duanling Tian remained silent as he looked up ahead.
A group of 7 people stared at Duanling Tian and the others. 6 of them wore a faint smile on their faces while one of them, a middle-aged man, wore an unsightly expression on his face. Young Master Hong.
At this time, one of the people from the opposing group noticed something was amiss. Earlier, the arrogant grandson of a supreme powerhouse had been very calm, but his expression was very dark now.
The other 5 people from the opposing group turned to look at the grandson of a supreme powerhouse in unison. Young Master Hong, could it be that you know one of them? Young Master Hong, is he an enemy of yours? If so, let's join forces and kill him. Young Master Hong.
The middle-aged man was not the strongest in the group from the Scaling River land, but everyone was courteous to him because he was the grandson of a supreme powerhouse and politely addressed him as Young Master Hong.
What a coincidence! Duanling Tian thought to himself with a smile. He did not expect to meet Hong Zhongyi in this secret realm. Hong Zhongyi was the person who brought more than a dozen intermediate supreme gods to kill him previously.
He would have died if it were not for Ning Yixian's timely appearance.
The people from the Divine Offering Land also noticed that something was amiss, and they turned to look at Duanling Tian.
He's Duanling Tian from the Profound Energy Land's Myriad Laws Academy, Hong Zhongyi said at this time, revealing the identity of the purple-clad young man whom all direct descendants of supreme powerhouses wanted to kill. Duanling Tian's presence naturally affected the personal interest of the descendants of supreme powerhouses. They were also jealous of his high innate talent and comprehension skills. After all, they could not even compare to a lowlife from the lower realm.
Meanwhile, the people from the Scaling River land were shocked by Hong Zhongyi's words. Duanling Tian?
That monster from the Profound Energy Land's Myriad Laws Academy? He's that new rudimentary supreme god who's capable of killing most intermediate supreme gods, right?
That's him. The expressions of the 6 men from the Scaling River land turned unsightly at the same time. Let's go! In the next moment, the 6 men from the Scaling River land saw a portal appearing above Hong Zhongyi. Clearly, Hong Zhongyi intended to leave without a fight. None of them objected to this, and in just a moment, a portal appeared above each of them before all 7 of them vanished into thin air.
Meanwhile, the people from Duanling Tian's group were baffled by this sudden development. They were standing quite a distance away, so they did not hear the opposing group's conversation. They only knew that the opposing group left because of the purple-clad young man in their group.
After a moment, the old man's eyes widened before he exclaimed, "Wait, is he that monster, Duanling Tian, from the Profound Energy Land? I heard that Duanling Tian entered the Divine Sanctioned Battlefield as a member of the Divine Offering Land."
I heard that Duanling Tian is always dressed in purple robes and he possessed a pair of eyebrows that make him look valiant. This young man fits the description.
A hint of nervousness could be seen in the old man's eyes as he looked at Duanling Tian. He can't be Duanling Tian, right? Ask him and we'll know.
The 6 of them really wanted to ask Duanling Tian but were hesitant. Finally, Duanling Tian smiled faintly and said, "That's right. I'm Duanling Tian."
Duanling Tian had already anticipated that Hong Zhongyi and the others would surrender and leave. He could have killed Hong Zhongyi earlier and prevented him from leaving with his teleportation profundity. However, if he killed Hong Zhongyi, he would have to kill not only everyone from the Scaling River land but everyone from the Divine Offering land as well. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if news about him killing Hong Zhongyi spread to Hong Zhongyi's grandfather, who was a supreme powerhouse. Duanling Tian did not think that Hong Zhongyi possessed a life-saving jade token as well, so there was no need to worry about a supreme powerhouse appearing to intervene in the fight. Life-saving jade tokens were very difficult to refine, and although Hong Zhongyi was doted upon by his grandfather, Hong Zhongyi was not the only grandson. Life-saving jade tokens were usually given to direct descendants or people who were extraordinary and outstanding like Ning Yixian. Previously, Duanling Tian learned that Ning Yixian in fact had no blood relations to the Ning clan's supreme powerhouse. However, due to Ning Yixian's extraordinary innate talent, the supreme powerhouse of the Ning clan cherished Ning Yixian more than he cherished his direct descendants.
Generally, supreme powerhouses had many descendants. Just the supreme powerhouse from the Ning clan alone had more than 100 children. One could only imagine how many descendants he had. However, Ning Yixian, who was not a blood relative, was still so highly favored. This was a testament to Ning Yixian's strength.
What a pity that I met him in this secret realm. Duanling Tian lamented inwardly. If he had met Hong Zhongyi on the realm battlefield, it would have been much easier for him to hide the fact that he killed Hong Zhongyi. Not only was communication prohibited on the realm battlefield, but he was sure that it was impossible for the supreme powerhouses overseeing the realm battlefield to keep an eye on everything. The supreme powerhouses would hardly notice the death of a rudimentary supreme god. Conversely, if Duanling Tian killed Hong Zhongyi in this secret realm, he would leave behind a group of witnesses. Even if Hong Zhongyi's grandfather did not personally make a move, it was likely that his men would act on his behalf. As such, he decided not to kill Hong Zhongyi to avoid unnecessary trouble. Let alone supreme powerhouses, it would be impossible for him to escape two advanced supreme gods. Although he hated Hong Zhongyi to the bones, he knew he had to be patient to survive.
Meanwhile, the 6 people from the Divine Offering Land were shocked after Duanling Tian confirmed his identity.
It's really you. You're Duanling Tian.
Duanling Tian, you're really amazing. All of them left as soon as they recognized you.
Duanling Tian, we're able to leave this secret realm safely because of you. Thank you. After the people from the Divine Offering Land expressed their gratitude to Duanling Tian, all of them were transported out of the secret realm. When the darkness lifted again, Duanling Tian found himself in a valley. When he looked up, he saw a man punching the wall of a cliff. It was as though the man was trying to make a cave for shelter.
Not long after Duanling Tian appeared, the man discovered Duanling Tian's presence, and he was shocked. His face turned pale as he stammered, "I am possible. How's this possible?" Duanling Tian was surprised as well. What a crazy coincidence. Duanling Tian was miraculously transported to the same place as Hong Zhongyi after leaving the secret realm.
Duanling Tian and Hong Zhongyi stared at each other in shock, amazement, and disbelief. After a few moments, Duanling Tian's eyes glinted coldly, while a hint of dread appeared in the depths of Hong Zhongyi's eyes. At this moment, Hong Zhongyi no longer had the arrogance he had when he met Duanling Tian for the first time. At that time, he had more than a dozen intermediate supreme gods with him, giving him the strength to completely suppress Duanling Tian. However, at this time he was alone. Even if the other 6 people from the Scaling River Land were here at this moment, he did not think he would be able to deal with Duanling Tian. Seeing that Duanling Tian was making his way over, Hong Zhongyi quickly forced a smile on his face and said, "Duanling Tian, I have no grudge against you. I only tried to kill you previously because I was instigated by my senior brother, who's my grandfather's disciple. He hoped to rank in the top 3 of the rudimentary supreme god ranking in the advanced chaotic region, so he asked me to help him deal with you."
Hong Zhongyi, who could keenly sense Duanling Tian's killing intent, began to struggle to survive. Needless to say, the senior brother he mentioned was a complete fabrication to appease Duanling Tian.
"Do you think I'll believe you?" Duanling Tian smiled coldly. Although he thought that the coincidence was too unbelievable, he naturally had no intention of letting Hong Zhongyi go. This was an amazing opportunity. If he did not seize it, it was likely that he would not be given such an opportunity again. Even if this was not a coincidence and was arranged by someone, he still did not intend to let Hong Zhongyi go. Only a supreme powerhouse could arrange such a thing. If it was truly arranged by a supreme powerhouse, it meant that the supreme powerhouse likely did not have a good relationship with Hong Zhongyi's grandfather. After all, the supreme powerhouse went out of his or her way to arrange for him and Hong Zhongyi to meet. Seeing that his soft approach did not work on Duanling Tian, Hong Zhongyi's expression changed again. He did hesitate to switch to a hard approach. Whether it was a hard or a soft approach, it did not matter as long as he could survive. He said in a low and threatening voice, "Duanling Tian, if you dare to kill me, my grandfather definitely won't let you go. Don't forget that my grandfather is a supreme powerhouse. If he wants to kill you, it'll be easier than killing an ant."
Duanling Tian only smiled when he heard Hong Zhongyi's threatening words. He said, "Hong Zhongyi, if I kill you today, do you think your grandfather will be able to find out that I did it?" After a pause, Duanling Tian continued to say, "How about this?
Why don't you use the life-saving jade token he gave you?
I'll definitely retreat as soon as your grandfather's manifestation appears." What do you think?
He doesn't even have to make a move and worry about breaking the rules of the realm battlefield. He just needs to show up. I'll definitely retreat out of respect for a supreme powerhouse. Duanling Tian's smile grew wider and wider as he spoke. He was confident that Hong Zhongyi did not possess a life-saving jade token. You? Hong Zhongyi's face turned red in anger. Although his grandfather loved him dearly, he did not possess the precious life-saving jade token. In fact, he had taken the initiative to ask for one a few years ago, but he was chided by his grandfather in the end.
At the same time, in a hidden place not far from Duanling Tian and Hong Zhongyi,
an old man appeared and asked, "Is this really all right? You want to help Duanling Tian seek revenge, but I'm afraid that if old Ghost Hong finds out about it, he won't let this matter go." If Duanling Tian heard this voice, he would have been able to recognize it. It belonged to the Supreme Powerhouse who had helped the Ning clan's Supreme Powerhouse and another Supreme Powerhouse to pass him fragments of prime divine artifacts. The old man did not show himself when he spoke to Duanling Tian, so his voice left a deep impression on Duanling Tian. After all, it was the first time a Supreme Powerhouse had spoken to him. A young man with an elegant bearing, who stood next to the old man, said indifferently and confidently, "So what if he knows? Is he a match for me?"
The old man said with a wry smile, "We're all on the same side. Isn't it better to avoid conflict if possible? As long as you don't mention this matter, he will never find out about this matter. Of course, it'll also depend on whether I'm in a good mood or not," the young man replied indifferently.
The old man shook his head helplessly. Then he asked curiously, "Previously, you've already given him 2 fragments of prime divine artifacts. Isn't that enough? Why did you decide to help him seek revenge?" The young man's eyes flashed when he heard these words. He nodded slightly and said, "He's truly remarkable. His mastery of the sword Dao isn't inferior to that of my father in his prime. In fact, it's even stronger than mine. Once someone like him becomes a supreme powerhouse, the Aeon Sword will reappear in the God-defying world's outer boundary." Upon hearing the words Aeon Sword, the old man's expression turned solemn. The Aeon Sword was a title given to a legendary figure. He had perished after killing several powerful people who invaded the God-defying world, and his sacrifice allowed the God-defying world to emerge victorious in the battle. That legendary figure also comprehended the law of space and the sword Dao. He was the strongest sword cultivator in the God-defying world.
That legendary figure was the father of the young man.
At this time, the old man seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes widened. Don't tell me that Duanling Tian has something to do with your father's disciple."
The old man thought about how the purple-clad young man had also mastered the sword Dao.
The young man glanced at the old man and said, "Old man, have you been following me?" Upon hearing these words, the old man's eyes brightened and he asked, "So there's a connection?" Then he quickly added, "If I were following you, you would have discovered me. Tell me, what connection does Duanling Tian have with your father's disciple?" The old man's eyes shone with curiosity as he looked at the young man.
The young man looked at the purple figure in the distance before he said calmly, "He's my junior brother's disciple. His sword Dao comes from my junior brother."
The young man's junior brother was his father's disciple. "What?" the old man exclaimed in shock. "He's your junior brother's disciple?" After realization dawned on him, the old man muttered, No wonder you pay so much attention to him. You even delivered old Ghost Hong's grandson to him."
"As it turns out, he's your junior nephew." Duanling Tian was unaware that he had now gained a junior uncle who was a supreme powerhouse.
The old man asked, "Have you thought about the possibility that he might not make a move against old Ghost Hong's grandson because he's afraid of old Ghost Hong?" The young man smiled indifferently and said, "It doesn't matter. I've given him this opportunity. What he does with it is completely up to him. However, if lets this opportunity go to waste, he'll only create trouble for himself in the future. After all, I can't protect him all the time." After a brief pause, he said, "However, I believe that he will seize this chance." The young man's eyes were filled with confidence when he looked at Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian ignored Hong Zhongyi's hard and soft approach. When Hong Zhongyi tried to escape, He quickly disrupted the space in the surroundings. Once Hong Zhongyi realized that he could not escape, he began to plead for his life. Duan Ling Tian naturally ignored Hong Zhongyi's pleas. Previously, he almost died because of Hong Zhongyi. How could he let go of such a good opportunity to avenge himself? After killing Hong Zhongyi, Duan Ling Tian looked at his empty surroundings before he cupped his fists together in 4 directions. He was not certain if his encounter with Hong Zhongyi was a coincidence or if it was arranged, but he still expressed his gratitude. Following that, he quickly left the valley. It seems like he figured it out, the old man said. He's not stupid, the young man said with a faint smile. Perhaps, it could be considered a coincidence to meet Hong Zhongyi in the secret realm. However, it's too absurd to meet Hong Zhongyi again after leaving the secret realm. Such a coincidence isn't out of the realm of possibility, but it's extremely rare. It's likely that he's not completely certain himself, but he's more inclined to believe that someone intervened. The young man's smile widened as he continued to say, in any case, his luck is quite good. It just so happened that the secret realm he was pulled into is in our area. The old man shook his head and said, during the 900 years we've been overseeing this place, you smiled the most today. How is it? You must be happy now that you gained a junior brother and a junior nephew. After all, you've been treading on a solitary path up until now. Old man, I just realized that you're quite the chatterbox, the young man said as he glanced at the old man. The old man smiled. Well, your behavior today is out of the ordinary after all. Anyway, did you meet your junior brother? The young man shook his head. I won't interfere in his journey, so I won't meet him until he becomes a supreme powerhouse, the old man said with a faint smile on his face. However, based on your character, I think it's impossible for you to ignore him. After all, he inherited your father's legacy. How can he be an ordinary person? Moreover, you just said that his attainment in the Sword Dao is comparable to yours. That explains why he was chosen by your father. It's possible that a profound comprehension of the Sword Dao is one of the requirements to unlock the Aeon Sword legacy that your father left behind. Old man, it seems like you're familiar with my father. However, I've never heard him mention you when he was still alive, the young man said as he looked at the old man with a probing gaze. When the Aeon Sword made a name for himself in the God-defying world, I was just a nobody. Although I'm not a sword cultivator, your father was my idol. The young man's eyes flashed as he asked, Does this mean you approached me because of my father? The old man smiled sheepishly. Maybe. The young man did not know that one of the supreme powerhouses who invaded the God-defying world and was killed by his father was the old man's enemy. In the past, the old man's enemy had killed his master who raised and cultivated him. As such, he was grateful to the young man's father for avenging his master. Duan Ling Tian naturally did not detect the presence of the 2 supreme powerhouses, nor was he aware that the duo watched him kill Hong Zhongyi. He only speculated that his second encounter with Hong Zhongyi was not a coincidence. The chances that it was truly a coincidence were slim to none. Needless to say, Duan Ling Tian would never be able to guess that the supreme powerhouse who helped him was the son of the supreme powerhouse whose legacy Feng Qingyang, his master, obtained. Feng Qingyang and Duan Ling Tian were completely unaware of their connections to the supreme powerhouse. There's still a lot of time left. I should accumulate more battle merits to open a secret realm. It's easier to obtain rewards and treasures in a secret realm compared to the chaotic region. Only rudimentary supreme gods will enter the secret realm with me. This means that all of their battle merits will be mine. With Duan Ling Tian's strength now, he was naturally stronger than all rudimentary supreme gods. Even Ning Yixuan, the former strongest prodigy in the god-defying world, lost to him in a single-person secret realm. If Duan Ling Tian encountered Ning Yixuan in a secret realm again, he had no intention to fight Ning Yixuan. On the contrary, he would step back and allow Ning Yixuan to obtain the benefits. After all, Ning Yixuan saved his life before, and he was not one to repay kindness with ill will. Duan Ling Tian continued to wander the chaotic region. Based on the lesson he learned, he did not stay in one place for long. As such, it was difficult for others to find him. Moreover, the chaotic region was vast. Unless everyone in the chaotic region searched for him, it would be almost impossible to find him.
5 years later, Duanling Tian managed to accumulate quite a lot of battle merits over the years. After that, he did not hesitate to use half of his battle merits to open a multi-person secret realm. To be precise, he chose to open a secret realm that could accommodate 10 people, a decasecret realm. 10 people were also the maximum number of people a secret realm could accommodate. Needless to say, he had to wait for another 9 people to use their battle merits to open the decasecret realm before he could enter.
I can only wait for now.
Duanling Tian knew he would have to wait for a long time before the requirement was fulfilled and to enter the decasecret realm. This method was very time-consuming. It would have been faster if he had joined a group of 7 or 8 people at least with enough battle merits to open a decasecret realm.
I'll continue to collect battle merits for now.
After using his battle merits to open the secret realm, he did not have to stay in one place. As long as he remained in the chaotic region, the entrance to the secret realm would appear near him once the other 9 people opened the secret realm with their battle merits.
If I'm on the divine sanction battlefield, it'll take at least a few decades up to 100 years just to accumulate enough battle merits to open a decasecret realm. After all, there are only people from 2 realms of gods on the divine sanction battlefield.
Conversely, there are people from 6 realms of gods in the chaotic region. I think I'll only have to wait a few decades before I can enter the decasecret realm. Duanling Tian was very patient. It was not a problem for him to wait a few decades to enter the secret realm. However, he was unaware that before he opened the secret realm, 6 other people had already opened the secret realm. He was the 7th person to do so. For this reason, only 4 years had passed when the void around him shook and a mysterious portal appeared.
When the mysterious portal appeared, Duanling Tian had just teleported to block someone from the scaling river land.
Hong Zhangyi, the grandson of a supreme powerhouse, was from the Hong clan, a prime supreme rank force in the scaling river land. His grandfather was also the only supreme powerhouse in the Hong clan. The person Duanling Tian met was not from the Hong clan and did not recognize Duanling Tian. He sneered when he saw the mysterious portal near Duanling Tian and said, "You provoked me first. Do you think you can escape from me now by entering the secret realm?"
You underestimated me. Duanling Tian was still contemplating if he should enter the secret realm or kill the rudimentary supreme god in front of him first when a gust of wind blew past.
Following that, the rudimentary supreme god from the scaling river land appeared and stood between Duanling Tian and the portal, firmly blocking Duanling Tian's way.
Unlike Duanling Tian, he had already stabilized his cultivation, but similar to Duanling Tian, his strongest law was the law of space. He had used the teleportation profundity to block Duanling Tian's way. The person from the scaling riverland was a tall and burly middle-aged man. As soon as he appeared, he looked at Duanling Tian sinisterly and said, "Young man, I'm going to kill you today."
Following that, a huge hammer appeared in the middle-aged man's hand. After a translucent figure appeared above the hammer, he threw the hammer out at Duanling Tian.
Boom! The void rippled as the hammer flew out.
Duanling Tian instinctively tried to teleport but discovered that the surrounding space had been disrupted. "Young man, I knew you comprehended the law of space when you teleported earlier. I won't let you escape using the teleportation profundity," the middle-aged man said with a sneer.
At the same time, a terrifying spatial energy swept out along with the hammer that was flying toward Duanling Tian.
Duanling Tian's expression remained calm when facing the incoming attack. He shook his head and said, "I was still considering if I should let you go and enter the secret realm immediately. It seems like there's no need for me to consider it anymore."
Subsequently, a spatial storm began to rage around Duanling Tian as countless 7-colored sword rays shot out of his body toward the huge hammer. Swoosh! The light from the 7-colored sword rays shone along with the phenomenon of the law that shone for 1,000,000 miles.
"Impossible," the middle-aged man exclaimed in disbelief when he saw the phenomenon of the law that shone for 1,000,000 miles. He knew now that he had greatly underestimated Duanling Tian. After all, in his opinion, a new rudimentary supreme god like Duanling Tian was very easy to kill.
"There's the sword Tao as well." The expression of the middle-aged man from the scaling riverland changed drastically after seeing Duanling Tian's phenomenon of the law that shone for 1,000,000 miles. When he saw Duanling Tian's sword rays easily suppress his attack, his expression changed again. He was shocked. Not only did Duanling Tian comprehend the law of space to the point where it could manifest a phenomenon that shone for 1,000,000 miles, But Duan Ling Tian had also comprehended the Sword Tao, one of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth.
His comprehension of the law of space was far behind that of Duan Ling Tian, and he did not comprehend any of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth. The only advantage he had was his stabilized cultivation base, but the advantage was gone. How could he be unable to see that Duan Ling Tian was an extremely powerful rudimentary supreme god who was a match for intermediate supreme gods at this moment?
He's comparable to intermediate supreme gods. The middle-aged man's eyes widened as a thought appeared in his mind, and he exclaimed, "Why you're Duan Ling Tian?"
The middle-aged man finally remembered the monstrous rudimentary supreme god in the chaotic region who could easily kill most intermediate supreme gods. There were rumors that the other party was comparable to a top intermediate supreme god.
The middle-aged man could not help but lament his bad luck after realizing that he had run into Duan Ling Tian.
"Yes, I'm Duan Ling Tian," Duan Ling Tian replied expressionlessly as his sword rays destroyed the giant hammer and shot toward the middle-aged man.
The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically as he hastily retreated. He could no longer teleport away after all. At the same time he pleaded, "Young Master Duan, please spare me. Forgive me for not recognizing you." The middle-aged man knew if Duan Ling Tian intended to kill him, there was no way for him to escape death. "I gave you a chance, but you didn't appreciate it," Duan Ling Tian said indifferently.
The 7-colored sword rays' speed picked up as soon as Duan Ling Tian's voice fell. Before the middle-aged man could speak again, the sword rays easily passed through the spatial storm and pierced him. The middle-aged man's eyes were filled with despair and regret before he died.
After Duan Ling Tian put away the middle-aged man's prominent divine artifact, he quickly entered the portal.
"I didn't expect to enter the Decasecret realm in just 4 years. I wonder who the other people are."
The others had to be all from the divine offering land or groups of people with the same number from other realms of gods. This was a rule in the chaotic region.
Those who entered the Decasecret realm were either all from the same realm of gods or 2 groups of 5 from 2 different realms of gods. Unlike Decasecret realms, the other multi-person secret realms would only bring in people from the same secret realms, not counting the gatekeepers.
Duan Ling Tian chose to open a Decasecret realm because opening another multi-person secret realm would take a longer time since it took time for people from the same realm of gods to accumulate enough battle merits to open the secret realm. Those who chose to open a Decasecret realm were usually rather powerful. After all, opening a Decasecret realm required a huge number of battle merits.
Needless to say, those entering the Decasecret realm with Duan Ling Tian now were top rudimentary supreme gods who were capable of defeating weak intermediate supreme gods. Alas, they were unaware that there was a monster among them.
Swoosh! After the darkness lifted, Duan Ling Tian discovered that he had been transported to a vast plain in the secret realm. His eyes swept through his surroundings, and he quickly found 4 people. The 4 people stood with their backs facing Duan Ling Tian as they stared into the distance. Duan Ling Tian flew higher and saw another 5 people standing in the distant sky.
"It seems like there are people from 2 different realms of gods here." The Decasecret realm that Duan Ling Tian opened required people from both groups to work together instead of killing each other. However, trust was naturally a major issue when it concerned people from 2 different realms of gods.
At this time, a middle-aged man turned and gestured to Duan Ling Tian. He said, "Brother, over here. We're from the divine offering land." Those 5 men seemed to be from the divine river land. Duan Ling Tian naturally had heard of the divine river land. It was one of the 6 realms of gods, along with the divine offering land and the sanction land, that created the chaotic region. Seeing that the middle-aged man was rather enthusiastic, Duan Ling Tian flew over to stand with the group from the divine offering land. However, he still maintained a slight distance.
Although the 5 of them were from the divine offering land, they all maintained a slight distance from each other. After all, they were strangers even if they all came from the divine offering land. As such, no one found Duan Ling Tian's vigilance strange. At this time, an old man asked, "What's going on?"
When the old man appeared, the 3 men from the divine offering land were already here, and Duan Ling Tian appeared after him.
An average-looking young man dressed in a plain robe asked, "We just arrived not long ago. What's the plan?
Should we work with them, or should we go our own way?" Duanling Tian remained silent. No matter what their decision was, it would not affect him much at all. He would only intervene if the four men wanted to kill the group from the Divine Riverland. After all, the group from the Divine Riverland was free labor. They would help him pass the tests in this secret realm. They are coming over. When the group from the Divine Riverland came over, they looked at Duanling Tian and the others. Although Duanling Tian was now famous in the chaotic region and the various realms of gods, not many people had seen him before. It was obvious that the other 9 people in the secret realm did not recognize him. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to remain calm. At this time, an old man from the Divine Riverland said, "Everyone, I think it's best for us to work together. The tests in this Deca-secret realm might be easy in the beginning, but they'll become progressively harder. If we encounter gatekeepers from other realms of gods later on, it'll be easy for them to defeat us if we don't work together." Although he was old, his voice was filled with vigor. The people from the Divine Offering Land exchanged a look and discussed among themselves through voice transmission before they agreed to join forces with the people from the Divine Riverland. This was exactly what Duanling Tian had hoped for. Duanling Tian was very quiet, so everyone assumed he was just feeling inferior. After all, they could all sense that he was just a new rudimentary supreme god. Nonetheless, they did not dare to underestimate him. After all, he was capable of entering this Deca-secret realm. A weak rudimentary supreme god would have to spend at least 1,000 years in the chaotic region to enter a Deca-secret realm. For this reason, they knew that Duanling Tian had to be somewhat strong to be able to accumulate enough battle merits to enter this Deca-secret realm. Shortly after that, the 10 people faced the first test. Duanling Tian had no interest in the reward they obtained from the first test at all. In the end, the rewards were split equally among the 2 groups. During the second test, only a few people made a move, and they passed the test easily. This time, Duanling Tian saw a reward that caught his attention. Swoosh! Duanling Tian teleported, and when he appeared, he quickly grabbed the reward. Upon seeing this, the expressions of the other 9 people changed immediately. Everyone was surprised by Duanling Tian's action. Regardless if they were from the Divine Offering Land or the Divine River Land, they were all staring at Duanling Tian with menacing expressions on their faces. Earlier, they did not care that Duanling Tian did not contribute during the tests. After all, he was just a new rudimentary supreme god. However, they really did not expect him to shamelessly claim the reward as soon as they passed the second test. The old man from the Divine Riverland grunted as he coldly said, "Boy, you can't take something that doesn't belong to you. I don't care if you don't contribute, but you can't claim the reward. Are you really going to take the reward?" The old man's expression was dark and he did not bother to hide his killing intent. The other 4 men from the Divine Riverland stared at Duanling Tian darkly while the 4 men from the Divine Offering Land frowned. The 4 men from the Divine Offering Land could not help but wonder what Duanling Tian was thinking. They wondered if Duanling Tian thought that they would take his side simply because they were all from the Divine Offering Land. Not long after the old man finished speaking, the 4 men from the Divine Riverland mobilized their divine energy immediately and cast their laws. Streams of energy in various colors illuminated the surroundings immediately. Duanling Tian smiled and said, "Yes. What are you going to do about it?" Following that, Duanling Tian released his divine energy. At the same time, the phenomenon of the law that shone for 1,000,000 miles appeared. Needless to say, the others were shocked to see Duanling Tian's display of strength. Even the strongest among them could only manifest the phenomenon of the law that shone for 100,000 miles. How could they not be shocked that a new rudimentary supreme god could manifest the phenomenon of the law that shone for 1,000,000 miles? Swoosh! A sword cry rang in the air as a 7-colored sword appeared in the middle of a spatial storm. Its terrifying aura seemed like it could cleave heaven and earth into 2, and the void shook violently around it. In the next moment, a wave of energy swept over the 9 men and easily extinguished the divine energy simmering on the surface of their skin. Their expressions changed, and they hastily tried to mobilize their divine energies again. At the same time, they quickly brought out their prominent divine artifacts. Alas, countless sword rays shot out from the 7-colored sword and swept toward them again.
In just a moment, their prominent divine artifacts that were shining brilliantly just a moment before dimmed. The energy was so terrifying that it made all of them shudder. Suddenly, someone from the divine offering land exclaimed, "Why you're Duanling Tian?" Needless to say, these words shocked the others. Duanling Tian? He's Duanling Tian. It's really him. He entered the realm battlefield and the chaotic region as a member of our divine offering land. He comprehends the law of space, the sword Dao, and the mastery Dao. It has to be him. Duanling Tian is said to possess a 7-colored sword as well. Heavens! He's really Duanling Tian. I didn't think much of him earlier. Who would have known that he's Duanling Tian? Compared to those from the other realms of gods, those from the divine offering land knew quite a lot about Duanling Tian since Duanling Tian entered the realm battlefield as a member of the divine offering land. There were also some people from the divine offering land who vehemently denied that Duanling Tian was from the profound energy land, and they insisted that he was a native of the divine offering land. After all, they wanted to brag that such a monstrous prodigy, who was known as a heaven-defying rudimentary supreme god, was from the divine offering land. Meanwhile, the men from the divine river land might not know as much about Duanling Tian, but they had all heard of Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian? He's Duanling Tian? The face of the old man from the divine river land turned pale. Damn it! It'll be easy for him to kill me if he's Duanling Tian. With his strength, even if all of us join forces with those 4 from the divine offering land, we still won't be a match for him. The expressions of the 4 men from the divine river land changed upon hearing the old man's words. However, one of them quickly calmed down and said, "It's not certain that he'll kill you. If he wanted to kill us, he would have done so earlier." It's clear that he only claimed that reward because it caught his attention. After all, he didn't claim the earlier rewards. The expressions of the other 4 men from the divine river land eased upon hearing these words. Their lives were not in danger if all Duanling Tian wanted was the rewards. They knew the chaotic region was dangerous and could lead to their deaths, but nobody wanted to die if they could survive. At this time, the person from the divine riverland who remained calm earlier stepped forward. He bowed and said respectfully, "Lord Duan, the 5 of us are willing to give up on the rewards you want. In fact, you don't have to do anything during the upcoming tests. You can leave them to us. If any of the rewards catches your eye, you can have them." A hint of cunning could be seen in the man's eyes when he spoke. Meanwhile, although the other 4 men from the divine riverland were unhappy with these words, they knew they had no other choice. After all, Duanling Tian might show mercy to those from the divine offering land, but he definitely would not show mercy to them. Duanling Tian looked at the middle-aged man and said with a smile, "You're quite smart, and I like smart people. As long as the 5 of you from the divine riverland put in all your effort to pass the upcoming tests, you'll be able to leave the secret realm alive. Even if you're gravely injured from the tests, I promise not to kill you." "Thank you, Lord Duan." Although Duanling Tian was not even 1,000 years old and was younger than their descendants, no one dared to underestimate him. After all, he was someone who defeated Ning Yixin, who was previously the most outstanding young prodigy in the god-defying world. A person like Duanling Tian would definitely become a supreme powerhouse as long as he did not die before his time. Meanwhile, the expressions of the men from the divine offering land after listening to the exchange between Duanling Tian and the men from the divine river land. This meant that they also had no choice but to allow Duanling Tian to claim the rewards he wanted. In the end, the middle-aged man, who greeted Duanling Tian first earlier, smiled and said, "Lord Duan, forgive us for not recognizing you earlier. The 4 of us are naturally at your service. We won't touch the rewards you want." With the 4 men from the divine offering land also currying favor with Duanling Tian's time in the secret realm was like a personal treasure-hunting trip. After a few rounds of tests, the 9 men could only smile bitterly as Duanling Tian claimed almost all of the rewards. In the end, some of them did not even want to look at rewards to avoid feeling frustrated. Although some of the rewards were useless to Duanling Tian, it did not mean that they were useless to his family and friends. As time passed, Duanling Tian would step forward when it was necessary and help the others pass the tests. The 9 men sighed in relief as they watched Duanling Tian. They were glad that they did not oppose him earlier.
Otherwise, they would definitely die. At the same time, they could not help but curse at the rules of the secret realm. In order to leave, all 10 of them had to agree to leave. As such, unless Duan Ling Tian agreed to leave, none of them could leave, and they could only continue to help Duan Ling Tian pass the tests. A few days later, the tests in the Decasecret realm finally came to an end. They passed all the tests easily. Under normal circumstances, this was an achievement worth celebrating. But at this moment, the 9 men were not in a celebratory mood at all. I gained quite a lot this time. I should continue to accumulate battle merits and open up multi-person secret realms. Hopefully, I'll have people to labor for me again. Duan Ling Tian was the only one who was in a good mood. He ignored the dark expressions on the 9 men's faces and said with a bright smile, "I hope we meet again in a secret realm." Inwardly, the 9 men swore that they would never open a multi-person secret realm again. Conversely, Duan Ling Tian had no thoughts about opening a single-person secret realm and toiling on his own again after tasting the joy of a multi-person secret realm. Time flew by, and during this time, Duan Ling Tian gained a lot from a number of multi-person secret realms he opened. His cultivation had also progressed, and he was getting closer to stabilizing his cultivation base in the realm of a rudimentary supreme god. Most importantly, the advanced chaotic region would be appearing any time now. I might be able to meet 3rd senior brother and 4th senior sister in the advanced chaotic region. Perhaps, I might also be able to meet 2nd senior brother whom I've never met before. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. The years flew by so quickly, and Duan Ling Tian gained a lot during those years. Conversely, those who ran into him suffered greatly. Damn it. If I'm lucky and become stronger than Duan Ling Tian in the future, I'll crush him into pieces. Nice people finish last. That Duan Ling Tian is a bully. Duan Ling Tian's an animal. Duan Ling Tian was unaware that people in the chaotic region were cursing him throughout the years. News of his actions spread widely, and those who were fortunate enough not to run into him felt grateful. Otherwise, the battle merits they painstakingly accumulated would have been in vain. Nonetheless, even if Duan Ling Tian were aware that his victims had been cursing him, he would not have cared at all. If he was ruthless, they would have lost more than just their battle merits. Death was commonplace on the realm battlefield and the chaotic region. They were places where the strong preyed on the weak. In such a dog-eat-dog world, no one would show mercy to their opponents. It did not mean that those who killed were evil. The competition between the 18 realms of gods will begin once the 3 chaotic regions merged into the advanced chaotic region. At that time, the rankings would be open as well. On the day the advanced chaotic region appeared, the base camps did not grow bigger, but the number of people increased greatly. When the 3 chaotic regions merged, the places and base camps would overlap. At the moment of merging, many people from the various realms of gods appeared out of thin air in the base camps. When some of them appeared, they were so close to another person that they were within kissing distance of each other. In some cases, they would appear on top of another person. There was even a case where 3 men were stacked on top of each other. Who's that on my head? Get lost. Damn it. How dare you step on my head? You stepped on my head. Do you have a death wish? Sorry. I didn't mean to do that. Why are you so rude? Fighting is prohibited in the base camps. Why don't you make a move if you have the courage? Do you think I have a choice? It's the supreme powerhouses who arranged for things to be like that. Why don't you complain to them? Indeed, this was all arranged by the supreme powerhouses. Alas, we can't see the rankings yet. They'll only appear in the sky of the various realm battlefields when the advanced chaotic region closes. The advanced chaotic region would close before the realm battlefield closed, and at that time the rankings would appear in the sky. Those who made it into the top 10 would know their ranks, but they would have to check the rankings to see who else made it into the top 10. After that, they would be rewarded accordingly. The competition is going to be even fiercer than before. Blood will flow like rivers in the advanced chaotic region. Many people sighed when they thought about the advanced chaotic region. Since the base camps did not increase in size after the merging of the 3 chaotic regions, it was only natural that the base camps became incredibly packed now that the number of people increased. However, the number of people in the base camps dwindled quickly as more and more people left the base camps through transportation formations. Most people in the base camps were divided into three types of people. There were those who knew how perilous the advanced chaotic region was, so they decided to leave the advanced chaotic region and return to the realm battlefield through the transportation formations in the base camps. Their decision was not surprising because the competition would be incredibly intense now that people from 18 realms of gods would be competing against each other. The second type of people were those who chose to stay in the advanced chaotic region. They knew that greater danger meant greater rewards. They were willing to risk their lives pursuing better fortuitous encounters. If they survived, they would definitely gain a lot, and their gains might even be life-changing. Finally, the third type of people were those who chose to stay in the base camps to monitor the situation in the advanced chaotic region first. If the advanced chaotic region was much more brutal than they had imagined, they would leave. Conversely, if the level of danger was within their expectations, they would venture out of the base camps into the advanced chaotic region to compete with the others from the various realms of gods. Many people left. However, I think there's less than a 20% decrease in the number of people in the base camps. It seems like there are more people who chose to stay and observe the situation.
There are many people who left the base camps.
I'm going to stay and observe the situation first. I really admire those who ventured out to the advanced chaotic region. They're paving the way for us. Duan Ling Tian heard many similar conversations in the base camp. He was calm as he followed some people who were leaving the base camps. Previously, before the advanced chaotic region appeared, he had entered a base camp first. This was to avoid meeting an advanced supreme god in the advanced chaotic region when he was unprepared. Although there was a penalty for killing opponents with lower cultivation bases, it did not matter in the beginning since everyone had 0 chaotic points anyway. Duan Ling Tian did not let his fear of advanced supreme gods stop him from leaving the base camp, and he did not stay in the base camp to observe the situation first. If he let his fear stop him, then there was no point in staying at all.
Now that he was prepared, even if he ran into advanced supreme gods later, he still had a chance of escaping from them.
Chaotic points are integral to rise in the rankings. Battle merits are still important as well since I can still open secret realms in the advanced chaotic region. The rules from before still apply even though there are new rules in the advanced chaotic region. Due to the rules in the advanced chaotic region, people won't kill indiscriminately, especially when they begin to accumulate chaotic points. At the same time, the fights between those with the same cultivation bases will become more intense. It'll also be the norm for strong prodigies to fight those with higher cultivation bases. Before entering the advanced chaotic region, Duan Ling Tian had already decided to search for opponents who were intermediate supreme gods. Killing intermediate supreme gods was the fastest way for him to accumulate chaotic points. I wonder if Ning Yixian has had a breakthrough? After leaving the base camp, Duan Ling Tian brought his battle merit token out of his spatial ring and discovered that it was covered with a layer of energy. Following that, another token slowly formed next to the battle merit token. He probed the token with his divine consciousness and found the number 0, which indicated the number of chaotic points he had now.
I wonder how long it will take for me to obtain my first chaotic point, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Since the size of the chaotic region remained the same, the probability of running into other people had increased now that the number of people had increased. As such, everyone in the advanced chaotic region was very vigilant. After wandering for half a day, Duan Ling Tian had yet to meet anyone. In fact, before the 3 chaotic regions merged, it was quite common to see people flying in the sky. However, up until now, he had yet to see anyone flying in the sky.
It seems like everyone is lying low. Due to everyone's vigilance, it was difficult for Duan Ling Tian to find an opponent. At the same time, he was also constantly on guard, afraid of being targeted. After the advanced chaotic region appeared, many people chose to stay and observe in the base camps while a group of people left the base camp to hunt for opponents. The competition was going to be fierce, and those who wished to rank in the top 10 definitely would not miss out on the opportunity. Ning Yixian, who had just broken through and become an intermediate supreme god, naturally did not stay in the base camp. He quickly entered the advanced chaotic region to look for opponents and accumulate chaotic points. Even if I can't rank at the top, I have to rank in the top 10. Ning Yixian was in high spirits when he left the base camp. He did not think that he would be at a disadvantage even though he had just broken through into the realm of an intermediate supreme god. In fact, he saw this as a challenge.
When Ning Yixian was first defeated by Duan Lingtian, he fell into a slump for a while. However, when he got out of the slump, he became even more motivated than before.
Previously, before the advanced chaotic region appeared, the ancestor of the Ning clan had advised Ning Yixian to hold back from breaking through the realm of an intermediate supreme god. After all, if he stayed in the realm of a rudimentary supreme god, it was highly likely that he would rank in the top 3. However, he did not listen to his ancestor's advice. He had a feeling if he did not break through now, it would be difficult for him to break through in the future. Previously, when Ning Yixian was defeated by Duan Lingtian, he almost formed a heart devil. In his opinion, if he had held back from breaking through to compete with rudimentary supreme gods, he would likely form a heart devil.
At that time, it would be difficult for him to become an intermediate supreme god.
In the history of the various realms of gods, there were many prodigies who formed heart devils for various reasons. In the end, their progress stagnated, and they slowly disappeared from the public eye. After considering everything, Ning Yixian told the ancestor of the Ning clan about his thoughts and the reason why he decided to break through into the realm of an intermediate supreme god. Although the ancestor of the Ning clan felt that it was a pity, the ancestor ultimately agreed with Ning Yixian's choice.
It doesn't matter if I've yet to stabilize my cultivation base after becoming an intermediate supreme god. Duan Lingtian had yet to stabilize his cultivation base in the realm of a rudimentary supreme god, but he was peerless among the rudimentary supreme gods in the chaotic region before this. His strength is comparable to the powerful intermediate supreme gods. As such, it's not impossible for me to be peerless among intermediate supreme gods as well. If he could do it, there is no reason why I can't do it. Moreover, now that I've broken through, how can I not be as good as him?
Ning Yixian had always been very confident about his strength. Even before his breakthrough, he was capable of defeating intermediate supreme gods who had stabilized their cultivation bases. It was due to this that he was acknowledged as the strongest young prodigy in the god-defying world. Now that I'm an intermediate supreme god, how many intermediate supreme gods are a match for me? After a few months, Ning Yixian hunted down several intermediate supreme gods one after another. As such, his confidence continued to soar. He was so confident that he boldly extended his divine consciousness to probe his surroundings, and when he detected an intermediate supreme god, he did not consider how strong the other party was and immediately flew over. In Ning Yixian's opinion, no matter how strong the other party was just an intermediate supreme god. Even if he could not defeat the other party, it also would not be easy for the other party to defeat him unless the other party was among the strongest intermediate supreme gods in the god-defying world. However, there were very few intermediate supreme gods like that.
Meanwhile, a white-clad young man who was hidden at the foot of a mountain looked at Ning Yixian, who flew out in shock.
He's just broken through into the realm of an intermediate supreme god recently and his cultivation base isn't stable, but he dares to come to me after he sensed my presence?
Does he have a death wish? Yang Yuqin did not expect another person so soon after he left the base camp. Moreover, the person who came for him was a new intermediate supreme god who had yet to stabilize his cultivation base. He wondered if everyone was so arrogant nowadays. Yang Yuqin complained inwardly, "Do you think you're like my junior brother who's invincible among rudimentary supreme gods despite not having stabilized his cultivation base yet?"
Compared to the others, Yang Yuqin heard about Duan Lingtian's feats in the chaotic region much later since he was on the profound Zen battlefield, not the profound energy land.
He only heard about Duan Lingtian when he was in base camp on the profound Zen battlefield before the advanced chaotic region appeared. He did not expect that Duan Lingtian would become so famous on the divine-sanctioned battlefield in just a few decades.
Yang Yuqin knew that Duan Lingtian was a rudimentary supreme god who was not even 1,000 years old. But he really did not know when Duan Lingtian comprehended the law of space to the point where he could manifest the phenomenon that shone for 1,000,000 miles. Clearly, Duan Lingtian's comprehension of the law had caught up to his. Yang Yuqin also heard that Duan Lingtian's sword Dao and mastery Dao had grown stronger, and that Duan Lingtian was now on par with intermediate supreme gods like him. Apart from that, he also heard that the descendants of the supreme powerhouses were searching for Duan Lingtian. But their search was futile. After hearing about Duan Lingtian, Yang Yuchun felt that he had found a treasure for the Myriad Laws Academy's Inner Palace faction. He had long known that his junior brother was extraordinary, but he did not expect his junior brother to become famous so fast. Currently, there were likely not many prominent figures in the realms of gods who had not heard of his junior brother.
Yang Yuchun sighed emotionally. He's even more famous than I am. Among the members of the Inner Palace faction, his fame in the various realms of gods is only second to that of eldest senior sister. At the same time, Yang Yuchun was speechless and baffled as he watched the new intermediate supreme god flying toward him. Is he trying to be like my junior brother?
Do I look like an easy target?
What an arrogant kid.
Let me teach you a lesson.
With this thought in mind, Yang Yuchun, who was sitting cross-legged at the foot of a mountain, rose to his feet and flew out to meet the young man.
In just a blink of an eye, the duo stood across from each other. Before Yang Yuchun could speak, the young man, who was a new intermediate supreme god, made a move and revealed his strength. With this, he finally realized why the young man was so confident. He's just become an intermediate supreme god, but he's so strong. Wait, this law and bloodline power. When the young man used his bloodline power, a name appeared in Yang Yuchun's mind. It was the name of a person who was famous in all realms of gods. Ning Yixian, the peerless prodigy from the Ning clan. Is it really him?
He didn't suppress his cultivation and broke through into the realm of an intermediate supreme god instead? Isn't he aware that it's going to be much more difficult for him to rank in the top 10 in the intermediate supreme god ranking?
It did not take long for Yang Yuchun to confirm that the young man was Ning Yixian, the prodigy of the Ning clan, who met his junior brother once and was almost killed by his junior brother. At that time, it was the ancestor of the Ning clan who saved Ning Yixian's life. He also heard that when his junior brother was surrounded and almost killed by a group of intermediate supreme gods, Ning Yixian had saved his junior brother's life. I thought I'd be able to accumulate chaotic points. I didn't expect to meet him. Considering that he saved junior brother, I can't kill him. However, it doesn't mean that I can't teach him a lesson. Coincidentally, after I've grown stronger, I've yet to test it out against powerful intermediate supreme gods. Yang Yuchun chuckled inwardly as he finally made his move. Yang Yuchun remained silent and did not reveal his identity. He planned to teach Ning Yixian a lesson first. Meanwhile, Ning Yixian, who took the initiative to attack, was in a good mood as he thought to himself. Although this guy has already stabilized his cultivation base, it seems like he's not very confident about his strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't have hidden at the foot of the mountain. I think I may be able to kill him within 3 moves. Look at him rushing toward me recklessly.
In Ning Yixian's eyes, the young man flying toward him was no different from a dead man walking at this moment. However, in the next moment, just as he thought he had gained the upper hand, his expression changed dramatically.
He realized that he had been greatly mistaken. The other party was a top intermediate supreme god. Boom! The fierce battle between the 2 intermediate supreme gods continued. At this time, Duanling Tian was in a different area in the advanced chaotic region. Over the past few months, he had killed several rudimentary supreme gods and 2 intermediate supreme gods. He would obtain 1 chaotic point when he killed a rudimentary supreme god and obtain 2 chaotic points when he killed an intermediate supreme god. Currently, he had accumulated a decent number of chaotic points. I gained quite a lot of battle merits as well. Should I open a secret realm for fun? The corners of Duanling Tian's lips curled up into a smile when he recalled how he had robbed the rewards in the multi-person secret realms he opened from a group of people. He would gain even more if he opened a multi-person secret realm in the advanced chaotic region and killed everyone there. However, am I being too ruthless? Duanling Tian felt slightly guilty when he thought about attacking the people in the secret realm.
Moreover, if they're from the divine offering land, I won't get chaotic points from killing them. Forget it. I'll just settle for the rewards from passing the tests. I wonder if I'll be rewarded with a lot of chaotic points.
In the end, Duanling Tian used a lot of battle merits to open a Deca-secret realm. The rules were similar to the ones before. Those who entered the secret realm would either be from the same realm of gods as Duanling Tian, or they would be 2 groups of people from 2 different realms of gods.
This time, I won't let them make a move. I'll do all the work this time. I'll kill whoever dares to make a move. After all, unlike before, the chaotic points one would be rewarded within the secret realm depended on how much one contributed.
Duan Ling Tian was already very familiar with the process of opening a multi-person secret realm. He had opened a few multi-person secret realms in the past years, and they were not ordinary multi-person secret realms. The multi-secret realms were rather impressive, and those who entered the same secret realms were so impressed that they would never forget their experience for the rest of their lives. Thinking about it now, I feel a little guilty for making everyone do all the work previously. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself with a sigh. This time I'll be kinder. If I meet those people from before, I'll repay them for their previous efforts.
Since Duan Ling Tian had accumulated a lot of battle merits, he still had many battle merits left after opening the Deca Secret Realm.
He did not use too many battle merits to open the secret realm because if he had done so, it was likely he would not be able to enter the secret realm even after the advanced chaotic region and the realm battlefield closed. The battle merits had to be in the same range for everyone to enter a multi-person secret realm.
For example, if Duan Ling Tian used 1,000 battle merits to open the secret realm, only those who used 800 to 1,200 battle merits during this time to open a secret realm would be assigned to the same secret realm as him.
Those who spent below 800 and above 1,200 battle merits would not be assigned to the same secret realm as him. This was a rule as well.
Needless to say, this constraint did not apply to single-person secret realms. If one spent a lot of battle merits to open a single-person secret realm, one did not have to wait to enter the secret realm. After entering, one would go through the tests alone and had to defeat gatekeepers from other realms of gods who were dragged into the secret realm alone. Under normal circumstances, I should be able to obtain more chaotic points in multi-person secret realms compared to single-person secret realms that are opened with the same number of battle merits.
If all 10 people use 1,000 battle merits to open a Deca Secret Realm, it means that the Deca Secret Realm is opened with 10,000 battle merits. How can it compare to one person using 1,000 battle merits to open a single-person secret realm? The value of the single-person secret realm is only 1/10 of that of a Deca Secret Realm.
After thinking about it, this was the conclusion that Duan Ling Tian came up with.
After considering everything, it's better to open a multi-person secret realm. Just like before, I'll open a Deca Secret Realm first before opening a Hepta Secret Realm and a Nonus Secret Realm. As news spreads, people will find out that I'm a kind person who does all the work. They'll definitely pity me at that time.
Previously, after leaving the Deca Secret Realm, news of Duan Ling Tian taking almost all of the rewards in the Secret Realm began to spread. As such, no one dared to open a Deca Secret Realm for quite a while. As such, he opened a Hepta Secret Realm, a secret realm that could accommodate 7 people. Similar to before, news of his actions spread and people stopped opening Hepta Secret Realms.
The same thing happened when he opened a Nona Secret Realm, a secret realm that could accommodate 9 people as well.
Duan Ling Tian had randomly changed up the multi-person secret realms he opened, and the unlucky people who did the same thing to avoid Duan Ling Tian were still pulled into the secret realm as him.
Wait, to throw them off, perhaps, I should open a Deca Secret Realm twice in a row. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. While he waited to enter the Deca Secret Realm, he continued to wander the advanced chaotic region. Needless to say, he maintained a low profile. Whenever he killed someone, he would immediately leave the area. Apart from that, the places he traveled were random to avoid being tracked and targeted. After all, currently, not only were descendants of supreme powerhouses after him, but some members of the Yun clan and others who saw him as a threat were also after him. Meanwhile, Yang Yuchun and Ning Yixian's fight in another area of the advanced chaotic region finally ended after a few dozen moves.
Unsurprisingly, Ning Yixian lost. He looked at the white-clad young man in front of him and said solemnly in a deep voice, "You're very powerful. I'm sure you're not a nobody in the realms of gods. What's your name, sir?"
Ning Yixian did not expect to lose at all. He had assumed his opponent was weak because his opponent was hiding. To his surprise, his opponent was much stronger than he had expected. In fact, his opponent was more than capable of killing weak advanced supreme gods.
Yang Yuchun no longer intended to keep his identity a secret at this time. Hence, he said, "My name is Yang Yuchun. I'm just a nobody. You might not have heard of me, young Master Ning."
Ning Yixian's eyes widened as he exclaimed, "You've already figured out my identity? Yang Yuchan said with a faint smile. You just became an intermediate supreme god, but your combat power is very strong. In the god-defying world, except for young Master Ning, I couldn't think of anyone who's capable of such a thing. Moreover, your law and your bloodline power also gave you away. In fact, Yang Yuqin had figured out Ning Yixian's identity through Ning Yixian's bloodline power and law when Ning Yixian made a move. Yang Yuqin. Ning Yixian found the name familiar, but he could not figure out where or when he heard it before. He was familiar with the names of outstanding prodigies and had a slight impression of second-rate prodigies. He frowned as he continued thinking to himself, "It's impossible for me to not know such a powerful intermediate supreme god. Who is he?" Yang Yuqin could not help but laugh when he saw the skeptical expression on Ning Yixian's face. He said, "Young Master Ning, there's no need to think so hard. As I said earlier, I'm just a nobody." Upon hearing this, Ning Yixian asked in a deep voice, "Did you only grow stronger recently? You weren't this strong before, right? I find your name vaguely familiar, but I don't know why." Yang Yuqin smiled slightly and said, "Young Master Ning, it's only natural that you've not heard of a nobody like me." He paused briefly before he continued to say, "However, there's one thing I'd like to tell you. I spared your life today to repay you for saving my junior brother's life." Ning Yixian frowned upon hearing these words. "Your junior brother? Who's your junior brother?" Ning Yixian did not understand what Yang Yuqin meant by repay you for saving my junior brother's life. In the next moment, before Yang Yuqin could reply, the figure of the person he last saved appeared in Ning Yixian's mind. It was none other than Duan Ling Tian. Following that, he recalled that Duan Ling Tian was from the Myriad Laws Academy, and he finally figured out who Yang Yuqin was. Yang Yuqin was the Vice Academy Master of the Myriad Laws Academy, and he was the youngest intermediate supreme god in the Myriad Laws Academy. He was a prodigy in his own right and was famous in the profound energy land. Ning Yixian had heard of Yang Yuqin in the past, but he did not pay much attention at that time. In his eyes, Yang Yuqin was just a second-rate prodigy and could not be considered among the top prodigies in the god-defying world. In his opinion, Yang Yuqin was not in the same league as him at all. However, after his encounter with Yang Yuqin today, Ning Yixian had revised his opinion of Yang Yuqin. Currently, he no longer thought that Yang Yuqin was a second-rate prodigy, and he was convinced that Yang Yuqin was a top prodigy. Yang Yuqin's age and strength undoubtedly made Yang Yuqin a top prodigy. Your comprehension of the law has improved, and your mastery Dao is much stronger than rumored, Ning Yixian said, surprised. So you're the Vice Academy Master of the Myriad Laws Academy. Although Ning Yixian acknowledged that Yang Yuqin was a top prodigy, his voice remained indifferent as he said, "You said that you spared my life to repay me for saving Duan Ling Tian? Don't you think you underestimated me? Although I'm not as strong as you are, if I want to escape, you won't be able to stop me, right? As such, how can it be considered as sparing my life?" At the end of his words, a mocking smile could be seen on Ning Yixian's face. Yang Yuqin smiled when he heard Ning Yixian's words. He said, "Young Master Ning, the result has been set in stone. I'll give you a chance. If you can escape for half a mile before I catch up to you, I'll admit that I'm unable to stop you. At that time, I'll naturally rescind what I said about sparing your life because you saved my junior brother." Although Yang Yuqin spoke calmly, his eyes were brimming with confidence. At the same time, Ning Yixian smiled coldly after listening to Yang Yuqin's words. He said, "Very well. Vice Academy Master Yang, please show me your ability." Following that, Ning Yixian did not waste time and left. Yang Yuqin made a move as well. Ning Yixian burst forth with power, trying to stop Yang Yuqin while he escaped. However, as soon as he released his energy, he discovered that Yang Yuqin did not use his weapon from earlier. Instead, Yang Yuqin switched to a weapon that resembled a ribbon sash. The ribbon sash looked ordinary, but as it moved, it began to lengthen continuously and circled the surroundings. When it moved, the void shook and rippled in its wake. In just an instant, Ning Yixian felt a terrible oppressive force pressing on him from all directions. Prime Divine Artifact. Ning Yixian's expression changed immediately. In the next moment, the ribbon sash bound Ning Yixian until he resembled a mummy. Only his head was exposed in the end. He struggled with all his might and tried to escape, but he was completely powerless and unable to free himself. Swoosh!
A gust of wind blew past and Yang Yuchen appeared in front of Ning Yixian. He said with a smile, "Young Master Ning, what do you think now?
If I want to kill you, do you still think you're capable of resisting? Unless you use another life-saving jade token from your Ning clan's ancestor, it'll be hard for you to survive, right?"
Yang Yuchen stared at Ning Yixian intently as he continued to say, "I don't know if you still have a life-saving jade token now. However, even if you do, are you going to use it instead of accepting this as me sparing your life for saving my junior brother?
You should know that your ancestor was punished for breaking the rule previously." At the end of his words, Yang Yuchen's gaze turned piercing. "Yang Yuchen, you actually possess a prime divine artifact." Ning Yixian looked at the ribbon sash in Yang Yuchen's hand in shock. Although he, who was highly favored by the supreme powerhouse in the Ning clan, did not need to collect fragments of prime divine artifacts, he would not be bestowed with a prime divine artifact until his strength had reached a certain level. This was an agreement made between the supreme powerhouses. The supreme powerhouses kept each other in check. They were worried some descendants would use prime divine artifacts to kill talented prodigies without a strong background. In the god-defying world, most supreme powerhouses were once ordinary cultivators with no background. Very few supreme powerhouses were born with silver spoons in their mouths, and very few of them were descendants of supreme powerhouses. Many of those who were born with silver spoons in their mouths were used to living comfortable lives and lacked the motivation to grow stronger. They were unlike ordinary people who could only rely on themselves for everything. Only by becoming a supreme powerhouse would they be able to control their own destiny. Due to Ning Yixian's privileged life, he did not expect Yang Yuchen to possess a prime divine artifact when he did not even have one. Although the Myriad Laws Academy had connections with a few supreme powerhouses, it was impossible for those supreme powerhouses to give the Myriad Laws Academy a prime divine artifact for no good reason. Under normal circumstances, ordinary people could only obtain a prime divine artifact by collecting fragments of prime divine artifacts. If one were lucky enough to stumble upon the place where a supreme powerhouse fell, one might be able to find a prime divine artifact among the possessions of the supreme powerhouse. In the outer boundary where supreme powerhouses died in fights, one might even find 2 prime divine artifacts. Ning Yixian thought that Yang Yuchen was very lucky if Yang Yuchen truly found a prime divine artifact. However, if Yang Yuchen's prime divine artifact came from the outer boundary, then it could only be said that Yang Yuchen had an amazing eldest senior sister. Ning Yixian had heard of Yang Yuchen's eldest senior sister from the ancestor of the Ning clan before. Most importantly, the ancestor of the Ning clan had nothing but praise for her. The ancestor of the Ning clan had said that as long as she did not die prematurely, she would definitely become a supreme powerhouse. At that time, he had asked the ancestor of the Ning clan how he was compared to her, and the ancestor had said that there was no comparison. The ancestor had said that he lived a sheltered life while she was a prodigy who fought all the way to where she was today. She might not be as strong as he was at his age, but few people could compare to her now. At that time, he had been very dissatisfied with the answer, but as time passed, he was convinced of her strength. She was even stronger than he had imagined if she truly found a prime divine artifact for Yang Yuchen. Even if the prime divine artifact in her possession was given to her by a supreme powerhouse, there was no doubt that she obtained Yang Yuchen's prime divine artifact on her own. Yang Yuchen only shook his head and smiled when he saw Ning Yixian looking at his prime divine artifact with a mixture of shock and horror. He said, "What a pity, young Master Ning. Your strength isn't at the point where the Ning clan will bestow you with a prime divine artifact yet. If you possess a prime divine artifact, I really might not be able to stop you. Anyway, what do you think, young Master Ning? Do you think I'm capable of killing you now?" Yang Yuchen's smile widened at the end of his words. Ning Yixian said resentfully, "Yang Yuchen, you didn't win because of your strength." In Ning Yixian's opinion, without the prime divine artifact, Yang Yuchen would not have been able to stop him from escaping. "I didn't win because of my strength?" Yang Yuchen raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, "Young Master Ning, don't you think you're too naive? This prime divine artifact belongs to me. Why can't I use it?" "If you possess a prime divine artifact, would you not have used it earlier?" Ning Yixian's face turned red when he heard Yang Yuchen's questions. In the end, he had no choice but to say, "I'll consider the favor repaid."
I won't ask for Duan Tian to repay the favor from now on. That's more like it, young Master Ning, Yang Yuchen said with a slight smile as he put away his prime divine artifact after letting Ning Yixian go. After regaining his freedom, Ning Yixian left without looking back. Yang Yuchen looked at Ning Yixian's back and sighed softly. Junior brother, I can only help you with this. Perhaps it won't be long before I'll be of no help to you. Yang Yuchen had been amazed when he heard about Duan Tian's progress. He even felt that it would not be long before Duan Tian surpassed him. Second senior brother should be in the advanced chaotic region as well. I'm sure he must have heard about junior brother. Alas, he probably doesn't know that Duan Tian is our junior brother. He'll feel greatly pressured if he finds out Duan Tian is our junior brother, right? Yang Yuchen could not help but smile when he thought about this. In the past, when Yang Yuchen first joined the Inner Palace faction, his innate talent and comprehension skills had greatly pressured his second senior brother. At that time, his second senior brother had worked very hard. When the realm battlefield opened, his second senior brother entered the realm battlefield, and there had been no news of him since then. I wonder how second senior brother is doing now. Is he close to becoming an advanced supreme god? While Yang Yuchen was thinking about his second senior brother, a range of volcanoes in the advanced chaotic region began to show signs of eruption. Boom, boom, boom. It did not take long before the volcanoes erupted. Magma rained down from the sky and flowed on the ground, spreading in all directions. Swoosh! A figure flew up from the belly of a majestic volcano. The figure belonged to a tall and strong young man. At this time, his energy was chaotic and turbulent, but he was laughing. The young man's body was shrouded in flames, and after a while, a figure emitting a golden light shot out of his body. As the flames rose, the golden light grew brighter as well. Following that, two phenomena that shone for 10 million miles appeared. The muscular young man laughed wantonly, looking a little arrogant as he said, "My law of fire is now capable of manifesting a phenomenon that can shine for 10 million miles. With my true body and doppelgangers from the law of fire and the law of metal, who under the realm of an advanced supreme god can defeat me? This time, I, Hong Yifeng, am determined to rank first in the ranking for intermediate supreme gods in the advanced chaotic region," the young man said with bright eyes and a confident expression on his face. After a moment, he seemed to have discovered something and quickly looked east with burning eyes. "Two intermediate supreme gods? Since you're here, don't even think about leaving." The muscular young man flew out. He moved as fast as lightning. In just a blink of an eye, he arrived near two intermediate supreme gods, who were attracted by the volcano's abnormal movements here. Following that, two phenomena of the law that shone for 10 million miles appeared in the sky, easily suppressing two faint phenomena that shone for 100,000 miles. In just a few breaths, two huge figures rose in the sky and let out a cry before they crumbled to the ground. Just like that, two intermediate supreme gods died. "They're too weak." After Hong Yifeng put away the two intermediate supreme gods' prominent divine artifacts, he flew away. Although his strength had improved, he continued to keep a low profile. After all, he had yet to break through and become an advanced supreme god. There were quite a few advanced supreme gods in the advanced chaotic region after all. He was confident that he would be able to deal with ordinary advanced supreme gods, but he was worried about running into powerful advanced supreme gods. I wonder if that monstrous prodigy, Duan Tian, is from our Inner Palace faction? If he is a member of the faction, third junior brother must have recruited him after I left. In any case, he's really amazing. He just became a rudimentary supreme god, but he can already kill most intermediate supreme gods. Well, it doesn't matter. I'll be able to confirm if he's from the Inner Palace faction when I meet him, or when I return to the Myriad Laws Academy after the realm battlefield closes. At this time, Hong Yifeng was unaware that his third junior brother, Yang Yuchen, was also in the advanced chaotic region. If he were aware of this, he would have scolded Yang Yuchen for running to the advanced chaotic region after their eldest senior sister asked Yang Yuchen to guard the Inner Palace faction. After all, Hong Yifeng was unaware that his fourth junior sister, Lang Chun Yuan, was now a rudimentary supreme god and had been entrusted by Yang Yuchen to guard the Inner Palace faction. Naturally, he was also unaware that Lang Chunyuan had sent the doppelganger from the strongest law to the advanced chaotic region as well to join the fun. At this moment, Lang Chunyuan's doppelganger, whose strength was comparable to that of a top rudimentary supreme god, was wandering fearlessly in the advanced chaotic region. Needless to say, it was fearless because it was just a doppelganger. She continued to kill all the rudimentary supreme gods she came across. Occasionally, she would run into one or two intermediate supreme gods she was unable to defeat, but it was not a problem for her to escape from them. After the advanced chaotic region appeared, among the 3 members of the Inner Palace faction, Lang Chunyuan killed the most people. The number of people she killed was double that of Hong Yifeng, who was in second place. I can't let junior brother surpass me. The first place for rudimentary supreme god ranking belongs to me. At this time, Duan Ling Tian, the youngest in the Inner Palace faction, was also wandering the advanced chaotic region. While he looked for opponents, he would stop by the base camps to look for his wife, Kuer, his mother-in-law, Linghu Renfeng, and his sister-in-law, Linghu Chuyin. However, as time passed, his heart grew heavier and heavier. He could not find any of them at all. In his opinion, since he could not find them in the base camps, it was likely that they were in the advanced chaotic region. This was extremely dangerous for them. I hope they're all safe and sound. In fact, with Duan Ling Tian's fame now, if he had asked for help in the base camps, many people would be willing to help him look for Kuer and the others. However, he did not dare to do that. After all, although he would have many people helping him, there would also be people who schemed to use Kuer and the others to threaten him or force him to show up. In the end, after weighing the pros and cons, he decided to look for the trio on his own. For Yun Qingyan, the recent years had been the gloomiest years of his life. His marriage had been called off by his father, Yun Tingfeng. Although he was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. It was impossible for him to disobey his father. Previously, Yun Qingyan had never felt that his father looked down on him. However, after Duan Ling Tian killed him, he felt that his father's actions after that were humiliating. His father prohibited him from leaving the Yun clan's estate and even ordered people to keep an eye on him. His father said that it was to protect him, but he knew very well that it was surveillance. If he tried to leave the clan's estate, those people would stop him immediately. For decades, Yun Qingyan felt conflicted. Finally, he decided to leave the Yun clan even if it was risky. The advanced chaotic region and the divine fountain gave him hope that he would be able to grow stronger quickly. All he had to do was rank in the top 10 in his category. For this reason, he used every means to escape the people keeping an eye on him and successfully left the Yun clan. He wasted no time in entering the divine sanctioned battlefield and the advanced chaotic region. When Yun Qingyan entered the advanced chaotic region, it had been open for quite a while. After entering the advanced chaotic region, he quickly accumulated a lot of battle merits by relying on his strength as a top rudimentary supreme god. Those who were stronger than him did not kill him since their chaotic points would be deducted. For this reason, his journey in the advanced chaotic region was rather smooth. I've accumulated so many battle merits. Should I open a Deca secret realm? I'll be able to obtain chaotic points faster in the secret realm. In the end, Yun Qingyan spent all his battle merits on a whim and opened a Deca secret realm. After that, Yun Qingyang went to the base camp. When he was in the base camp, he coincidentally heard that Duan Ling Tian had opened many multi-person secret realms in the past and had obtained all kinds of treasures and rewards. His expression darkened immediately. Duan Ling Tian did that? Did he open a Deca secret realm recently? Is it possible that we'll enter the same secret realm? Yun Qingyan broke out in cold sweat when he thought about this. Apart from fear, he also felt deeply humiliated. In the past, Duan Ling Tian was no different from an ant in front of him. However, the last time they met, Duan Ling Tian nearly killed him. If he did not use the life-saving means his father had given him at the critical moment, he would have died. After a long time, this was still a nightmare for him. Should I enter the Deca secret realm when it appears? It took me nearly 10 years to accumulate so many battle merits and open the secret realm. It'll be a waste of my effort if I don't go in, right? Yun Qingyan felt frustrated and conflicted. Whenever he thought about the possibility of meeting Duan Ling Tian in the Deca secret realm,
He could not help but shudder in fear. However, it's also possible that I won't meet him. Deep down in Yun Qingyan's heart, he really wanted to take the chance. However, half a year later, when the portal to the Decasecret realm appeared next to him, he began to waver again. Should I enter? While Yun Qingyan was wavering in front of the portal of the Decasecret realm, the portal to the Decasecret realm, which Tian opened a while ago, finally appeared next to him. Tian was not occupied at the moment, so he entered the Decasecret realm immediately. I can finally enter the Decasecret realm. This time I'll change my ways. I won't let them lift a finger, and I'll do all the work for them. Tian was in a good mood. He was determined to do all the work, and he would not allow his comrades to do any work at all. He would kill those who went against him. After the darkness lifted, Tian found himself in a golden wheat field. It looked like the season of harvest at this time. Tian soared higher into the sky and saw portals appearing one after another before figures appeared one after another as well. There were people of different ages, old, middle-aged, and young, but the majority of them were middle-aged. It did not take long for Tian to discover that they were all from the divine offering land. After 8 people, excluding him, appeared, Tian looked at a lonely churning portal in confusion. Nobody could be seen at all. Why hasn't the last person come in? Apart from Tian, the other 8 people were looking at the churning portal in confusion as well. All the portals had disappeared except for one. The 8 people began to discuss among themselves. Hey, why isn't that person here yet? Was he or she killed at the moment the portal appeared? That's possible. It's not like it's unprecedented. I wonder who he or she is, though. Tian shifted his eyes away from the churning portal. If what the other people said were true, then the 10th person was truly unlucky. Tian was unaware of the person standing on the other side of the portal. Otherwise, he might have forcefully entered the portal to kill the other person. It did not matter even if he could not re-enter the Decasecret realm and lost the chance to obtain more chaotic points. He would have no regrets at all if he could kill the other person. In the end, no one emerged from the portal, and the portal disappeared into thin air. It seems like he or she died. He or she definitely died. Otherwise, why would he or she not come in after the portal appeared? This Decasecret realm requires a lot of battle merits to open. Unless you're crazy, how can you not enter if you have a choice? It'll be a waste of battle merits if you don't enter. All right, everyone, we'll compete fairly for the rewards and treasures. As for chaotic points, we'll earn them according to our abilities. I have no objections. This is how it should be. The 8 people quickly reached a consensus. After that, they turned to look at Tian in unison. Up until now, he had yet to express his opinion at all. Seeing that he continued to remain silent, their eyes glinted coldly. Yun Qingyan watched the portal to the secret realm in front of him gradually disappear before he heaved a sigh of relief. The decision had been taken out of his hands now that the portal had closed. Even if he decided to enter the Decasecret realm, it was no longer possible not that the portal was closed. Although Yun Qingyan felt that it was a waste of his battle merits, there was nothing he could do now. I'll just accumulate chaotic points by killing people. It's too risky to enter multi-person secret realms, but I can enter single-person secret realms. I'll accumulate battle merits and open a single-person secret realm. The gatekeepers for single-person secret realms definitely won't come from the Divine Offering Land. Even if someone from the Divine Offering Land appears, I can leave whenever I want. I don't have to worry about having to face Tian there. After that, Yun Qingyan quickly left the area and continued looking for targets, hoping to accumulate as many battle merits and chaotic points as he could. Tian was naturally unaware that he had just missed out on a chance to kill Yun Qingyan. Otherwise, he would feel very regretful. At this moment, Tian looked at the 8 rudimentary supreme gods who were staring at him and said nonchalantly, as though he was talking about some important matter, I'll take care of all the tests in this Decasecret realm. Those who want to make a move can do so at their own peril. The expressions of the 8 people darkened immediately upon hearing these words. Following that, a few of them seemed to have thought of something, and their expressions changed again.
Finally, someone asked tremblingly, "Why you? You're Duan Tian." As soon as these words were said, the others who had yet to recover their senses turned to look at Duan Tian in shock and fear. They were all familiar with this name. They knew that Duan Tian was from the profound energy land, but he had come to the divine sanctioned battlefield through the divine offering land. Needless to say, his identity in the advanced chaotic region was still that of someone from the divine offering land. Most of them did not expect to meet Duan Tian in the secret realm that they opened. However, a few of them did consider the possibility of meeting Duan Tian and decided to take the risk and open the multi-person secret realm anyway, thinking that they would not be so unlucky to run into Duan Tian. They truly regretted their decision at this moment. Who knew they would really run into Duan Tian here? "You know me?" Duan Tian looked at the person who had spoken, slightly surprised. The person who had spoken was an old man whom Duan Tian had never met before. "So you're really Duan Tian?" The old man's skeptical expression was replaced by fear, and his face paled immediately. After receiving Duan Tian's confirmation, the other 7 people's expressions changed again. "So he's really Duan Tian?" Although most of them were shocked and frightened, they still felt slightly apprehensive. They were not completely certain if the purple-clad young man was Duan Tian. Nonetheless, none of them dared to question him. What a joke! It would be fine if he was not Duan Tian, but if he was truly Duan Tian, they would definitely die if he chose to kill them for questioning him. As such, no one dared to voice their doubts. Finally, a middle-aged man took the initiative to say, "Sir Duan, since you've already spoken, I naturally won't make any move at all. You can deal with all the tests in this secret realm." The others followed suit and echoed the middle-aged man's sentiments, saying that they would not make a move and compete for the chaotic points with Duan Tian. A few of them even took the initiative to flatter Duan Tian. "Sir, I've long heard of your name. It's an honor for me to be able to witness your strength in this secret realm." "Sir." All of them currently shared the same thoughts. They wanted to see Duan Tian make a move to further verify his identity. If he was Duan Tian, they naturally would keep their words and not make a move. After all, they were afraid of offending him, and he was not someone they could afford to provoke. However, if he was proven not to be Duan Tian, they would join forces to kill him. They had nothing to fear if he was not Duan Tian after all. Duan Tian was unaware of the 8 people's thoughts, and even if he was, he would not care at all. After all, he was really Duan Tian. Duan Tian dealt with the next test alone. His movements were as fast as lightning, and his phenomenon of the law that shone for 1,000,000 miles shocked everyone. During the later tests, Duan Tian frightened the rudimentary supreme gods from the divine offering land when he used his sword Dao and mastery Dao, revealing his combat strength that was comparable to a top intermediate supreme god. There's no doubt that he's Duan Tian. At this point, they no longer had any doubts about Duan Tian's identity, and they could only lament their bad luck. It took them a long time to accumulate so many battle merits to open a secret realm, hoping to gain chaotic points and obtain treasures, but alas, they ran into Duan Tian. With Duan Tian around, they knew it was impossible for them to gain anything from this secret realm. Forget it. Just treat those battle merits as the price we paid to watch Duan Tian's performance. Duan Tian was a rudimentary supreme god who had yet to stabilize his cultivation base, but he was shockingly strong. His performance was an eye-opener for the 8 rudimentary supreme gods from the divine offering land. He almost made them realize the insurmountable gap between them. They had no doubt that they would die in fewer than 10 breaths even if they joined forces to deal with Duan Tian. Duan Tian was just too strong. They watched Duan Tian pass test after test and receive reward after reward, but none of them dared to covet the rewards. At most, they only felt envious. They deeply understood the feelings of those who entered the same secret realms as Duan Tian in the past at this moment. Compared to the others, we're quite lucky. At least, we don't have to do the work. The 8 rudimentary supreme gods felt a little better when they thought about this. After passing all the tests in the secret realm, Duan Tian smiled at the 8 rudimentary supreme gods. Before they were sent out, he said, "Everyone, I've always felt guilty about making others work for me previously. To make up for it, I decided to do all the work.
I hope we'll have the chance to meet again in another secret realm. Upon hearing these words, the 8 people who were yet to be transported felt as though they were going to vomit blood. Please don't compete with us and let us contribute. In the advanced chaotic region, we can only obtain chaotic points by contributing.
The 8 people did not know how many chaotic points Duan Ling Tian obtained from this secret realm. All they knew was that they did not obtain any chaotic points at all since he had robbed all of the chaotic points.
After leaving the secret realm, Duan Ling Tian opened another Deca-secret realm. While he waited to enter the Deca-secret realm, news of him selflessly doing all the work in the Deca-secret realm began to spread. The news stirred up a commotion immediately. The wolf was back. It was not enough for him to plunder all the rewards in the chaotic region's secret realms, and he was now plundering all the rewards in the advanced chaotic region's secret realms.
Hey, the next time Duan Ling Tian opens a multi-person secret realm, what do you think the limit of the number of people will be?
Who knows? Previously, there was no rhyme or rhythm to what kind of multi-person secret realm he opened. It all depends on your luck. If you're unlucky, there's nothing you can do about it. That's right. We can give up on opening multi-person secret realms just because we're afraid of Duan Ling Tian, right? After all, multi-person secret realms are the easiest places to obtain chaotic points.
Even if we enter the same secret realm as Duan Ling Tian, at most, our battle merits will go to waste. We don't have any enmity with him, so he won't bother to kill us.
Previously, when he was in the chaotic region's secret realms, not only did he not kill those from the divine offering land, but he also didn't kill those from the other 5 realms of gods. It'll be fine as long as we cooperate with him. Even if we meet him in a secret realm, we'll be fine. In the end, most people did not give up on opening a multi-person secret realm. After all, it was the best place to obtain chaotic points, and there was no danger as long as they did not provoke Duan Ling Tian. At most, their battle merits would go to waste if they met Duan Ling Tian. This was a risk they were willing to take. Needless to say, this did not apply to those who had enmity with Duan Ling Tian like Yun Qingyan. Duan Ling Tian did not tire of doing all the work for those he met in the secret realms. You're welcome.
You're welcome. It's a pleasure for me to be able to do so.
I know you feel grateful, but this is just a trivial matter. I look forward to meeting you again in another secret realm. The multi-person secret realms had become precious places for Duan Ling Tian to obtain chaotic points. Over the next 20 years, his chaotic points skyrocketed at an exaggerated speed.
At this rate, it shouldn't be a problem for me to rank first on the rudimentary Supreme God rankings, right?
Over the past 20 years, as Duan Ling Tian continued to clear the multi-person secret realms on his own, people also stopped complaining about how overbearing he was. Instead, they began to pay attention to his performance and strength. Up until now, no matter how difficult the tests in the secret realms were, he's still able to deal with them alone. How strong is he now?
How terrifying.
Over the past 20 years, there was no doubt that Duan Ling Tian was the most famous person in the advanced chaotic region. Not even intermediate and advanced supreme gods were as famous as him, let alone rudimentary supreme gods. Duan Ling Tian monopolized all the multi-person secret realms he entered. Even if it was a Deca-secret realm, he plundered all the rewards and treasures. There were rumors that even prodigious rudimentary supreme gods, who were capable of defeating ordinary intermediate supreme gods, did not dare to defy Duan Ling Tian when they met him in a secret realm.
When Duan Ling Tian became famous in the advanced chaotic region, an advanced emperor of gods skilled in the sword Dao was gaining fame as well. However, no one knew he was. Although many advanced emperors of gods had met him, they did not recognize him.
Did you hear?
There's a shockingly strong advanced emperor of gods who's imitating Duan Ling Tian's way of doing things. He prohibited others from making a move in multi-person secret realms and gained a lot of chaotic points. There's an advanced emperor of gods like that?
Where did this monstrous prodigy come from? Even if he's imitating Duan Ling Tian, the fact that he's successful in doing so proves that he's invincible among advanced emperors of gods.
I heard that a famous and prodigious advanced emperor of gods from the Scaling Riverland who managed to kill a rudimentary supreme god refused to give in to his domineering behavior. As a result, that person from the Scaling River land was defeated with just a strike of the sword. He's a sword cultivator as well? Yes.
Similar to Duanling Tian, he has also comprehended the sword Dao. According to those who had seen him in action, his sword Dao is possibly stronger than that of Duanling Tian.
He must be a sword Dao prodigy.
No one knows who he is. It's said that he's a reclusive powerhouse. I heard that he killed a descendant of a supreme powerhouse recently. To be precise, the person he killed was the beloved great-grandson of a supreme powerhouse. That person was an advanced emperor of gods who wasn't even 3,000 years old, and his talent was considered to be at the top. Wouldn't someone like that possess a life-saving jade token? Yes, indeed. He possessed a life-saving jade token that could summon the manifestation of a supreme powerhouse. However, before he could use it, that person killed him. What? Isn't he too terrifying?
The person who died was a descendant of a supreme powerhouse. He was highly favored by the supreme powerhouse and even possessed a life-saving jade token. Needless to say, his death stirred up a commotion.
When the supreme powerhouse, whose descendant died, received news, he was naturally furious. Even supreme powerhouses were exempt from emotions and desires. As soon as he found out about the death of his descendant, he quickly issued an order. Find the person who killed my great-grandson and kill him. Whoever manages to kill him will be rewarded with 5 fragments of prime divine artifacts and 10 drops of supreme powerhouse's divine energy. Naturally, the order was issued to those within the supreme powerhouse's circle. The order was passed down to his subordinates and to his subordinates' subordinates and descendants. They were mostly intermediate and advanced supreme gods.
The supreme powerhouse naturally could not publicly issue such an order. He had to preserve his pride and reputation after all. It would be detrimental to him if people found out that he spent so much just to kill the person who killed his great-grandson. After the order was issued, there was an influx of intermediate and advanced supreme gods in the advanced chaotic region who inquired about the whereabouts of the advanced emperor of gods who recently became famous and was skilled in the sword Dao.
It did not take long before news began to spread again. It seems like someone's trying to avenge that descendant of a supreme powerhouse. Perhaps that supreme powerhouse ordered people to deal with that person?
Recently, many people have been inquiring about his whereabouts. That's unlikely, right?
Supreme powerhouses are lofty and aloof. How can a supreme powerhouse deign to deal with an advanced emperor of gods? In my opinion, those people who have been asking around must be trying to curry favor with that supreme powerhouse. I agree. Although many people heard that a group of intermediate and advanced supreme gods was looking for the advanced emperor of gods in the advanced chaotic region, most of them did not think that it was the work of the supreme powerhouse. Only other supreme powerhouses knew that it was an order from the supreme powerhouse whose descendant died. The advanced chaotic region was vast, and it was divided into a few areas. Each area had 2 supreme powerhouses overseeing it. At this time, an old man came to the cultivation ground of a young man and complained. Old, he is getting more and more childish and petty. It was his great-grandson's fault for not being strong enough, but he still insists on avenging his great-grandson. Most importantly, that person who killed his great-grandson has the potential of becoming a pillar of our God-defying world. Upon hearing the old man's complaint, the young man's gaze suddenly sharpened.
Old he? You're talking about the advanced emperor of gods who killed Old he's great-grandson some time ago.
The old man nodded. That's right. Currently, many intermediate and advanced supreme gods are looking for him. They want his life. I can't believe Old he did such a thing. He's just bullying that advanced emperor of gods because that advanced emperor of gods doesn't have a strong background.
I heard that the advanced emperor of gods uses doppelgangers, so there's no doubt that he's from the lower realms. It's said that he was a sexless cultivator from the lower realms. For him to be able to climb so high up, he's definitely a monstrous prodigy. He's no worse than the members of the Myriad Laws Academy's Inner Palace faction in the Profound Energy Land.
The old man shook his head with a regretful expression on his face at the end of his words. In the next moment, he watched in shock as the usually indifferent young man scoffed coldly before turning into a sword ray and leaving. Huh? What's going on? The old man muttered, baffled.
After a moment, a thought appeared in the old man's mind and his eyes widened. Could it be? No. Is he? The old man finally recalled the young man's junior brother whom the young man spoke of previously. The young man's junior brother came from the lower realm and was also highly skilled in the sword Dao. If that advanced emperor of gods is his junior brother, is he going to settle accounts with old he? The old man's eyes brightened when this thought appeared in his mind. It seems like there's going to be a bloodbath this time. Old he is in trouble now. I'm going to watch the show. The old man vanished into a puff of green smoke, leaving no trace behind. In the god-defying world, supreme powerhouses had their own territories, and they were known as Supreme Powerhouse Domain. The Supreme Powerhouse Domain evolved from the little world in a Supreme Powerhouse's body. The heaven and earth spirit energy was abundant in the domain, and there was also a divine tree of life in the domain. The vital energy from the divine tree of life nurtured all things. He Tianfeng, a supreme powerhouse, usually meditated in his supreme powerhouse domain. He rarely went back to his clan in the realm of gods. After all, the realm of God where his clan was located was the supreme powerhouse domain of another supreme powerhouse. Needless to say, it was more beneficial for him to meditate and cultivate in his own domain. At this time, He Tianfeng was meditating as usual. Although he was affected by the death of his beloved great-grandson, he was not greatly affected. After all, he had many great-grandsons. Although he had valued his great-grandson a lot, nothing could be done now that his great-grandson was dead. He Tianfeng had lived for nearly 100,000 years, and he had long grown indifferent to death. Over the past 100,000 years, let alone one great-grandson, he had lost many of his sons. Who is it? Suddenly, the expression of He Tianfeng, who was meditating, changed. In the next moment, he vanished into thin air and reappeared at the other end of his domain. A sword ray pierced through the sky, causing the void to shake violently before two terrifying dark holes appeared. Following that, a young man appeared. He Tianfeng's expression was extremely dark when he saw the young man. He said indignantly, "Zhuge Hanming, what's the meaning of this? You barged into my domain and damaged it. Do you think I'm a pushover?" Just like He Tianfeng, Zhuge Hanming was a supreme powerhouse. However, strength-wise, Zhuge Hanming, who was He Tianfeng's junior, was stronger. He Tianfeng was from the same generation as Zhuge Hanming's father, Zhuge Wendao the Aeon Sword. He and Zhuge Wendao became supreme powerhouses in the same era, but he was nowhere as strong as Zhuge Wendao. In the past, Zhuge Wendao was among the strongest supreme powerhouses in the god-defying world. In fact, he could be considered the strongest supreme powerhouse in the god-defying world. Zhuge Wendao's son, Zhuge Hanming, naturally became a supreme powerhouse much later on, but Zhuge Hanming was highly talented. Not long after becoming a supreme powerhouse, Zhuge Hanming had once sparred with He Tianfeng. At that time, the fight ended in a draw. Later on, He Tianfeng heard that Zhuge Hanming had a breakthrough. As such, He Tianfeng knew that he was no longer a match for Zhuge Hanming. Previously, He Tianfeng and Zhuge Hanming were not very close. However, they saw each other often, and when they met, they would greet each other with a smile. As such, He Tianfeng did not understand why Zhuge Hanming forcefully broke into his domain and damaged his domain today. This act was a great humiliation to him. Meanwhile, Zhuge Hanming hovered in the air and looked at the gray-haired He Tianfeng as he said indifferently, "He Tianfeng, you should know that I, Zhuge Hanming, am not one to cause trouble for no reason." Upon hearing these words, He Tianfeng's eyes narrowed slightly. Indeed, Zhuge Hanming had a good reputation and was not one to cause trouble. There had to be a reason for Zhuge Hanming's actions today. With this in mind, his expression eased a lot, and he said, "Zhuge Hanming, then tell me, why did you come to my domain today? Is there any misunderstanding between us?" Now that He Tianfeng calmed down, he knew that Zhuge Hanming must have come looking for him for a reason. Something must have happened that roused Zhuge Hanming's anger. However, he really could not figure out what he had done to provoke Zhuge Hanming. Naturally, He Tianfeng did not think about the advanced Emperor of Gods who killed his great-grandson. After all, the advanced Emperor of Gods was from the lower realm. As such, he did not think the advanced Emperor of Gods had any connections with Zhuge Hanming,
a supreme powerhouse. Zhuge Hanming raised an eyebrow slightly and said, "A misunderstanding? He Tianfang. I came to your domain to tell you what's going on. Your men are searching for my junior brother in the advanced chaotic region with the intention to kill him. What do you have to say about that? You're really heavy-handed. You actually sent a group of intermediate and advanced supreme gods to go after an advanced emperor of gods." Realization finally dawned on He Tianfang, and his expression changed drastically. That advanced emperor of gods is Zhuge Hanming's junior brother.
How's this possible?
Based on what He Tianfeng knew, Zhuge Hanming did not acknowledge a master. Perhaps his late father could be considered his master. However, his father died many years ago and did not leave behind any junior disciples. As such, Zhuge Hanming only had senior brothers and sisters. However, even then, most of them had perished in the outer boundary. He Tianfeng inhaled deeply before he asked, "You're saying that the person who killed my great-grandson is your junior brother?
When did you have such a junior brother?"
He Tianfeng was truly puzzled. He could not help but wonder if Zhuge Hanming had made a mistake.
"He entered my father's domain and inherited my father's Aeon Sword legacy. What do you think?" Zhuge Hanming said as he stared at He Tianfeng with a piercing gaze. Although he spoke calmly, a hint of coldness could be heard. Realization dawned on He Tianfeng again. As it turned out, that advanced emperor of gods who killed his great-grandson had such a strong background. Who would have expected that the advanced emperor of gods inherited Zhuge Wendao's legacy, the Aeon Sword legacy?
At this moment, an old man suddenly appeared next to Zhuge Hanming. He shook his head and said to He Tianfeng meaningfully, "He Tianfeng, you've gone overboard in this matter.
If we bring this up during the meeting, do you think we won't be able to find traces that lead back to you even if your men don't speak? You should know what it means that he's the successor of the Aeon Sword. There are still a few supreme powerhouses in the god-defying world who owe their lives to the Aeon Sword." He Tianfeng's eyes widened after listening to the old man's reminder. He quickly cupped his hands together at the old man and said, "Thank you for your reminder, brother one."
Then, He Tianfeng turned to look at Zhuge Hanming and said, "I'll deal with this matter immediately. I'll order my men to stop looking for your junior brother immediately. In addition to that, I'll make sure to compensate your junior brother, and the compensation will be to your satisfaction." As much as He Tianfeng valued his great-grandson was dead. He did not want to offend Zhuge Hanming for a dead person. Not only that, but he also risked defending several other supreme powerhouses who owed their lives to Zhuge Wendao, the Aeon Sword. Although those few supreme powerhouses seemed like they did not have much interaction with Zhuge Hanming, there was no doubt that they would step forward to support Zhuge Hanming if something were to happen. For this reason, He Tianfeng knew he had to retreat. It was useless for him to deny that he was behind the matter. After all, as the old man said, he would not be able to cover it up. Moreover, it was not beneficial for him to drag this matter out.
If this matter was brought up during the meeting, he would either get away with it or he would be punished. However, even if he got away with it, he would still have to deal with Zhuge Hanming. As such, he decided to own up to it and make up for his mistake.
"Very well," Zhuge Hanming said with a nod. He was not one to take a mile when given an inch, so he easily agreed to He Tianfeng's words. After a brief moment, Zhuge Hanming added, "I don't want my junior brother to know about me for the time being. If you're going to compensate him, pass it to me, and I'll find a way to give it to him." "All right," He Tianfeng nodded. He naturally knew that Zhuge Hanming wanted to train his junior brother, and that Zhuge Hanming was worried his junior brother would become complacent after realizing he had such great support. He Tianfeng was slightly startled by this realization. It seems like that advanced Emperor of Gods is another potential supreme powerhouse.
With this thought in mind, He Tianfeng decided to compensate the advanced Emperor of Gods greatly to show his sincerity.
In the advanced chaotic region, the group of intermediate and advanced supreme gods soon received He Tianfeng's order and stopped their search for the advanced Emperor of Gods. "So we're really giving up on the search?" Someone scoffed. "We've been ordered not to provoke that person. I heard that a supreme powerhouse stepped forward to protect him."
Well, only another supreme powerhouse could do this. I didn't expect a person from the lower realm would have the support of a supreme powerhouse.
Do you think that person would be able to make it this far if he was a nobody? Let me tell you, that monstrous prodigy, Duanling Tian, likely has the support of a supreme powerhouse as well.
Put aside that advanced emperor of gods, I don't think Duanling Tian has the support of a supreme powerhouse. Back then, if Ning Yixian didn't appear, Duanling Tian would have died. In the end, the group of intermediate and advanced supreme gods had to leave even if they were a little reluctant. After all, not only would they not be rewarded now, but they would be severely punished if they dared to make a move on that advanced emperor of gods.
A supreme powerhouse had stepped forwards, and their superior had also given an order. They would be courting death if they went against the order now. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian was unaware that his master, Feng Qingyang, had just escaped from a dangerous situation. Needless to say, even Feng Qingyang, who was doing all the work in a secret realm, was unaware of this matter. The advanced chaotic region rarely appeared. It depended on the supreme powerhouse's whim. As such, everyone cherished this once-in-a-blue-moon opportunity. It was said the last time the advanced chaotic region appeared was at least 100,000 years ago, and before that, it appeared about 300,000 years ago.
Very few advanced supreme gods lived to 100,000 years old because they were unable to survive their heavenly tribulations that occurred every 1,000 years. As such, everyone would try their best to accumulate chaotic points.
After all, even the ones who ranked 10th in their respective categories would be rewarded with a drop from the divine fountain.
It's said that everyone who ranks in the top 10 will be rewarded with the liquid from the divine fountain. Needless to say, the higher you rank, the more you'll obtain. The 10th place will receive a drop from the divine fountain.
The 9th place will receive 2 drops from the divine fountain.
The 8th place will receive 4 drops from the divine fountain.
The 7th place will receive 8 drops from the divine fountain.
And the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd place will receive 512 drops, 256 drops, and 128 drops respectively.
After the news was spread by the descendants of supreme powerhouses in the advanced chaotic region, an uproar broke out. Nobody expected that those who ranked in the top 10 would be rewarded so greatly. A drop from the divine fountain was shocking enough even if it could not compare to 512 drops from the divine fountain. I have to rank in the top 3. The rewards are unimaginably precious. Even the sons of supreme powerhouses can't obtain such a thing in their lives.
I heard that the divine fountain was found by a powerful supreme powerhouse. I heard that he refused to give it to the other supreme powerhouses when they asked him for it. He wanted to use it as rewards for the advanced chaotic region.
512 drops from the divine fountain. Is this real? Duanling Tian was shocked when he heard the news. He could not help but feel skeptical until he heard the descendants of supreme powerhouses talking about it in various base camps. They all spoke confidently, and nobody refuted them. Those who rank first in the categories for Lords of Gods to Advanced Supreme Gods will receive 512 drops from the Divine Fountain.
Heavens, did the Supreme Powerhouse find a spring of Divine Fountain?
Took Duanling Tian a while to recover from the shock. He had learned about how precious the Divine Fountain was from his 4th senior sister, Lang Chun Yuan, when he returned to the Profound Energy Land. All he needed to do now was to rank first among rudimentary supreme gods to obtain 512 drops from the divine fountain. I need to work harder and accumulate more chaotic points. I'll have to try and find out which rudimentary supreme god has more points than me and kill him.
Even if I can't claim his points, I'll have one fewer competitor.
In the advanced chaotic region, unlike battle merits, one could not claim the chaotic points of the person one killed. However, one could kill those with the same cultivation basis to earn chaotic points, and by doing so, one could also get rid of the competition. With this, Duanling Tian and the other top contenders in their respective categories began to work diligently to accumulate chaotic points. In the depths of the advanced chaotic region,
2 rudimentary supreme gods perished as a young woman watched. She seemed anxious at this moment.
I was fooled by 3rd senior brother. There are so many restrictions on my doppelganger. With the restrictions, junior brother will definitely accumulate more chaotic points than me. After all, he had a head start accumulating battle merits so he can open many multi-person secret realms. How can my battle merits compare to his? The young woman was Lang Chun Yuan, Duanling Tian's 4th senior sister. She had sent her doppelganger into the realm battlefield after Duanling Tian returned to the Myriad Laws Academy in the Profound Energy Land. Well, I don't mind ranking second if junior brother ranks first. With this, both of us will win the grand prizes. Lang Chun Yuan thought to herself, feeling more at ease. However, after a moment, Lang Chun Yuan grew anxious again. Why is it taking so long for the Decasecret realm to appear? It's too slow. I didn't even use that many battle merits to open it, so why is everyone so slow? Lang Chun Yuan had opened a Decasecret realm 2 years ago, but the portal had yet to appear until now. In the end, Lang Chun Yuan could only continue to search for targets as she waited to enter the Decasecret realm. The intermediate supreme gods that she met along the way were no match for her at all. In a barren desert, a gust of wind blew past, stirring up the sand into the sky. A young man flew into the sky as the phenomenon that indicated the death of an intermediate supreme god appeared. After the phenomenon disappeared, peace returned to the desert. At this time, a middle-aged man appeared in the distance. Based on the light his body emitted, he was from the divine offering land, and based on the divine energy lingering on the surface of his skin, he was an intermediate supreme god. As soon as the middle-aged man appeared, he called out Ning Yixian. The young man was none other than Ning Yixian. Wang Qiyun, why are you here? Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? Ning Yixian asked in a dark voice as he looked at the middle-aged man. Ning Yixian and Wang Qiyun, the middle-aged man, were not on good terms. However, Ning Yixian's best friend was Wang Qiyun's cousin brother. As such, Ning Yixian had held back time and time again from teaching Wang Qiyun a lesson. Ning Yixian, I believe you won't kill me. After all, my cousin is Ming, Wang Qiyun said with a faint smile, ignoring Ning Yixian's threats. Anyway, it's a coincidence that I ran into you here. After a brief pause, Wang Qiyun asked, I'm really curious. Do you regret breaking through and becoming an intermediate supreme god? At that time, you probably didn't expect the rewards for the top 3 ranks would be so lucrative, right? A hint of mockery could be heard in Wang Qiyun's voice when he spoke. Ning Yixian glanced at Wang Qiyun before he said indifferently, Do you think I regret my decision? If so, it only means that you're not a very ambitious person. No wonder you failed to stabilize your cultivation base after so many years. The corners of Ning Yixian's lips curled into a sneer near the end of his words. Wang Qiyun's expression turned unsightly as he said with a scoff, Ning Yixian, don't be too complacent. You might not even make it into the top 10 ranking for intermediate supreme gods. There are so many powerful intermediate supreme gods from the various realms of gods. After all, from our realm of gods alone, we have at least 20 famous intermediate supreme gods. You better watch out. Wang Qiyun left after he finished speaking. He was not worried that Ning Yixian would attack him. The sneer on Ning Yixian's face deepened as he watched Wang Qiyun leave and muttered to himself, Your lowly ambitions can never compare to my lofty ambitions. Indeed, Ning Yixian did not know about the specifics of the rewards previously. Before the advanced chaotic region appeared, just like everyone else, he only knew that those who ranked 10th would be rewarded with a drop from the divine fountain. It was only later that he found out those who ranked higher would be rewarded with more drops from the divine fountain. Similar to the other descendants of supreme powerhouses, he had also heard from his ancestor that a powerful supreme powerhouse had discovered a divine fountain in the outer boundary and decided to use it as a reward for the advanced chaotic region. I wouldn't be Ning Yixian if I were afraid of competing with intermediate supreme gods. So what if I just broke through recently? If I'm afraid, how am I going to surpass Duanling Tian? Ning Yixian muttered to himself as his eyes shone with confidence. Somewhere in the advanced chaotic region, Yang Yuchun was grinning when he came out of a multi-person secret realm. Second senior brother, if I surpass you and rank first among intermediate supreme gods, you better not accuse me of disrespecting my seniors. Junior brother's idea is really great. I didn't expect to work for everyone. I'm really kind. In the advanced chaotic region, those in and above the realms of lords of gods stood a chance to compete for the divine fountain. All they needed to do was rank in the top 10 in their respective categories.
Before the advanced chaotic region appeared, many people entered the chaotic region to accumulate battle merits so they could open secret realms in the advanced chaotic region. This was because they could earn chaotic points in a short time in secret realms. Anyone with a brain knew that the fastest way to obtain chaotic points was through secret realms. The advanced chaotic region was vast, and it was impossible to rank in the top 10 by solely relying on killing others in the advanced chaotic region. Despite the risk it carried, the best option was to open secret realms to obtain chaotic points. It's all Duan Ling Tian's fault. Now, all the powerhouses are threatening others and prohibiting them from making a move in secret realms. I was unfortunate to run into one of those powerhouses twice. Duan Ling Tian and wicked ideas. How frustrating. Someone laughed. I'm quite lucky. I've yet to meet a powerhouse who's capable of suppressing everyone in the secret realms I opened. We have to accumulate more battle merits and chaotic points before the rankings are determined. There's only a decade left before the advanced chaotic region closes. Chaos ran rampant in the advanced chaotic region as everyone worked tirelessly to gain chaotic points through various means. The frequency of secret realms being opened was very high as well. One would appear every few days. When Duan Ling Tian entered one of the base camps, he finally realized word of his hard work in the secret realms had spread. Moreover, many powerhouses were also imitating his way of doing things. Needless to say, only those who were powerful could rely on this method to gain chaotic points. Otherwise, it was no different from seeking death. There are many people opening secret realms lately, so I don't have to wait too long to enter secret realms anymore. I should continue working hard. The advanced chaotic region is going to close in less than a decade. Cora should have heard about me by now if she's here. I've gone to various base camps, but I've yet to find her. Did she leave the realm battlefield, or is she accumulating chaotic points here? Duan Ling Tian naturally did not forget his purpose of entering the realm battlefield. His top priority was to find his wife, Kur. Improving his strength was his second priority. However, as time passed, Duan Ling Tian could not help but wonder if Kur had left the realm battlefield. Previously, he had always been worried about Kur's safety. However, as he grew stronger, and he gained a deeper insight into the world, for some reason he felt that Kur was safe. If something happened to her, he was certain that he would have sensed it. Duan Ling Tian had inquired about this inexplicable feeling when he was in the base camps. He learned that when one comprehended the four Taoists of heaven and earth to a certain level, one would be connected to heaven and earth. This connection would help him to sense the state of his loved ones. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian felt at ease now as he continued to accumulate chaotic points in the secret realms. One day, a portal to a secret realm suddenly appeared. Duan Ling Tian's eyes brightened, and he quickly entered the portal. It's time for me to work for my 9 comrades again. I'm really kind, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself with a sigh. Soon after Duan Ling Tian entered the secret realm, he heard a familiar voice that made him jump. All of you, listen up. I'll deal with all the tests in this secret realm. If you're unwilling, step forward now. We'll arm wrestle to determine the winner. Duan Ling Tian turned to look at the young woman who was speaking loudly. 4th senior sister? Duan Ling Tian was stunned. He did not expect to run into his 4th senior sister's doppelganger in a secret realm. What should I do? Should I let her have her way, or should I disguise myself and go against her? Duan Ling Tian was not certain of the extent of Lang Chunyuan's strength, but considering this was just her doppelganger, he thought he might stand a chance against her. While Duan Ling Tian was lost in his thoughts, the others lamented their bad luck. She's so strong. We're really unfortunate to encounter someone so strong. It seems like we wasted our battle merits for nothing. What a pity. At this time, Lang Chunyuan had already taught a few ignorant fools a lesson with just a few simple moves. Needless to say, her strength frightened everyone into submission. 4th senior sister is too arrogant. Upon seeing Lang Chunyuan's arrogance, Duan Ling Tian finally made up his mind. He quickly used his divine energy to disguise himself. His aura changed quickly along with his appearance, and he quickly changed into a long white robe. As long as no one probed him with their divine consciousness, they would not be able to see through his disguise.
Duan Ling Tian knew that Lang Chun Yuan would demand to fight with him to determine the winner if he showed up without disguise. Even if he offered to let her deal with the tests in the secret realm, she would not accept it easily. After his disguise was in place, Duan Ling Tian scoffed and said, "Little girl, you're quite strong." Following that, Duan Ling Tian attacked. His phenomenon of the law that shone for 1,000,000 miles appeared as well. The others were in shock when they saw this. They did not expect to run into two powerhouses. Another powerhouse is here. The remaining 8 people exchanged a glance as the same thought appeared in their minds. If they can reach an agreement, we still stand a chance to gain something.
Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian, who was disguised as a white-clad middle-aged man, was engaged in a fierce battle with Lang Chun Yuan.
Lang Chun Yuan's expression changed slightly as she exchanged blows with Duan Ling Tian. "He's very strong."
Lang Chun Yuan did not expect to run into such a powerful rudimentary supreme god in the advanced chaotic region. After all, she was among the top rudimentary supreme gods. Even her doppelganger alone was enough for her to be invincible among the rudimentary supreme gods.
His movements and methods are a little similar to those of Junior Brother. However, he seems to be a little stronger than Junior Brother.
Not only do I have to defeat him now, but I have to severely injure him as well so that my junior brother and I will have one fewer competitor. Lang Chun Yuan's expression turned solemn after she discovered how strong her opponent was. At the same time, she cursed Yang Yuchen inwardly. She would have been stronger if she were in here person. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian did not hold back his attacks, and he did not give Lang Chun Yuan time to rest since he did not want her to probe him with her divine consciousness.
After a few moves, Lang Chun Yuan's expression changed drastically. She discovered that she was no match for the middle-aged man at all.
Duan Ling Tian said in a low voice, "A doppelganger?"
"I'd be worried if your true body is here. Alas, you're just a doppelganger. Step aside." Duan Ling Tian delivered the last blow and sent Lang Chun Yuan's doppelganger flying back after he finished speaking.
Meanwhile, the others were shocked when they heard Duan Ling Tian say that Lang Chun Yuan was just a doppelganger, especially those who were injured by Lang Chun Yuan earlier. They could not believe that they had been defeated by a doppelganger.
The rudimentary supreme gods from the divine offering land and profound energy land questioned their own existence at this moment. Half of them were injured by the doppelganger of the young woman who was also a rudimentary supreme god, but seemed to possess the strength of her true body.
Although they felt slightly dejected, it did not stop them from whispering among themselves.
"Why are we so unlucky as to run into these two monsters?
Our battle merits are wasted."
In my opinion, this young woman is unlucky as well. She sent her doppelganger here to open a secret realm. But alas, she ran into this middle-aged man. If her true body is here, she might not lose.
Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian, who overheard the conversation, was enlightened. Their conversation made him wonder why it did not cross his mind to use his doppelganger as well. He had accumulated many battle merits, but he dared not use a lot of battle merits to open a secret realm because he was worried that not many people possessed so many battle merits.
"I'll split up with my doppelganger after I leave this secret realm. Why didn't I think of this before? I wasted 20 years in. Forget it. I'll use my doppelganger to open secret realms after this to earn more chaotic points." Duan Ling Tian could not help but feel excited at the end of his thoughts.
However, I wonder if it'll work, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself again. Fourth senior sister's doppelganger is able to earn chaotic points here because she's not here in person. What about the identity token?
Will my doppelganger and I be able to combine our chaotic points?
Does it need to have its own identity token? This is giving me a headache. Forget it, I'll give it a try after leaving this secret realm.
At the end of his thoughts, Duan Ling Tian shifted his attention back to the situation in the secret realm. He had suppressed Lang Chun Yuan's doppelganger so she could only watch from afar. He could see the anger and unwillingness in her eyes, and he could tell that she thought her defeat was due to her doppelganger. Only he knew that even if her true body was here, she still would not be a match for him.
I've surpassed fourth senior sister. She used to protect me in the past, and now it's time for me to protect her, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he glanced at Lang Chun Yuan. He only looked at her briefly to avoid raising suspicion.
If his disguise was exposed at this moment, she would be furious. Unsurprisingly, Duan Ling Tian passed all the tests in the secret realm on his own. During the entire time, he felt as though he was walking on thin ice, worried that he would blow his cover. Fortunately, Lang Chun Yuan did not notice anything due to his cautiousness. After leaving, he parted ways with her and the others quickly to avoid exposing himself. I'm finally out. Fourth senior sister must feel depressed about encountering me, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself with a sigh. The lively Lang Chun Yuan wore a glum expression on her face when she watched Duan Ling Tian pass the tests in the secret realm earlier. He truly wanted to give up the secret realm for her, but he knew that it was impossible for her to accept his kind gesture if she knew who he was. I should try to send my doppelganger into a secret realm, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. In the next moment, his doppelganger from the law of space appeared. Not long after, Duan Ling Tian discovered that he could send his doppelganger into a secret realm but as a separate entity. This meant that he was unable to claim his doppelganger's battle merits and chaotic points. This is pointless. What if I use my doppelganger and rank in the top 10 as well? At that time, I'll hold 2 places in the top 10 ranks, Duan Ling Tian wondered inwardly. However, there's less than a decade left before the advanced chaotic region closes. My doppelganger won't be able to rank in the top 10 in such a short time. The fastest way to obtain chaotic points is through the secret realm, and it'll require battle merits to open secret realms. My doppelganger will have to start from scratch. Eventually, Duan Ling Tian abandoned the idea because of time constraints. It was best for his doppelganger to stay with him and help enhance his strength when needed. Currently, I'm invincible among rudimentary supreme gods. Even Ning Yixuan, who used to be the strongest rudimentary supreme god in the god-defying world, wasn't a match for me. In Duan Ling Tian's opinion, Ning Yixuan was the perfect point of reference. Naturally, he knew that it was likely that Ning Yixuan was already an intermediate supreme god now. However, if Ning Yixuan was still a rudimentary supreme god, he would not hesitate to compete against Ning Yixuan. I should continue to open multi-person secret realms. Now that everyone's copying my method, I don't have to wait too long to enter a secret realm. Before the advanced chaotic region opened, many rudimentary supreme gods were afraid to open multi-person secret realms because they were afraid of Duan Ling Tian. However, due to the rules in the advanced chaotic region and the chaotic points, they were no longer afraid. After all, they would waste their battle merits at most if they ran into him in a secret realm, and they would still be able to preserve their lives. However, if they did not run into him, they stood a chance of gaining more chaotic points and ranking in the top 10. While Duan Ling Tian waited to enter the next Decasecret realm, a group of rudimentary supreme gods, which included descendants of supreme powerhouses, was waiting as well. If nothing out of the ordinary happens, Duan Ling Tian should rank first among rudimentary supreme gods. I should aim for second or third place. My greatest competitor is Duan Ling Tian, but he's too strong. I should forget about competing for first place and focus on ranking second or third instead. Fortunately, Ning Yixuan has broken through and become an intermediate supreme god. Otherwise, Ning Yixuan would have occupied second place. I don't know what was wrong with Hong Zhongyi. Why didn't he just kill Duan Ling Tian? He shouldn't have let Duan Ling Tian go for Ning Yixuan's sake. What a pity that Hong Zhongyi and his men failed to kill Duan Ling Tian. Otherwise, he would have done all of us a huge favor. Although direct descendants of supreme powerhouses did not lack cultivation resources that could effectively raise their cultivation were limited. Even if they were favored by the supreme powerhouses, their cultivation bases would stagnate in the realm of a rudimentary supreme god if their innate talent was low. Needless to say, it would be a different story if their supreme powerhouses obtained the divine fountain or something with similar effects. Alas, these things were as rare as a phoenix's feather even in the outer boundary. It was extremely rare that the supreme powerhouse managed to find a divine fountain this time. The reward for the advanced chaotic region this time is the best. My great-grandfather hopes that I'll win a few drops from the divine fountain. My old ancestor said that he asked for a few drops from the divine fountain, but that supreme powerhouse decisively refused him. That supreme powerhouse was adamant that the divine fountain was only used as a reward for the younger generation. My old ancestor told me about it as well.
He also said that the Supreme Powerhouse hopes that will grow swiftly so that there'll be more Supreme Powerhouses. It said that the situation in the outer boundary has taken a turn for the worse. I don't know about the situation in the outer boundary, but my old ancestor used to visit often and preach to us. However, he hasn't visited for at least 10,000 years. I heard that he has been very busy. It must have something to do with the outer boundary.
The direct descendants of supreme powerhouses were just like ordinary cultivators. They had to accumulate battle merits and open secret realms to earn more chaotic points.
Those who were strong enough would pass the tests on their own, but if they ran into someone stronger, they could only blame their luck. Even if they were descendants of supreme powerhouses, no one would give way to them in the advanced chaotic region.
The competition was undoubtedly fierce in the advanced chaotic region. In everyone's opinion, including those with a higher cultivation base, Duanling Tian would undoubtedly rank first. After all, he was a prodigy who was not even 1,000 years old but had defeated Ning Yixian, the former #1 prodigy in the god-defying world. Moreover, before the advanced chaotic region appeared, he had gained a lot of battle merits and resources and entered many secret realms. After the advanced chaotic region appeared, he dominated the multi-person secret realm again and obtained many chaotic points.
Other powerhouses even began to imitate his way of doing things.
Unsurprisingly, everyone in various base camps was still talking about the young man from the profound energy land who entered the realm battlefield from the divine offering land. I can't imagine how many chaotic points Duanling Tian must have accumulated by now. Perhaps he might even rank first in the overall ranking. Overall ranking? Will there be an overall ranking? Previously, when the Supreme Powerhouse made the announcement, he didn't mention anything about an overall ranking. Was there an overall ranking in the past?
I have no idea. I only know that the previous advanced chaotic region didn't have an overall ranking.
A monster under the age of 1000. I was still playing around with my friends at his age. Are you kidding? You were still playing around when you were 900 years old. Ahem. Our clan's bloodline is quite special. We only start to mature at about 1,000 years old. Our mentality is like that of a child before we reach the age of 1000. What a unique bloodline. If that's the case, your bloodline power should be very weak or very strong.
It's just ordinary.
Apart from Duanling Tian, many people were also discussing the overall ranking in the advanced chaotic region. It did not take long for word to reach the ears of the Supreme Powerhouse who found the divine fountain and decided to use it as a reward in the advanced chaotic region.
Overall ranking?
A handsome white-clad young man leaned against a pillar in a pavilion suspended in an endless void. He held a book in his hand and casually flipped through the pages. A faint smile could be seen on his face as he listened to the report by a middle-aged man who was standing nearby. They're so certain that Duanling Tian, the rudimentary supreme god, will rank first if there were an overall ranking? The young man asked as he shifted his gaze from the book to the respectful middle-aged man.
He said nonchalantly, initially, I plan to keep a little of the divine fountain for the future when the realm battlefield opens again. However, let's have an overall ranking. The person who ranks third in the overall ranking will receive a reward more abundant than all of those who rank in the top 10 in a single category. The second place will receive a reward more abundant than those who rank in the top 10 in all the categories. Finally, the person who ranks first in the overall ranking will be allowed to bathe in the divine fountain and will also receive a supreme powerhouse divinity. The middle-aged man, who was also a supreme powerhouse, was shocked by the rewards for the person who ranked first in the overall ranking.
The white-clad young man continued to say flippantly, "It's all or nothing. The person who manages to rank first in the overall ranking has to be extraordinary. If he or she manages to become a supreme powerhouse quickly, it'll be beneficial to us as well." A contemptuous smile appeared on his face before he continued to say, "Everyone thought I only obtained a small divine fountain. They have no idea how large it is." Finally, the white-clad young man looked at the middle-aged man and said, "Go now. Announce this. I believe the advanced chaotic region is going to become livelier before it closes."
A complicated expression appeared on the middle-aged man's face when he heard these words. He said, "My lord, if we do this, Duanling Tian will likely be targeted by intermediate and advanced supreme gods as well.
To rank in the top 3 of the overall ranking, everyone will target Duanling Tian. In fact, the others who have the potential to rank in the top 3 will be targeted as well. Many of them include descendants of supreme powerhouses. However, it's likely that they will survive if they possess a life-saving jade token." After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he looked at the white-clad young man, waiting for the white-clad young man's final decision.
The white-clad young man smiled faintly and said, "So what?
You're a supreme powerhouse and you've cultivated for many years, but you're still unable to figure it out? If Duanling Tian can't overcome this obstacle, even if he becomes a supreme powerhouse in the future, he'll only be mediocre." After the white-clad young man finished speaking, he looked at the middle-aged man meaningfully, causing the middle-aged man to feel embarrassed. The middle-aged man felt as though the white-clad young man was referring to him when he was talking about mediocre supreme powerhouses.
The white-clad young man's eyes flashed as he said, "The god-defying world needs powerful supreme powerhouses."
The middle-aged man quickly averted his eyes and lowered his head as his face turned pale.
"Go," the white-clad young man said as he waved his hand.
Following that, a vortex appeared, and the middle-aged man disappeared into thin air. At the same time, the middle-aged man, who was sent away, wondered to himself, "The Lord thinks highly of Duanling Tian?" It did not take long before another announcement echoed in the realm battlefield and the advanced chaotic region.
Let alone the others, even the supreme powerhouses overseeing the realm battlefield were shocked by the announcement. However, when they realized the announcement came from the supreme powerhouse who had found the divine fountain, they calmed down. This change was not mentioned during the meeting between supreme powerhouses, but it did not matter since it was decided by that supreme powerhouse.
Everyone on the realm battlefield and advanced chaotic region, and even those in the secret realms, heard the announcement. However, those in the secret realms, challengers and gatekeepers alike, were restrained by an invisible force when the announcement was made. They could not move at all. In fact, everything in the secret realm seemed to have frozen when the announcement was made.
There's less than a decade left before the advanced chaotic region closes. Apart from the 9 categories, there'll be an overall ranking.
An overall ranking? Is this a joke?
There'll be an overall ranking? The rewards for the overall ranking will be superior to the rewards for the other rankings, right?
I'm really curious about the rewards. At this time, Duanling Tian was in a secret realm with 9 other people from the divine offering land. He, like the others, could not move at all at this moment. He knew that the supreme powerhouses must have stopped all activities in the secret realms through the formations in the advanced chaotic region. Despite being unable to move, Duanling Tian's eyes shone with excitement as he thought to himself, "Overall ranking?
I wonder what the rewards are and how many people will be rewarded."
Duanling Tian was still wondering about the rewards and the number of people who would be rewarded in the overall ranking when another announcement rang in the air.
Only those who rank in the top 3 in the overall ranking will be rewarded. After the voice fell, there was a brief moment of silence before a commotion broke out in the advanced chaotic region and the realm battlefield.
Only the top 3 will be rewarded? So little people will be rewarded?
The other categories reward 10 people respectively, but only 3 people will be rewarded in the overall ranking?
Everyone was puzzled and surprised by this. However, after a moment, a shocking thought appeared in their minds. Could it be that the rewards were extremely precious, so only 3 people would be rewarded for ranking at the top in the overall ranking? What kind of rewards will those who rank in the top 3 receive? The rewards won't be simple. I have a feeling that even the reward for 3rd place will far exceed the reward for those who rank first in the other categories. Duanling Tian, who heard the announcement, became even more curious about the rewards. He did not have to wait long before the Supreme Powerhouse spoke again, detailing the rewards for those who ranked in the top 3. Let alone everyone else, even Duanling Tian, who had experienced many storms in his life, was shocked.
The reward for the 3rd place is better than the combined rewards of 10 people from a category?
The reward for the 2nd place is better than the combined rewards of the 10 people in all categories? The 1st place. Duanling Tian was thoroughly shocked by the reward for 1st place in the overall ranking. The person who ranked first in the overall ranking was allowed to bathe in the divine fountain and absorb as much liquid from the divine fountain. Not only that, but one would also be rewarded with a supreme powerhouse divinity. Duanling Tian was naturally familiar with the supreme powerhouse divinity and what it represented. After all, he possessed one that was left behind by a supreme powerhouse who comprehended the law of space. Thanks to the supreme powerhouse divinity, his speed of comprehension of the law of space was absurdly fast. He would not have been able to reach his current comprehension level if it were not for the supreme powerhouse divinity. Without the supreme powerhouse divinity, let alone the phenomenon of the law of the shone for 1,000,000 miles, he might not have been able to manifest the phenomenon of the law that shone for 100,000 miles. As such, how could Duanling Tian remain calm when he heard that the person who ranked first in the overall ranking would also be rewarded with a supreme powerhouse divinity? Supreme powerhouse divinity. If it's a supreme powerhouse divinity that contains the law of space, it'll still be useful to me. In fact, it's very useful to me. If I have two supreme powerhouse divinities that contain the law of space, my speed of comprehending the law of space is going to be even faster. However, it's still a treasure even if the supreme powerhouse divinity contains another law. It'll allow me to comprehend another law quickly and give me another powerful doppelganger. Although Duanling Tian did not show it outwardly, he was extremely excited. After all, he was very familiar with the benefits of owning a supreme powerhouse divinity. At the same time, many people gasped when they heard the rewards for the top 3 ranks in the overall ranking. They knew the supreme powerhouse divinity was a precious treasure and could be considered among the top treasures between heaven and earth that they were aware of. Unsurprisingly, they were shocked when they heard that such a treasure would be used as a reward. Heavens! This reward! I suddenly feel like the rewards for the other categories are quite shabby. Even the reward for the 3rd place in the overall ranking is better than the collective rewards of 10 people in one category. Ha! So what? Put aside the top 3 ranks in the overall rank, do you think you'll even be able to rank in the top 3 in your category? The supreme powerhouses were shocked as well when they heard about the rewards. That person, how big is the divine fountain he found? I thought he only found a small divine fountain. How can the rewards be so generous? Send the information back to the outer boundary. If the others at the outer boundary knew about that divine fountain, I'm afraid that they'd kill themselves out of frustration. Meanwhile, Yun Qingyan, the young master of the divine offering lands Yun clan, wore an unsightly expression on his face when he heard the announcement. After all, he knew the rewards had nothing to do with him. Let alone ranking in the top 3 of the overall ranking, he was not even sure he could rank top 10 in the rudimentary supreme god ranking. Impossible, impossible. There's no way Duanling Tian will rank first in the overall ranking. Along the way, Yun Qingyan had naturally heard many people saying that Duanling Tian had a high chance of ranking first in the overall ranking. At the same time, Yun Tingfeng, the clan leader of the Yun clan and Yun Qingyan's father, was also in the advanced chaotic region. Similar to his son, his expression was unsightly as well. I can't allow him to grow any stronger. If he ranks first, he'll definitely catch the eyes of the supreme powerhouses. That'll be detrimental to my plan to kill him. I have to kill him before the advanced chaotic region closes. I have almost 10 years. It doesn't matter if I can't rank in the top 10 for the advanced supreme gods ranking, but I have to find him and kill him. Yun Tingfeng, who had just exited a secret realm, inhaled deeply before he began to inquire about Duanling Tian. There are so many people trying to kill Duanling Tian? It did not take long before Yun Tingfeng discovered he was not the only one looking for Duanling Tian. There was a group of intermediate and advanced supreme gods looking for Duanling Tian as well. After a moment, he understood that it was because Duanling Tian was an obstacle that prevented the others from ranking first. Duanling Tian, I'm afraid it won't be that easy for you to survive this time, Yun Tingfeng thought to himself with a sneer on his face. Subsequently, Yun Tingfeng stopped looking for Duanling Tian. The collective strength of the intermediate and advanced supreme gods was superior to his. It did not matter if he searched for Duanling Tian or not at this moment. It was better for him to leave the job to the others while he worked to rank in the top 3 of the advanced supreme god ranking.
He did not intend to use the divine fountain on himself but planned to give it to his unworthy son instead. The divine fountain would certainly help to raise his son's cultivation base and strength. At the edge of the advanced chaotic region, a young man was moving cautiously, constantly covering his tracks. He was none other than Feng Qingyang, Duanling Tian's master. I hope little Tian is safe and sound. Similar to Duanling Tian, Feng Qingyang was also a thorn in the side of many people. Although he did not receive as much attention as Duanling Tian did, he also had a high chance of ranking in the top 3 of the overall ranking. They want to stop us, master and disciple, from ranking in the top 3? I, Feng Qingyang, won't let them do as they please. I'll definitely rank in the top 3. Feng Qingyang's sword energy surged for a moment before he suddenly dove into a swamp. After a few moments, a few figures appeared near the swamp. I heard that the advanced Emperor of Gods was here. How is he so fast? After all, we're intermediate supreme gods. You can't measure that advanced Emperor of Gods using common sense. He's stronger than rudimentary supreme gods. After all, there are too many monsters on the realm battlefield this time. There's Duanling Tian, and there's this advanced Emperor of Gods. Coincidentally, both of them are skilled in the sword Dao. Alright, stop talking. We have to find that advanced Emperor of Gods and kill him. After he dies, we'll have one fewer competitor. Although many of these people knew they had no chance of ranking in the top 3 even if they killed Feng Qingyang, they were still adamant about killing Feng Qingyang. Most of them thought that if they, intermediate supreme gods, were unable to rank in the top 3, they could not allow an advanced Emperor of Gods like Feng Qingyang to rank in the top 3. However, most people only searched for Feng Qingyang when they heard news of his whereabouts. They rarely went out of their way to find him. Such a treatment, where almost everyone was frantically searching in all directions, was only reserved for Duanling Tian. Similar to Feng Qingyang, Yang Yuchun, Duanling Tian's 3rd senior brother, and Lang Chun Yuan, Duanling Tian's 4th senior sister, were worried about Duanling Tian's safety. Junior brother is in big trouble this time. I hope he manages to stay hidden. My chances of finding him aren't very high, and it's a good thing. After all, if I can find him, it means that others can find him as well. Yang Yuchun and Lang Chun Yuan knew that their junior brother had to deal with this crisis on his own and that they would be unable to help him. Nonetheless, they still could not help but worry about him. After all, enemies from all 4 directions in the advanced chaotic region were searching for their junior brother now. At this time, Duanling Tian, the party involved, was very leisurely in a secret realm. Under the watchful eyes of 9 people, Duanling Tian obtained several treasures and chaotic points in the secret realm. Unbeknownst to Duanling Tian, he had already become the target of the masses. Nonetheless, when he left the secret realm, a sense of crisis welled up in his heart. The nail that sticks out gets hammered. Previously, I was targeted by the descendants of supreme powerhouses who were rudimentary supreme gods, and there were quite a few powerful rudimentary supreme gods as well. However, with the overall ranking, I'll be targeted by everyone who hopes to rank in the top 3 of the overall ranking and their family and friends. Although Duanling Tian gained a lot from the secret realm, he did not rejoice. He was very cautious after leaving the secret realm, knowing that he would be in trouble if he ran into strong powerhouses. As such, as soon as he left the secret realm and arrived in the advanced chaotic region, he quickly cast the double teleportation profundity and vanished out of sight. After reappearing, Duanling Tian surveyed his surroundings and discovered 2 people in the midst of a battle nearby. The duo were rather powerful intermediate supreme gods and had comprehended the law to the extent where its phenomenon could shine for 1,000,000 miles. They stopped fighting in unison as soon as they discovered another person's presence, afraid of being taken advantage of while they fought. At the same time, Duanling Tian sensed the duo's divine consciousness shrouding him. His heart sank, and his eyes shone with killing intent. Although the duo was quite strong, it was still possible to kill both of them if he went all out. However, it would take a long time to kill both of them if they were to join forces. At that time, the fight would definitely cause a huge commotion and draw unwanted attention, which would be disadvantageous to him. Do they recognize me? If they do,
I have to kill them even if it means drawing unwanted attention.
Duanling Tian stared at the duo murderously. He remained fearless as their divine consciousness probed him. The two intermediate supreme gods seemed surprised that a rudimentary supreme god was not afraid of them. Meanwhile, based on the duo's reaction, Duanling Tian determined that the duo had yet to recognize him. He was not very surprised by this. Although he had killed many people in the chaotic region and had become famous, there were no witnesses most of the time. Even if there were witnesses, none of them dared to record him with the floating mirror image pearl, since the fluctuations from the pearl would give them away. As such, apart from those from the profound energy land and those who had seen recordings of him previously, not many people had seen him before. After confirming that the duo did not recognize him and had no intention of making a move against him, Duanling Tian quickly teleported away. The two intermediate supreme gods looked in the direction where he had left before they looked at each other in disbelief. That rudimentary supreme gods didn't seem to be afraid of us, one of the intermediate supreme gods said. He briefly wondered if he was hallucinating. The rudimentary supreme god did not even flinch when he saw them. He seems to be a new rudimentary supreme god as well, the other intermediate supreme god said, still in disbelief. Based on Duanling Tian's unstable energy, it was clear that Duanling Tian had just become a rudimentary supreme god not too long ago. The two intermediate supreme gods were puzzled. Not only was the rudimentary supreme god fearless, but he also seemed murderous even after he witnessed their fight. Even if they were not among the top intermediate supreme gods, they were also considered rather powerful. Moreover, they could also manifest the phenomena of the law that could shine for 1,000,000 miles. Although they could not kill new and weak advanced supreme gods like the top intermediate supreme gods could, they were still able to fight on even ground with new and weak advanced supreme gods. Is it possible that he is? The two intermediate supreme gods exchanged a look as a name appeared in their minds. That purple-clad young man. Could it be him? After a moment, the duo exclaimed in unison, Duanling Tian. Following that, the two intermediate supreme gods did not continue to fight. Instead, they flew to the nearest base camp and spread the word of the sighting. The duo had no hope of ranking in the overall ranking, but it still did not stop them from spreading the word. One of them had a member in his force who stood a chance of doing so. He knew that he would be rewarded if Duanling Tian was killed as a result of him spreading the word about his encounter with Duanling Tian. In fact, the member of his force had a life-saving jade token, which showed that he was highly favored by the supreme powerhouse in his force. As such, the supreme powerhouse might even reward him. As for the other intermediate supreme god, he felt the death of a monstrous prodigy like Duanling Tian was a good thing for him. The duo drew a lot of attention when they recounted their encounter with Duanling Tian in the base camp. Following that, many intermediate and advanced supreme gods left the base camp one after another and made their way to the place where Duanling Tian was last seen. At the same time, a person who stood among the crowd looked at the two intermediate supreme gods with killing intent. He was a handsome young man dressed in a scholarly white long robe, and he looked very elegant. He was none other than Yang Yuqin, Duanling Tian's third senior brother from the Inner Palace faction. Junior brother was seen nearby? Yang Yuqin did not expect to hear news about Duanling Tian. He had only been in the base camp for half a day before he heard about the two intermediate supreme gods' encounter with Duanling Tian. He committed the two intermediate supreme gods' faces to his memory before he left the base camp and made his way to the place where Duanling Tian was last seen. Needless to say, unlike the other supreme gods who went looking for Duanling Tian to kill him, Yang Yuqin hoped to reunite with Duanling Tian so he could protect Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian was unaware that the two intermediate supreme gods had guessed his identity after he left. Nonetheless, he was very cautious and made sure to travel in random directions. He opened another Deca-secret realm and continued to wander the advanced chaotic region. At the same time, the intermediate and advanced supreme gods traveled in groups as they searched for Duanling Tian. No one dared to confront Duanling Tian alone. Among these people, there were quite a few who only came to watch the show. They moved like a plague of locusts in the advanced chaotic region as they continued to search for Duanling Tian. Little did Duanling Tian know, the supreme gods were slowly catching up to him. After a few days,
It should be safe now, right? Duanling Tian had been on the move over the past few days, making sure that no one was following him. When he felt that he was safe enough, he settled down in a valley temporarily. Although he was physically fine, he felt mentally tired. If he was not in peak condition, he was worried he might not be able to escape if he encountered a strong powerhouse. Moreover, who knew if his mental exhaustion would cause him to be defeated by an opponent who was on par with him.
I'll rest for a few days before leaving.
After entering the valley, Duanling Tian dug a cave and cast a few formations for protection before he rested. He sat cross-legged and emptied his mind, but his divine consciousness was still connected to the formations.
There are formations here.
Someone's here.
In just a blink of an eye, 4 figures appeared in the valley at lightning speed.
Formations. Someone's here.
Be careful. Don't use your divine consciousness. It'll trigger the formations.
The figures belonged to 4 intermediate supreme gods from the same realm of gods, and they were a mix of direct disciples and nominal disciples of an advanced supreme god. The nominal disciples were rather strong, but due to their age, it was unlikely for them to become advanced supreme gods in the future. This was also the reason they were only accepted as nominal disciples by the advanced supreme god.
The 4 people's master was not an ordinary advanced supreme god. He was comparable to the top advanced supreme gods from prime supreme rank forces, and he was also the representative of a supreme powerhouse.
Not only that, but he also possessed a prime divine artifact that further boosted his strength. For these reasons, the 4 powerful intermediate supreme gods acknowledged him as their master. At this time, the 4 intermediate supreme gods were very cautious. The only middle-aged man among them cast a formation to prevent his voice from being heard before he asked in a low voice, "Senior brothers, do you think Duanling Tian might be the person hiding here?"
It's a possibility.
We must check thoroughly. Otherwise, we would miss out on a great opportunity if it's really Duanling Tian. If it's Duanling Tian, we'll have to record the process when we kill him. Even if Master can't rank in the overall ranking with or without Duanling Tian, we'll become famous in the various realms of gods if we're able to kill Duanling Tian. Master will also reward us if we kill him. The other 3 people were old men, but they were filled with vigor. Duanling Tian's strongest law is the law of space. Junior brother Yang Chun, to prevent him from teleporting away using the teleportation profundity, you'll be responsible for disrupting the space around him. A dignified old man said to another old man. All right. However, he has comprehended the law to the point where it can manifest the phenomenon that shines for 1,000,000 miles. Even if I'm very discreet, he's going to sense it as soon as I make a move, Yang Chun said before he released his divine energy that had been imbued with the law of space.
I know, the dignified old man said, as soon as you disrupt the space, we'll break his formations to force him out. Apart from that, if the other party isn't Duanling Tian, but an advanced supreme god, we should be fine as well.
The 4 of us are able to fight an ordinary advanced supreme god if we join forces. Even if the other party is a powerful advanced supreme god, he or she shouldn't take offense once we reveal our identities and explain ourselves. Junior brother Yang Chun, the 3 of us will form a barrier after 10 breaths to prevent the other party from escaping. At that time, remember to disrupt the space to prevent him or her from teleporting away.
If it's Duanling Tian, kill him immediately.
If it's an ordinary intermediate supreme god, we'll also kill him or her. However, if it's a rudimentary supreme god, we'll spare him or her. We'll lose chaotic points for killing rudimentary supreme gods, after all. If the other party is an advanced supreme god, we'll stop immediately and explain that it's a misunderstanding.
Perhaps he or she might feel even grateful if we say that Duanling Tian might be around here.
Following that, the dignified old man gestured to Yang Chun and the other 2 before they approached the formations beneath them in different directions.
After 10 breaths, the dignified old man said, "Now."
In just a blink of an eye, the old man's body shone with a dazzling golden light before he shot out like a sword. Swoosh! A sword cry rang in the air as the terrifying phenomenon of the law that shone for 1,000,000 miles appeared. In just a moment, the valley shook violently, looking as though it was going to collapse. The other 3 made a move as well. The sky was blindingly bright with 4 phenomena of the laws that shone for 1,000,000 miles. They naturally attracted the attention of the people near the area.
Did someone find Duan Ling Tian? In just a moment, many people began to rush toward the phenomena. Bang!
The valley and the formations were destroyed by the terrifying energies in just an instant. Duan Ling Tian, who was cultivating, was naturally alarmed by the commotion. He sensed that the protective formations he had cast earlier had been destroyed. Only the defensive formation he had cast using a formation compass remained intact at this moment. Without the defensive formation, he would have been slightly injured. Someone found me? I didn't sense their divine consciousness at all. This is impossible unless they're supreme powerhouses.
My formations can even detect advanced supreme gods. What happened exactly?
Many questions raced through Duan Ling Tian's mind at this moment. He did not try to sort his thoughts out at this moment. Instead, he tried to teleport away. Alas, he discovered that the space around him had been disrupted. Following that, Duan Ling Tian heard a voice from outside the cave. Senior Brother Lei, the person in the cave, just tried to teleport away. He's skilled in the law of space. There's a possibility that he's Duan Ling Tian.
After Yang Chun said that the person hiding in the cave shrouded with formations was skilled in the law of space, the other three men's eyes lit up immediately. There was a chance that the other party was Duan Ling Tian. Kill him. Senior Brother Lei, who comprehended the law of metal, charged forward after launching a golden sword ray. There was a trace of the sword Dao in his golden sword ray.
At this time, Duan Ling Tian quickly rushed out of the cave after discovering that he could not teleport away. A spatial storm raged and tens of thousands of sword rays appeared as he flew to the sky, away from the crumbling valley. Since Duan Ling Tian's comprehension of the law of earth was not very profound, he did not escape through the earth. Moreover, if one of his opponents comprehended the law of space, his action was no different from seeking death. There are 4 of them. One of them comprehends the law of space, and the other one who comprehends the law of metal has also comprehended the rudimentary sword Dao. The other 2 comprehend the law of fire and the law of earth. Fortunately, I didn't escape through the earth by digging a tunnel. Duan Ling Tian knew he had made the right choice when he discovered one of his opponents comprehended the law of earth. Moreover, the other party had comprehended the law of earth to the point where he could manifest the phenomenon that shone for 1,000,000 miles. The 4 of them are very strong. In fact, they're among the top intermediate supreme gods. I wouldn't have been able to escape from them in the past. Duan Ling Tian's gaze was cold as he flew toward Yang Chun, who comprehended the law of space. The latter's expression changed upon seeing this, and he hastily flew toward his companions. He did not dare to face Duan Ling Tian alone. After all, he knew Duan Ling Tian was capable of killing intermediate supreme gods. The only way to guarantee his safety was to join forces with his companions. You think you can escape? Keep dreaming, Duan Ling Tian said with a sneer. Following that, the energy from the law of space shrouded Yang Chun before the phenomenon that shone for 1,000,000 miles appeared. Along with the law of space, he also cast his mastery Dao. You're connected to the space once you've disrupted it. It won't be easy for you to escape, Duan Ling Tian said with a scoff. The spatial energy quickly restricted Yang Chun's movements. At the same time, he discovered that the restraining profundity he had used to stop Duan Ling Tian from teleporting away had been disrupted by the energy around him. His eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "How's this possible?" He's comprehended the mastery Dao to this extent. Yang Chun was shocked that Duan Ling Tian's mastery Dao was much stronger than rumored. He had never heard of any intermediate supreme gods with such a profound comprehension of the mastery Dao, let alone rudimentary supreme gods. Yang Chun's expression changed drastically when he saw Duan Ling Tian launch a 7-colored sword ray. He panicked and cried out in horror, begging his companions to save him. "No. Help me. Help!" The other 3 men flew over from the distance as fast as they could. But alas, it was too late. Swoosh! The 7-colored sword ray pierced Yang Chun's body before it exploded into tens of thousands of 7-colored sword rays. The trio's expression changed dramatically upon seeing this. Die! Kill him! The trio did not expect that Duan Ling Tian would boldly face them and even kill their companion. They had expected him to try to escape.
Duan Ling Tian's gaze was cold and murderous when he looked at the trio. After a brief moment, he chose to teleport away. Unlike before, he was now capable of dealing with them, but he knew that he would not be able to deal with the trio in a short time. He knew the commotion would draw a lot of people over, and if advanced supreme gods appeared, it would be impossible for him to escape. After his close brush with death previously, he became very cautious and would not take unnecessary risks. At that time, he would not have been able to escape death if Ning Yixin did not show up in time. Swoosh! Duan Ling Tian cast the double teleportation profundity and escaped. He easily crushed his opponent's restrictive formation with his law of space and mastery Dao. It was as though the formation was just a toy. It was not surprising that he easily crushed the intermediate supreme god's formation since his mastery Dao alone was not inferior to the law that could manifest the phenomenon of law that shone for 1,000,000 miles. Get him! The trio's expressions were unsightly as they watched Duan Ling Tian teleport away. They did not expect him to be able to do so. After all, even if Yang Chun had died, it would take away for the disrupted space to return to normal. Although Duan Ling Tian was already quite a distance away, they managed to lock onto his location with their divine consciousness and hastily chased after him. We have to catch up to him quickly. Otherwise, we'll lose him. We can't let him escape. It'll be a waste of this golden opportunity. The trio moved at top speed, unwilling to let go of this opportunity to kill Duan Ling Tian. How persistent! Duan Ling Tian thought to himself with a sneer. If I wasn't worried that more people would show up, I would fight the three of you. At the same time, a huge figure appeared in the sky and cried in a voice brimming with unwillingness, Duan Ling Tian. It was the phenomenon that indicated Yang Chun's death. It was rare for a phenomenon to name their murderer. After all, most people did not know the name of their murderer in the advanced chaotic region. However, Yang Chun naturally knew who Duan Ling Tian was. The calm expression on Duan Ling Tian's face vanished when he heard his name. Damn it! He called my name. This was out of Duan Ling Tian's expectations. Previously, he killed many people who knew who he was, but such a thing did not happen before. The three intermediate supreme gods were shocked and displeased by this unexpected development as well. This meant that more people would come over now that they knew Duan Ling Tian was here. Hurry up! We must kill him as soon as possible. Otherwise, it'll be too late. We can't let other people kill him. We won't gain anything if he's killed by someone else. The three intermediate supreme gods gritted their teeth and continued to chase Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, the powerhouses in the vicinity looked at the sky and saw the phenomenon that called out Duan Ling Tian's name. Duan Ling Tian! Their eyes brightened as soon as they heard Duan Ling Tian, and they did not waste time rushing over. Duan Ling Tian finally showed up? It has to be him. Otherwise, why would that phenomenon call out his name? Duan Ling Tian must have killed him. Let's go and have a look. I expected it to be difficult to find him. I didn't expect to find him here. Many intermediate and advanced supreme gods rushed toward the collapsed valley where Duan Ling Tian was previously cultivating. Traces of energy lingered in the air, indicating that a fierce battle had taken place earlier. Over there, an advanced supreme god surveyed his surroundings before he took off in a certain direction. When the others noticed this, they quickly followed suit. They were in high spirits as they moved out like a tornado. Swoosh! 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 Junior brother. Yang Yuchun was among the supreme gods who came over. He felt that Duan Ling Tian was really unlucky that his location had been found by a group of powerhouses, but at the same time, he also felt that Duan Ling Tian was also rather lucky that he happened to be nearby and could help Duan Ling Tian at the critical moment. There are so many people, and there are a few powerful advanced supreme gods as well. I'm not confident I'll be able to rescue junior brother from so many people. I really wish eldest senior sister is here. Yang Yuchun could not help but think of his eldest senior sister at this moment. If she were here, she would definitely be able to protect Duan Ling Tian from all the intermediate and advanced supreme gods. Although Duan Ling Tian could not sense the group of intermediate and advanced supreme gods chasing him, he knew that many people would be chasing him after the earlier commotion. At the same time, the three intermediate supreme gods were hot on Duan Ling Tian's heels. Although he was teleporting as he moved, they still managed to catch up to him. Their persistence and strength made him feel helpless.
I have to sacrifice my doppelganger from the law of Earth. Duanling Tian used to comprehend the law of Earth a lot in the past, and his comprehension of it had further improved after a few fortuitous encounters in the realm of gods. Although his comprehension of the law of Earth was nowhere near the level of one of the intermediate supreme gods chasing him, he still decided to use the doppelganger to distract the three intermediate supreme gods. Duanling Tian quickly left his doppelganger from the law of Earth behind before he teleported away and covered the energy from the teleportation profundity and the mastery Dao. Meanwhile, the three intermediate supreme gods found it strange when they saw that Duanling Tian had stopped moving. However, they quickly dismissed the feeling and thought that he had exhausted himself. After all, in their opinion, no matter how monstrously strong Duanling Tian was, he was just a new rudimentary supreme god, and it would be impossible for him to outrun them.
We've caught up with him. Kill him.
Record the process with the floating image pearl. The trio quickly made their moves. One of them brought a floating image pearl out as the other two made a move first. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian's doppelganger from the law of Earth suddenly vanished into the earth in front of their eyes.
One of the three men said with a sneer, trying to escape using the law of Earth in my presence? You must be seeking death.
Then the man blasted a hole into the ground. Before the other two men arrived, the man who comprehended the law of Earth suddenly cried out with an unsightly expression on his face. That was Duanling Tian's doppelganger from the law of Earth.
He's escaped. The man quickly extended his divine consciousness and discovered that Duanling Tian had gotten away. The other two men's expressions were unsightly when they heard their companion's words. Similarly, they also extended their divine consciousness, hoping to find Duanling Tian.
Choose a direction.
It'll depend on our luck now. There's nothing else we can do if we can't find him, the leader of the trio said with a dark expression on his face. He did not expect that he would be unable to tell the difference between Duanling Tian and his doppelganger. The trio knew they could not split up to search for Duanling Tian. After witnessing Duanling Tian's strength earlier when he killed Xianxia, they knew they were no match for him individually. After searching for half a day, the trio finally gave up.
Damn it! He got away. The expression of the leader of the trio was very unsightly at this moment. I can't believe this, another man lamented. We didn't catch him in the end. Xianxia really died in vain. The man who was skilled in the law of Earth said. He was more agitated than the others because Xianxia was his cousin, and he had watched Xianxia grow up.
Moreover, they had also supported each other in the past, but alas, Xianxia died in the advanced chaotic region.
We should tell everyone about the place where we lost him. Even if we can't find him, the others might be able to find him and kill him, the expert in the law of Earth said solemnly. The others quickly agreed to his suggestion. Even if they would not gain anything from Duanling Tian's death, at the very least they could vent their anger. After the trio returned to the spot where they lost Duanling Tian, they began to spread the word.
We lost Duanling Tian here.
Everyone, spread out and search for him. In the beginning there were 4 of us. He killed one of us. We were fooled by his doppelganger and lost him here. Everyone, Duanling Tian is stronger than rumored. Those who are weak shouldn't go looking for him. Otherwise, you might die.
The trio was still recounting their encounter when Yang Yuqin and a group of people arrived. Yang Yuqin's eyes glinted coldly as he watched people flying in all directions. Then he said with a sneer, "Why should we believe you?
Perhaps you've already captured Duanling Tian, and you're only trying to get us to leave. Based on your capabilities, it should be easy for you to kill Duanling Tian if you join forces. I bet you've captured him and plan to kill him after all of us leave." The 3 intermediate supreme gods' expressions changed upon hearing Yang Yuqin's words. At the same time, the others looked at the trio suspiciously.
Yang Yuqin continued to say, "Perhaps you're worried that if we stay any longer, Duanling Tian might break free and we might discover him. Everyone, I think we better search for traces of Duanling Tian here. If we can't find him here, it won't be too late for us to search for him elsewhere."
The trio's expressions were very gloomy. They did not expect to be doubted and questioned, and their gazes turned hostile when they turned to look at Yang Yuqin. More and more people arrived at this time. Some decided to stay and search the area while others left to search elsewhere.
Senior Brother Lei, he's here alone. He's going to leave, one of the trio said when he noticed that Yang Yuqin was alone. He also discovered that Yang Yuqin was just an intermediate supreme god like them.
That brat. I'll stay here and continue to spread the word about our encounter with Duanling Tian. The two of you follow that white-clad young man and kill him.
Since he has a death wish, we'll grant him his wish. After Yang Yuqin left, the old intermediate supreme god who was skilled in the law of earth and the middle-aged intermediate supreme god left as well. They did not hide their intentions and left openly.
Meanwhile, when Yang Yuqin, who was in front of the duo, noticed the duo's presence and looked back, his expression suddenly changed. Then he quickly fled.
Seeing that Yang Yuqin had increased his speed, the duo who was chasing him smiled mockingly as their eyes shone with killing intent.
His speed is so slow. How incompetent. It seems like just one of us can easily kill him. The middle-aged man said with a sneer. Let's just work together to kill him as fast as we can. Then we can return to Senior Brother Lei and spread the word about Duanling Tian. The old man said with a cruel smile on his face as he looked at the fleeing white-clad young man in front of him. The duo quickly made a move. One of them flew out and blocked Yang Yuqin's way while the other brought up the rear.
Boy, you can't escape.
You're so slow, and yet you think you'll be able to escape from us? Fool.
You're just a weakling, but you dare to doubt the three of us? You must be seeking death.
The duo looked at Yang Yuqin contemptuously after they stopped Yang Yuqin. In their opinion, there was no doubt that Yang Yuqin was going to die soon. They wanted to teach him a lesson for meddling in their business and savor the expression of despair on his face before he died. You're so incompetent, and yet you dare to meddle in our matters. Remember not to be so foolish in your next life. The middle-aged man, who stood in front of Yang Yuqin, said. Divine energy surged from his body as he prepared to attack Yang Yuqin. Previously, when faced with Duanling Tian, who was a rudimentary supreme god, the duo did not have such confidence. Although Yang Yuqin was an intermediate supreme god and his cultivation base was higher than that of Duanling Tian, the duo was very confident about dealing with Yang Yuqin. After all, based on Yang Yuqin's speed, the duo thought that Yang Yuqin was just an ordinary intermediate supreme god.
Is he scared, silly?
Seeing that Yang Yuqin seemed unafraid, the old man was clearly a little dissatisfied. He had expected Yang Yuqin to be terrified, but Yang Yuqin's reaction was completely out of his expectations. While the duo assumed that Yang Yuqin was frozen in fear, they suddenly heard the white-clad Yang Yuqin say with a sigh, "What a pity."
Yang Yuqin shook his head and continued to say, "Only two of you chased after me. Forget it. I'll kill both of you first before I send your companion to the netherworld to accompany both of you. Don't worry, I won't let you wait for long."
Subsequently, Yang Yuqin made a move.
In just a moment, the phenomenon of the law that shone for 1,000,000 miles appeared.
The duo's expressions changed immediately upon seeing this. At the same time, they finally realized that Yang Yuqin had been hiding his strength and intentionally slowed down his speed earlier.
After all, it was impossible for an intermediate supreme god who had comprehended the law to the point where it could manifest a phenomenon that shone for 1,000,000 miles to be so slow.
You actually hid your strength? Oomph. So what if you're not weaker than us? There are two of us here.
Although the duo was surprised that Yang Yuqin had hidden his strength, they were not afraid. In their opinion, Yang Yuqin was at most on par with them. Since there were two of them, they were certain that they would be able to kill him.
Alas, when they fought, the duo finally realized that they had made a grave mistake. Yang Yuqin's cultivation base and the level of his comprehension were the only things they had in common. Unlike them, Yang Yuqin had comprehended the Mastery Tao, one of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth, to a terrifying level. His Mastery Tao was so powerful that it quickly suppressed the powers of the laws they comprehended, making it difficult for them to use their laws.
No. Impossible. Yang Yuqin easily defeated the 2 intermediate supreme gods with just 3 moves. Before the despairing duo could escape, he killed them indifferently. After killing them, he did not linger and quickly returned to the spot where he had just left.
Among the 3 intermediate supreme gods, there was only one left now. Even if the other party was the strongest among the trio, Yang Yuqin could still easily kill him with a move.
Even among the top intermediate supreme gods in the god-defying world, Yang Yuqin was considered rather powerful.
With his strength now, He was not even afraid of intermediate supreme gods who had comprehended their laws to the point where they could manifest phenomena that shone for 10 million miles. This was because his mastery Tao had improved by leaps and bounds recently due to a fortuitous encounter. At this time, two huge figures appeared in the sky and let out an unwilling cry each before they crumbled to the ground. At the place where Duanling Tian was last seen, many people looked into the distance when they heard the commotion. Senior Brother Lei, the leader among the 4 intermediate supreme gods, whose name was Lei Tongshan, was still telling people about his encounter with Duanling Tian when he heard the commotion. He instinctively looked up and saw the phenomenon of the law that shone for 1,000,000 miles. Initially, Lei Tongshan did not react to the deaths of the 2 intermediate supreme gods. It was not unusual for people to die in the advanced chaotic region, after all. However, his expression changed after a moment when he realized that the commotion was from the direction where his 2 junior brothers had left.
That place. No. Impossible. Lei Tongshan quickly denied the possibility that his 2 junior brothers had died. After all, in his opinion, the target was just an intermediate supreme god. Even if his 2 junior brothers were weaker than the target, they should not have died so quickly unless there was an advanced supreme god or a top intermediate supreme god who intervened. Lei Tongshan took a deep breath to calm down before he checked his junior brother's soul pearls in his spatial ring. With just a glance, he saw that the 2 soul pearls had shattered. In just a blink of an eye, the calm expression that had just appeared on his face vanished immediately. I must escape now. Since the other party was capable of killing his 2 junior brothers, Lei Tongshan knew the other party could easily kill him as well. After all, even if he was stronger than his 2 junior brothers individually, he was weaker than their collective strength. Given enough time, if his 2 junior brothers joined forces, they would be able to defeat him. His level of comprehension was the same as his junior brothers, and the only advantage he had over them was his rudimentary form of the sword Tao. Lei Tongshan did not hesitate and quickly fled. In his opinion, the other party would likely return to look for him after killing his 2 junior brothers. Swoosh! Lei Tongshan's speed was astonishingly fast. In just a moment he had crossed mountains and rivers. Unfortunately, Yang Yuchen appeared and blocked his path in fewer than 30 breaths. Lei Tongshan's expression was extremely dark at this moment. At this time, he had already confirmed that no one intervened and killed his 2 junior brothers. It was Yang Yuchen who killed his junior brothers, and Yang Yuchen was a top intermediate supreme god. He can manifest the phenomenon of the law that shines for 1,000,000 miles just like my junior brothers, but he easily killed them. His speed is very fast as well. It's likely that he has other means that's stronger than my rudimentary form of the sword Tao. Although Lei Tongshan did not know the specifics, he could roughly gauge Yang Yuchen's strength. You ran away pretty fast, Yang Yuchen said as he looked at Lei Tongshan indifferently. Sir, Lei Tongshan said solemnly. Earlier, I dissuaded my junior brothers from causing trouble and provoking you. Alas, they refused to listen to me, and there was nothing I could do. Sir, they provoked you and could only blame themselves for their deaths. However, sir, I didn't do anything. You won't kill me when I've done nothing wrong, right? In order to survive, Lei Tongshan quickly put away his arrogance. He did not even mention that his master had the support of a supreme powerhouse. He knew it was meaningless to mention such a thing. If he were in Yang Yuchen's shoes, he would kill Yang Yuchen immediately for threatening him with a supreme powerhouse. After all, no matter how powerful supreme powerhouses were, what could they do at such a time? As such, he did not put on a strong front. At this moment, even if Yang Yuchen asked him to kneel and kowtow, he would do it without any hesitation as long as he could survive. After living for so many years, Lei Tongshan knew that pride and dignity were nothing compared to staying alive. Moreover, there was no third party present at this moment and no one was around to witness his embarrassment. As such, he could easily suffer this blow to his pride. Yang Yuchen did not respond to Lei Tongshan's words. Instead, he asked expressionlessly, "Tell me about your encounter with Duanling Tian." Seeing that Yang Yuchen did not intend to make a move and asked about Duanling Tian instead, Lei Tongshan assumed that Yang Yuchen was searching for Duanling Tian like the others. His expression eased immediately and he recounted his encounter without missing any details. After all, there was no need to lie about his encounter. If he lied once,
he would have to use more lies to cover up the first lie. If he was discovered, he might lose his life. After listening to Lei Tongshan, Yang Yuchun shook his head and sighed softly. Junior brother is really unlucky. Junior brother? When Lei Tongshan heard these two words, his eyes widened, and his expression changed drastically. It was beyond Lei Tongshan's expectations that the person in front of him was Duanling Tian's senior brother. He had heard quite a bit about Duanling Tian, so he knew that if the person in front of him was Duanling Tian's senior brother, the person had to be Yang Yuchun or Hong Yifeng from the Myriad Laws Academy's Inner Palace faction in the Profound Energy Land. Based on the clothing and the temperament of the person in front of him and thinking of the rumors he had heard before, it was not difficult for him to figure out that the person in front of him was Yang Yuchun. Wait! Suddenly, Lei Tongshan thought of a problem. He, like most people, learned about the Myriad Laws Academy's Inner Palace faction because of Duanling Tian. Based on what he had heard, he remembered that Yang Yuchun was only a little stronger than him. He also heard that Yang Yuchun could only manifest a faint phenomenon of the law that shone for 100,000 miles. He had thought that Yang Yuchun was only stronger than him because of Yang Yuchun's mastery Dao. However, today, Lei Tongshan realized that the rumors he had heard about Yang Yuchun's strength were a description of Yang Yuchun's strength in the past. Currently, Yang Yuchun was very powerful even among top intermediate supreme gods. Even prodigious intermediate supreme gods who could manifest phenomena of the laws that could shine for 10 million miles might not be stronger than Yang Yuchun unless they had also comprehended one of the four Daos of heaven and earth to a certain level or possessed another powerful means. Lei Tongshan was far weaker than Yang Yuchun now. He knew that Yang Yuchun could kill him within a few moves. After a moment, Lei Tongshan took a deep breath to calm down and stopped his body from trembling. Then, he cupped his fists together at Yang Yuchun and said, Sir Yang, although my junior brothers and I planned to kill your junior brother, we failed after all. You've killed my junior brothers, and they deserved it. As for me, I'm willing to give you everything I have as long as you spare my life. What do you think? Lei Tongshan was even more certain that Yang Yuchun was going to kill him after discovering that Yang Yuchun was Duanling Tian's senior brother. As such, he no longer dared to speak nonsense and did not conceal his intention to kill Duanling Tian. After all, Yang Yuchun would not believe him. It was better for him to be honest and see if he could get Yang Yuchun to spare his life in exchange for all his possessions. No. Lei Tongshan's expression fell when he heard Yang Yuchun's refusal. In just a moment, energy burst forth from his body, and he fled. Alas, although Lei Tongshan was fast, Yang Yuchun was faster. In just a moment, Yang Yuchun easily regained control of the situation. Lei Tongshan was stronger than his junior brothers, but he was too weak in front of Yang Yuchun. In fewer than 3 breaths, he was already on the brink of death. Yang Yuchun, if you kill me, you'll definitely regret it. I am. At the critical moment, Lei Tongshan decided to reveal his identity to threaten Yang Yuchun. It was the only thing he could think of at this moment. However, Yang Yuchun did not allow Lei Tongshan to finish his words. He said, Shut up. Do you think people will find out that I kill you? Even if the supreme powerhouse overseeing the area was aware that Yang Yuchun killed Lei Tongshan, it was unlikely that the supreme powerhouse would reveal it to the supreme powerhouse whom Lei Tongshan knew unless the supreme powerhouse was familiar with Lei Tongshan's supreme powerhouse, which was very unlikely. Moreover, Yang Yuchun was certain that Lei Tongshan did not have a close connection with the supreme powerhouse. Otherwise, Lei Tongshan would have a life-saving jade token. For this reason, Yang Yuchun decisively killed Lei Tongshan. After killing the 3 intermediate supreme gods, he did not seem happy. Instead, his expression was rather solemn. I hope junior brother will be more careful. Currently, not only are the rudimentary and intermediate supreme gods searching for him, but the advanced supreme gods are searching for him as well. Many of those advanced supreme gods are rather outstanding as well. Even Yang Yuchun could only kill an ordinary advanced supreme god. Top advanced supreme gods could easily squash him as though he was an ant. Duanling Tian, who had fled naturally, did not know that the 3 intermediate supreme gods who were chasing after him had been killed by his 3rd senior brother, Yang Yuchun. He was only focused on escaping the danger. When he was discovered by the 4 intermediate supreme gods, he had killed one of them. Unfortunately, at the moment of the Intermediate Supreme God's death, the Intermediate Supreme God had called out his name. As such, he knew it would draw everyone to the area, and it was imperative that he left this area.
At the same time, Duan Tian wished that he could enter the Deca's secret realm that he had opened so he could take refuge in the secret realm. After leaving the secret realm, it was highly likely that he would be transported to another area.
It's better not to fly. I should continue to hide as I move. Duan Tian crossed mountains and rivers with unrivaled agility, avoiding many people in the sky. He could sense many people's divine consciousness as he moved. More and more people are showing up.
It did not take long for Duan Tian to notice the increase in the number of people searching for him. After all, everyone was searching the area after hearing the commotion.
The situation was becoming more and more dangerous for Duan Tian. Duan Tian had yet to recover from his mental exhaustion, and yet, he had been fleeing for many days. If he were to engage in a fight now, perhaps, he might not even be a match for the 4 intermediate supreme gods he encountered previously.
Suddenly, Duan Tian heard an exclamation of surprise.
There's someone over there.
He's not wearing a purple robe, but based on his sneaky behavior, he might be Duan Tian.
Indeed, Duan Tian was not wearing his purple robe now. However, he did not change his appearance. With so many powerhouses searching for him, they could easily see through his disguise using their divine consciousness. Unlike before, everyone was searching with their divine consciousness now without caring if they would offend people. At this time, everyone was doing the same thing to search for Duan Tian. As such, everyone used their divine consciousness freely to probe others. Under such circumstances, Duan Tian keenly felt the danger. At this time, he truly understood the saying that the nail that stuck out would get hammered. It seems that I've stood out too much recently. However, if I keep hiding my strength, it'll be impossible for me to gain everything I have today. Duan Tian did not regret his decision. After all, his strength would not have improved so quickly if he kept a low profile all the time. With his current strength, he was confident about killing most intermediate supreme gods, and he was not even afraid of top intermediate supreme gods. Even if he could not kill an intermediate supreme god, he was confident his opponent could not defeat and kill him as well. He was already so powerful even though he had yet to stabilize his cultivation base.
There's still a long way to go before I can stabilize my cultivation base. I hope that after entering a few secret realms, I'll be able to quickly stabilize my cultivation base. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to continue staying in the advanced chaotic region.
After learning about the overall ranking, Duan Tian knew that he was going to become an eyesore to many people. However, he did not expect the situation would be so grim. Don't they have to accumulate battle merits and chaotic points?
Do they not care?
Do they only want to kill me for the pleasure of it?
Duan Tian felt rather speechless when he thought about the number of people who were out to kill him. He wondered if they had nothing better to do.
After all, he was certain most of these people did not have hope at all to rank in the top 3 of the overall ranking, and most of them likely did not have connections to anyone who could rank in the top 3 of the overall ranking. Duan Tian was unaware that multiple bounties had been placed on him in the advanced chaotic region.
If one recorded the process of killing Duan Tian using a floating image pearl, one could claim a huge reward for killing Duan Tian. One could claim not just one but all rewards from the multiple bounties that were placed on Duan Tian, and the bounties were increasing by the day.
In short, one could claim a lot of rewards after killing Duan Tian. Kill Duan Tian and remember to record the process with a floating image pearl. Then you can claim the rewards with the floating image pearl. You'll be rewarded with a life-saving jade token from a supreme powerhouse. With it, you can obtain the help of a supreme powerhouse outside of the realm battlefield. Record the process when you kill Duan Tian. After we confirm that the recording from the floating image pearl is not fake, you'll receive 3 fragments of prime divine artifacts. Kill Duan Tian.
All kinds of rewards were offered in the bounties that appeared in the various base camps in the advanced chaotic region.
The people who placed the bounties on Duan Tian's head were, without exception, from prime supreme rank forces in the various realms of gods or descendants of sectless supreme powerhouses. Duan Tian naturally did not know that he was so valuable now.
Rewards were being offered up one after another in the base camps in the advanced chaotic region.
In the beginning, these people secretly put a bounty on Duanling Tian, but as time went by, these people began to do it openly. Heavens!
The rewards have increased again. Duanling Tian is like a treasure now.
He's undoubtedly a treasure.
What's more important than killing him now?
As long as you're able to kill him and record the process, you'll receive the rewards no matter who you are. Moreover, you'll receive the rewards from everyone who put a bounty on Duanling Tian.
I heard some people say that these rewards are even better than what you can get from killing others. Alas, I'm not strong enough to kill him. Otherwise, I'll search for him tirelessly like the others as well. It's fine even if you can't kill him. Many people have also offered up rewards if you can provide them with Duanling Tian's exact location. Naturally, your information has to be accurate and they have to successfully kill Duanling Tian before you can receive the rewards.
It's said that the reward is 1/10 of the rewards from the bounties.
1/10.
That's a lot. Perhaps the value of the rewards is even better than the value of the rewards of ranking in the top 3 of a category. I don't know about that. The reward for the ranking is the Divine Fountain. The Divine Fountain is a rare and precious treasure. How can the rewards from the bounties compare to the Divine Fountain?
As the rewards for killing Duanling Tian increased, many people in the base camps were busy discussing it.
At this moment, it was as though everyone in the world wanted Duanling Tian's life.
Ning Yixian had been working very hard during this time to rank in the top 10 of the intermediate Supreme God ranking. He spent most of his time in secret realms, and when he was waiting to enter the secret realms, he would usually go to a base camp to rest.
When Ning Yixian went to the base camp this time, he also discovered the many bounties that had been placed.
Duanling Tian. Although Ning Yixian had long suspected that Duanling Tian would be targeted after the announcement about the overall ranking, he did not expect so many forces and people would offer up so many generous rewards to kill Duanling Tian.
Ning Yixian was from a prime supreme rank force and was favored by his clan's supreme powerhouse. For this reason, he had seen many precious things before. Even then, he was still shocked by the rewards for killing Duanling Tian.
Many of these people are from prime supreme rank forces. Did they obtain the approval of their respective supreme powerhouse before doing this?
Wait, they wouldn't have dared to do this if they didn't have the approval of their respective supreme powerhouses. However, aren't the other supreme powerhouses who are committed to the purpose of the realm battlefield and the advanced chaotic region going to do anything about it? Or are they unaware of this? Many supreme powerhouses tacitly agreed to place a bounty on Duanling Tian, and it caused other supreme powerhouses to feel dissatisfied. Those who felt dissatisfied were those who genuinely hoped to cultivate more powerhouses in the God-defying world. It was only natural that they were dissatisfied with the others targeting a prodigy like Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian is undoubtedly a prodigy. If they target him and he dies, it'll be a huge loss to our God-defying world. That's right, it'll be a loss to us. The purpose of the realm battlefield is to discover and cultivate prodigies. That's how we discovered Duanling Tian. It's really not fair that these forces are targeting him after the announcement of the overall ranking was made. Using the Divine Fountain as a reward, opening the advanced chaotic region, and even the creation of the overall ranking were proposed by that person. Did he acquiesce to this?
At the same time, a young man dressed in a robe as white as snow stood with his hands on his back in a pavilion that hung in the endless void. He stared ahead blankly, and no one knew what he was thinking at this moment.
After a while, a middle-aged man appeared behind the young man and asked, "My lord, are you really not going to intervene?" Upon hearing this question, the young man smiled faintly. Intervene? Intervene in what matter? The bounties placed on Duanling Tian can longer be considered a competition among the cultivators in the advanced chaotic region. This matter has become a battle of interests between the major supreme rank forces and Duanling Tian. The middle-aged man said in a deep voice. Most importantly, this wouldn't have happened without those people's approval.
The middle-aged man continued to say, "My lord, don't you have high hopes for Duanling Tian?
There's no need to push him into a fire pit like this, right?
He's facing prime supreme rank forces that have supreme powerhouses. His chances of winning are extremely low. Based on what I heard, his location in the advanced chaotic region was discovered not long ago and he almost died." He. At this time, the white-clad young man calmly interjected. So what do you want to say? Do you think I should intervene and warn the others? Tell them to withdraw the bounties. Yes, the middle-aged man said. No matter what, Duanling Tian is just a rudimentary supreme god, and his cultivation base has yet to stabilize. It's nearly impossible for him to survive now that he has to face those aggressive intermediate and advanced supreme gods from prime supreme rank forces. After a pause, the middle-aged man asked, Don't tell me you think he'll be able to survive this? The white-clad young man said with a slight smile on his face. I don't think about him. What does he have to do with me? Do you think I suggested opening the advanced chaotic region and creating the overall ranking to target him? If he's not confident about surviving, he can always enter a base camp or leave the advanced chaotic region. Once he does that, who will target him? Based on what he had gained so far, even if he leaves now, he'll likely still rank in the top 3 of the rudimentary supreme god ranking. It's just that he won't be able to rank in the top 3 of the overall ranking. Under these circumstances, if he overestimates himself and is killed as a result, he can only blame himself for being greedy. If he dies because of this reason, no matter how talented he is and how great his future achievements are, he won't be able to survive in the outer boundary. No matter how talented one is, how is one going to protect the god-defying world if one can't survive in the outer boundary? The white-clad young man continued to say calmly, I know you think highly of him, but you're worrying too much. You've come a long way and have experienced a lot. Can't you understand this matter? Even if you cherish talents, you have to remember that talent is useless if the other party is reckless. Even if the other party is able to become a supreme powerhouse, he or she won't be able to survive long after leaving the god-defying world. In the god-defying world, there's no lack of mediocre supreme powerhouses, and there's also no lack of reckless supreme powerhouses who don't know when to advance and retreat. You should leave now. In the future, don't look for me again because of this matter again. You can consider that I acquiesce to this matter. This matter is not completely out of his control. If he doesn't want to die, all he needs to do is leave the advanced chaotic region, the white-clad young man said, clearly displeased and impatient. I understand, the middle-aged man said. After listening to the white-clad young man's words, he naturally no longer said anything else. He also realized that he had been indeed too concerned about the prodigies and that he had forgotten that Duanling Tian could leave whenever he wanted to. If Duanling Tian did not leave because he overestimated himself, then Duanling Tian could only blame himself if he died. The middle-aged thought to himself, I'll stop caring about this matter. It all depends on him whether he lives or dies. Duanling Tian naturally did not know that he had attracted the attention of many supreme powerhouses, even though he was just a new rudimentary supreme god. He was also unaware that a supreme powerhouse had spoken out for him. At this moment, Duanling Tian had been discovered even though he had been very cautious when he traveled. He sensed 3 intermediate supreme gods tailing him from afar. However, they were clearly afraid of him because they did not make a move at all. They haven't made a move yet. Are they waiting for someone? It seems like an advanced supreme god might show up later. After a while, the trio still did not do anything and only followed Duanling Tian, causing him to feel puzzled. Among the trio, one was skilled in the law of wind and was capable of manifesting the phenomenon that could shine for 1,000,000 miles. As such, although Duanling Tian could teleport, he would still be able to catch up to Duanling Tian. After crossing the huge canyon up ahead, I'll kill the other 2 if they're still following me. Those 2 aren't skilled in the law of wind, so they won't be able to escape when I kill them, Duanling Tian thought to himself as his eyes glinted coldly. When Duanling Tian finally crossed the huge canyon, he discovered that the trio was still following him. Hence, he stopped moving and teleported to the back. When Duanling Tian reappeared near the 3 intermediate supreme gods, their expressions changed immediately. The one who was skilled in the law of wind quickly retreated to the side before he called out to his 2 companions. Be careful! One of the other 2 was skilled in the law of earth. In just a moment, a dark yellow energy surged from his body and formed a defensive barrier around him before he retreated. As for the final person, rippling energy like the water swept out from his body like a tidal wave. The duo chose to attack and retreat decisively. Although they were rather strong intermediate supreme gods,
They did not dare to underestimate Duan Tian, who was a rudimentary supreme god at all. After all, words of Duan Tian's strength had spread far and wide. You want to retreat now? It's too late. Duan Tian sneered when he saw the two intermediate supreme gods retreat. At the same time, the negative emotions that had accumulated in his heart over the past few days finally exploded at this moment. During this period of time, Duan Tian felt like a rat being hunted. He had done nothing, and yet so many people were out to kill him. He did not even dare to enter base camps, afraid that people were lying in wait outside the base camps. Since he did not enter any base camp, he was still unaware of the reason why so many people were out to kill him. As soon as Duan Tian made a move, the 7 orifices exquisite sword appeared. After he cast his law of space, mastery Dao and sword Dao, the phenomenon that shone for 1,000,000 miles appeared. Meanwhile, the duo did not intend to fight Duan Tian directly. When the intermediate supreme god who comprehended the law of water saw how easily Duan Tian had crushed his attack, his expression changed. He's so strong. The trio finally realized that Duan Tian was even more exaggerated than the rumors. With this strength, he should be on par with those top intermediate supreme gods who are capable of killing ordinary advanced supreme gods, right? At this moment, the duo suddenly cried out in unison, "Fang He, attack!" Fang He was the intermediate supreme god who was skilled in the law of the wind. It was thanks to him that they were able to keep up with Duan Tian. Otherwise, the other two, who comprehended the law of earth and the law of water respectively, would have lost track of Duan Tian long ago. Similar to his companions, Fang He was shocked when he saw Duan Tian crush the attack, and he was frightened by Duan Tian's terrifying strength. He knew that if he went over at this moment, he would definitely die. When Fang He saw Duan Tian rushing toward his two companions, instead of going over, he quickly bellowed in a thunderous voice before he fled, "Duan Tian is here." Fang He's thunderous voice swept through a huge area in just an instant. As Fang He fled, he thought to himself, "This is the last thing I can do for both of you. I hope you don't blame me." After witnessing Duan Tian's strength, Fang He knew that they would be unable to defeat Duan Tian even if he went over. Even if he was skilled in the law of wind, it would be difficult for him to escape Duan Tian at such a close range. After all, the law of space was very powerful. Once he was restrained, no matter how fast he was, it would be useless. Fang He. When Fang He's two companions heard his voice, their expressions changed immediately. Seeing Fang He, who was getting further and further away, how could they not guess Fang He's thoughts at this moment? As they dealt with Duan Tian hastily, they cursed Fang He and his entire family inwardly. However, after a short moment, they no longer had the energy to curse Fang He due to the immense pressure from Duan Tian. They felt as though their bones were shaking and falling apart. How can he be so strong? He's just a new rudimentary supreme god. How can his combat power be so terrifying? The duo's souls trembled when they saw Duan Tian's terrifying combat power. Before today, they did not think that it was possible for a rudimentary supreme god to be so strong. No, the intermediate supreme god who was skilled in the law of water cried out as Duan Tian's attack hit him first. Then a 7-colored sword ray pierced his body before exploding into thousands of sword rays in the next moment. Just like that, he died along with the rippling energy in the sky. Then, a huge figure rose in the air and cried out before it crumbled to the ground. At the same time, the intermediate who was skilled in the law of earth was strengthening his defenses with a grim expression on his face. After all, the law of earth was known for its defenses. Although Duan Tian was wearing down his defenses, he still held hope of surviving. As long as he could hold on until someone showed up, he had a chance to survive. At that time, Duan Tian would be unable to protect himself, and those who arrived would definitely target Duan Tian. Duan Tian sneered, "How shameless. Do you think you'll be able to survive when other people arrive? You're quite smart. However, if I want to kill you now, your defenses mean nothing to me." Duan Tian's gaze was cold as he opened up his little world. Following that, a branch shot out toward the intermediate supreme god who was defending himself with all his might. The branch looked ordinary, but it was brimming with rich vital energy. It easily pierced and destroyed the intermediate Supreme God's defenses.
The Divine Tree of Life. The intermediate Supreme God was initially optimistic about surviving. However, after his defenses were destroyed, an expression of horror and despair appeared on his face.
For those who had yet to comprehend the perfect form of the law of earth, the Divine Tree of Life was their nemesis. The Divine Tree of Life was born from the earth, and it was a treasure of heaven and earth. It could easily ignore the law of earth as long as the law of earth was not in the perfect form. Defensive shields formed by the law of earth could not stop it at all. For this reason, the branch from Duanling Tian's Divine Tree of Life easily breached the intermediate Supreme God's defenses. He did not even have time to mend his shield. Even if he did, it would be useless. In fact, even before the branch touched his barrier, he could already sense his law of earth failing. No! The intermediate Supreme God cried out in despair. He did not expect Duanling Tian to possess the Divine Tree of Life at all. If he had known this before, perhaps, he would not have dared to follow Duanling Tian.
Previously, he and his two companions planned to follow Duanling Tian until they came across a base camp. At that time, they planned to enter the base camp and spread the news about Duanling Tian's whereabouts.
As long as they recorded Duanling Tian when they followed him, they would be rewarded if anyone managed to kill Duanling Tian using their information. After all, 1/10 of the rewards from the bounty was much more than they dared to dream about in the past.
The intermediate Supreme God could only watch in despair as the seven-colored sword ray shot through the hole in his defenses, which was caused by the Divine Tree of Life.
No matter how courageous he was, he would not have followed Duanling Tian if he knew Duanling Tian possessed the Divine Tree of Life. Swoosh! 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 As thousands of seven-colored sword rays swept out, a huge figure rose into the air. Before it crumbled, it cried out, "Divine Tree of Life! Consider yourself unlucky to have met me." Duanling Tian muttered as he glanced at the place where the intermediate Supreme God died. Then, he quickly cast the double teleportation profundity and left.
Although Duanling Tian did not sense anything at this moment, it was not hard to guess that many people must be flocking over to this place at the moment. If he did not leave, he might die here.
Duanling Tian had no intention of chasing after the intermediate Supreme God who was skilled in the law of wind. It was impossible for him to catch up to the other party, and even if he could, it would be tantamount to seeking death if he chased after the other party now. The most important thing to him now was to find a safe place. Then, he would wait until he could enter the secret realm. At that time, he would be temporarily safe.
Not long after Duanling Tian left, several people arrived. Divine energy simmered on the surface of their skin as the energies from the laws they comprehended soared into the sky, causing the void to shake.
These few people were all powerful advanced supreme gods. Coincidentally, they were nearby when they heard the commotion. Duanling Tian was here? Someone shouted that earlier, right? There was a battle here earlier. Did Duanling Tian kill two intermediate supreme gods? When one of them died, he cried out, "Divine Tree of Life." What does that mean? Isn't that something unique to the Supreme Powerhouse's little worlds?
Is it possible that Duanling Tian possesses the Divine Tree of Life? Apart from the faint lingering auras of the law of water and the law of wind, I can sense the lingering auras of the law of space and the sword Tao. I'm certain that Duanling Tian was here. So Duanling Tian possesses a Divine Tree of Life?
This is shocking news. It makes sense now. For those who comprehend the law of earth, no matter how strong they are, as long as they have yet to comprehend its perfect form, they might still be killed by Duanling Tian. After saying that, they turned to look at the advanced Supreme God who comprehended the law of earth in unison. The advanced Supreme God who was skilled in the law of earth wore an awkward expression on his face upon seeing this. After all, he was one step away from comprehending the perfect form of the law of earth. This means that if he encountered Duanling Tian, there was a chance that he would die. Finally, he scoffed coldly and left with a grim expression on his face. Despite how unwilling he was, he knew he could take the risk. He had never encountered a divine tree of life before, and he could not help but wonder how ordinary people could possess a divine tree of life before becoming a supreme powerhouse. Based on the lingering aura from the law of space, he left in that direction. Chase after him. After the advanced supreme god who was skilled in the law of earth left, the remaining few advanced supreme gods also left in another direction. The advanced supreme god who was skilled in the law of earth had also naturally discovered the direction in which Duan Tian left, and he intentionally left in the opposite direction. He did not want to risk running into Duan Tian after all. Although the advanced supreme god who was skilled in the law of earth was quite strong among advanced supreme gods, there were still many who were stronger than him. He knew that it was impossible for him to rank in the top 10 of the advanced supreme god ranking. As such, when the bounties were placed on Duan Tian, his hope of obtaining treasures was ignited. Although he was an elder in a heavyweight supreme rank force, he did not receive many rare treasures. In addition to that, he was injured during his previous heavenly tribulation, so he was desperate for a breakthrough. If he managed to kill Duan Tian and obtain the rewards, he might be able to break through. Who would have expected Duan Tian to possess the divine tree of life? After learning that Duan Tian possessed a divine tree of life, his courage left him. If he persisted and chased after Duan Tian, he might lose his life ahead of time. He sighed, feeling disappointed. It seems like I have no chance at all. In a huge valley, a white figure was being attacked. At this moment, 3 powerful intermediate supreme gods were attacking one intermediate supreme god. Initially, the latter could deal with the trio easily, but as time passed, it seemed like defeat was inevitable. Yang Yuchen, you'll definitely die today, a young man with a stern expression said as he glared at Yang Yuchen. He was clearly the leader among the trio. One of his companions was as strong as he was while the other was slightly weaker. All in all, the trio was among the top intermediate supreme gods. Yang Yuchen's usually calm expression was nowhere to be seen at this moment, and he looked slightly disheveled. He asked, Nangong Lu Yun, we're both from the profound energy land. Why did you lead your men here to kill me? Yang Yuchun was confident about dealing with the young man if the young man was alone. Even if he could not defeat the young man, it was not difficult to fight to a draw. However, the young man had brought 2 companions. One was as strong as the young man and the other was just a little weaker. If the trio joined forces, he was no match for them at all. Nangong Lu Yun, the stern-looking young man, scoffed. Yang Yuchun, are you stupid? Or are you acting stupid? Aren't you aware that the agreement between the Nangong clan and the Shui clan had been cancelled? So what? What does it have to do with me? Yang Yuchun frowned as an ominous feeling rose in his heart. Does this have something to do with that woman? If so, then I've been wronged. I'm not interested in her at all. It's all her own wishful thinking. Nangong Lu Yun sneered. What does it have to do with you? Don't tell me you don't know that Xuering and I were supposed to get married. Don't tell me that you're unaware that Xuering took the initiative to break the marriage agreement because of you. Nangong Lu Yun's eyes burned with the flames of fury. In his opinion, Yang Yuchun had snatched his wife away. Meanwhile, Yang Yuchun felt speechless after hearing Nangong Lu Yun's words. He was right. This matter had something to do with that woman, Xuering. He sighed inwardly. He really was not interested in her at all. To be precise, he was not interested in starting a family at all. Yang Yuchun felt rather helpless as he said, I really don't know about this. Nangong Lu Yun, after I leave this place, I'll announce to the public that I, Yang Yuchun, won't have anything to do with Xuering all my life. What do you think? I guarantee that if I meet her in the future, I won't speak to her. No matter how much she pesters me, I won't talk to her. Yang Yuchun could naturally see that Nangong Lu Yun was determined to kill him. It was also clear that Nangong Lu Yun and the other 2 people had come prepared. It would be difficult for him to escape. If he attempted to escape, he might die faster. I didn't expect that I, Yang Yuchun, would be harmed by a woman to such an extent. It seems like I was right from the very beginning before I began to cultivate. I can't get involved with women at all. Otherwise, I won't be able to achieve great things. Look, eldest senior sister is strong because she doesn't have a husband. It's the same for second senior brother and fourth junior sister. As for junior brother, well, he's an exception. Although Yang Yuchun was in great danger at this moment, many superfluous thoughts still appeared in his mind. Yang Yuchun, no matter what you say, it's useless. You have to die today. Nangong Lu Yun had no intention of letting Yang Yuchun go at all.
He did not take Yang Yuchen's words seriously and assumed that Yang Yuchen was only stalling for time. He said, "Yang Yuchen, if it weren't because I planned to hide the fact that I killed you, I would have recorded your words and let Shuering listen to them so she can have a good look at what kind of person you are." Yang Yuchen's expression changed imperceptibly. It seemed like Nangong Lu Yun was determined to kill him no matter what. Boom! Yang Yuchen no longer hesitated and quickly cast his Law and Mastery Dao. Unfortunately, Yang Yuchen's opponents were not weak either. Nangong Lu Yun and his companion who was on par with him used their laws as well, manifesting phenomena that shone for 1,000,000 miles. As for the weakest person among the trio, he had also comprehended the law to the point where it could manifest the phenomenon that shone for 1,000,000 miles. Apart from that, he had also comprehended the devouring Tao, one of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth. Although his comprehension of the devouring Tao was profound, it could not compare to Yang Yuchen's comprehension of the mastery Tao at all. If he were to fight Yang Yuchen alone, Yang Yuchen could kill him within 10 moves. Boom! 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 As the trio joined forces to attack Yang Yuchen, he slowly fell into a disadvantageous position. At the same time, the fierce battle between the 4 powerful intermediate supreme gods naturally caused a huge commotion and drew attention. Among the people who were attracted by the commotion, there were many advanced supreme gods. It did not take long for them to discover that the 4 intermediate supreme gods were very strong, possibly even stronger than them. They're so strong. I can't believe the 4 of them are only intermediate supreme gods. How terrifying. Although I'm an advanced supreme god, I don't think I'm a match for any of them. Who are they? At this time, someone flew over to join the group of people. When he looked in the direction of the commotion, he muttered to himself, "For intermediate supreme gods, they're not weak at all." After a moment, when he had gotten a better look at the white-clad figure in the distance, his eyes widened in shock. 3rd junior brother? Hong Yifeng did not expect to meet Yang Yuchen, his 3rd junior brother, here. He had heard the news that Duanling Tian, the monstrous prodigy from the profound energy land, was in this area, so he had rushed over. Unlike the others who came to kill Duanling Tian to obtain the rewards, he came to see if he could help Duanling Tian. Although he had yet to confirm if Duanling Tian was his junior brother from the Inner Palace faction, he did not mind helping Duanling Tian since Duanling Tian was also from the Myriad Laws Academy. In the past, not only was he in charge of the Inner Palace faction, but he was also a Vice Academy Master of the Myriad Laws Academy. He and Su Bai Lai, the Academy Master of the Myriad Laws Academy, were old friends. As such, it was impossible for him to do nothing when students of the Academy were in danger. It did not matter if they were not from the Inner Palace faction. However, it had to be said that there was still a difference between his treatment of students of the Academy and his treatment of members of the Inner Palace faction. He would not go all out for a student of the Myriad Laws Academy and would at most casually give a helping hand. It was out of Hong Yifeng's expectations that he would meet Yang Yuchen, his 3rd senior brother, here. He also did not expect that Yang Yuchen would be in a disadvantageous position. Based on what he had seen so far, he knew it would not take long for Yang Yuchen to be defeated or killed if no one intervened. 3rd junior brother's strength. Hong Yifeng also did not expect Yang Yuchen to have grown so strong. If it were not for his law of fire, Yang Yuchen would have caught up with him now. He marveled over Yang Yuchen's strength for a moment before his eyes glinted coldly. Following that, he flew past the people in the surroundings toward the fight. Hong Yifeng naturally attracted many people's attention when he joined the fight. It was not difficult to figure out that Hong Yifeng was the acquaintance of one of the 2 parties who were fighting. Otherwise, no one would risk their life and join the fight at this moment. He's joining the fight? Who is he helping? He's an intermediate supreme god as well. Based on the dark expression on his face, he must be an acquaintance of the white-clad young man. With the addition of another intermediate supreme god, will the tides turn? He's too reckless. That young man and his 2 helpers are top intermediate supreme gods. Even if he's on par with the white-clad young man, the opposition has 1 more person on their side. He'll die if he joins the fight now. Hong Yifeng did not only surprise the onlookers, but the 3 men who were attacking Yang Yuchen and not giving Yang Yuchen a chance to fight back were also surprised. After a moment,
Nangong Luyun said coldly. Qiu Ming, stop him. It's fine if you can't defeat him. Just try to hold him back as long as you can. Xianxia, you and I will work together to kill Yang Yuchun. Naturally, Nangong Luyun could tell that Hong Yifeng came to help Yang Yuchun. However, he was not very worried. After all, in his opinion, Hong Yifeng's strength was on par with his at most.
Understood.
Qiu Ming was the weakest among the trio. Nonetheless, he was still among the top intermediate supreme gods. Meanwhile, Yang Yuchun was also surprised when he heard the words of Nangong Luyun and the people in the surroundings. He did not expect someone to step forward and help him at this moment. He did not have time to look at the person who came to help him. After all, he was on the verge of defeat. If he was even a little distracted, he might die. At this time, Qiu Ming withdrew from the fight and flew toward Hong Yifeng. He did not bother to conceal his hostility as he asked, "Who are you?
Do you know the consequences of meddling in this matter?"
Qiu Ming did not let his guard down. Since Hong Yifeng dared to interfere at this moment, he knew that Hong Yifeng had to be confident about his own strength. In his opinion, Hong Yifeng was likely as strong as Yang Yuchun and his two companions.
In other words, he was rather certain that Hong Yifeng was also a top intermediate supreme god.
When Hong Yifeng saw that the weakest person among the trio was sent to intercept him, he smiled mockingly and said, "You're seeking death." Following that, a golden light burst forth from Hong Yifeng's body as he cast the law.
A phenomenon that shone for 10 million miles appeared as a figure shot out of Hong Yifeng's body. The figure resembled Hong Yifeng and was dressed in a fiery red robe. After the figure appeared, another phenomenon of the law that shone for 10 million miles appeared. Upon seeing this, the onlookers' eyes widened and expressions of horror appeared on their faces. They were shocked. He comprehended two laws to the point where they could manifest the phenomenon that shines for 10 million miles. This intermediate supreme god is too terrifying. Only top advanced supreme gods are capable of comprehending two laws to the point where they can manifest the phenomenon that shines for 10 million miles, right?
Meanwhile, the expression of Qiu Ming, who had been sent to deal with Hong Yifeng, changed drastically. He naturally did not expect Hong Yifeng to be so terrifyingly powerful. He thought to himself, trying to calm down, "It's unlikely that he has mastered any of the four Daos of heaven and earth. If that's the case, I shouldn't have a problem holding him back for a while." Qiu Ming subconsciously thought that it was unlikely that Hong Yifeng had mastered any of the four Daos of heaven and earth. If Hong Yifeng had mastered any of the four Daos of heaven and earth, Hong Yifeng would be much stronger than top intermediate supreme gods like his two companions and Yang Yuchun. However, in the next moment, when the energies from Hong Yifeng's two laws swept over, Qiu Ming sensed another mysterious energy. This is the Mastery Dao.
Qiu Ming had just fought with Yang Yuchun. As such, it was easy for him to sense that the mysterious energy was the Mastery Dao, one of the four Daos of heaven and earth. Although Hong Yifeng's comprehension of the Mastery Dao was not as profound as that of Yang Yuchun, Hong Yifeng was definitely stronger than Yang Yuchun thanks to the two amazingly profound laws that Hong Yifeng comprehended.
"I'm no match for him at all. It's impossible for me to hold him back.
I have to retreat." It did not take long for Qiu Ming to realize the gap between him and Hong Yifeng. With Hong Yifeng's strength, he did not doubt that Hong Yifeng could kill him in just an instant. He retreated decisively and called out anxiously, "Lu Yun, Xiaoxiang, save me." Yang Yuchun had found the newcomer's voice familiar. However, he had no time to think about the matter since he was still engaged in the fight. Now that Qiu Ming called for help, Nangong Luyun and his helpers' movements had slowed down, giving him time to look at the newcomer. As soon as he saw the newcomer, an expression of surprise appeared on his face as he exclaimed, "Second senior brother?"
Upon hearing Yang Yuchun's words, the expressions of Nangong Luyun and the others changed immediately. "Second senior brother?"
Meanwhile, Hong Yifeng said calmly to Qiu Ming, "They won't be able to save you."
Subsequently, Hong Yifeng's doppelganger from the law flew out like a ball of flames. Before Nangong Luyun and Xiaoxiang had time to react, Qiu Ming was already engulfed in flames. In the eyes of the onlookers, it seemed as though Qiu Ming was being devoured by a huge flaming beast.
"No!" A shrill scream rang in the air before a huge figure appeared in the air. After the huge figure crumbled to the ground, nothing could be seen except for a divine artifact. Just like that, a top intermediate supreme god died. The onlookers felt chills running up their spines. Even the advanced supreme gods present on the scene, who were rather powerful, looked at Hong Yifeng fearfully. This person is even more terrifying than those 3 people. Heavens! He's much stronger than top intermediate supreme gods, right? Is there any intermediate supreme god who's stronger than him? While everyone was still in shock, Hong Yifeng and his doppelganger flew over to Yang Yuqin and said, "Third junior brother, we'll chat later. Let's kill these 2 people first." Hong Yifeng growled before a golden light burst forth from his body again. At the same time, a saber appeared in his doppelganger's hand before his doppelganger brought the saber down. All right. Initially, Yang Yuqin thought that he was going to die today. He did not expect that the second senior brother, whom he had not seen for a long time, would appear at the critical moment and save him. Hong Yifeng. Nangong Luyun snapped out of the shock caused by the sudden death of his companion, and his expression changed dramatically. Perhaps the others were not familiar with the Myriad Laws Academy, but Nangong Luyun was definitely familiar with the Myriad Laws Academy. He naturally knew about the Inner Palace faction and the outstanding members of the Inner Palace faction. There was the first member of the Inner Palace faction of this generation who made a name for herself in the outer boundary. Many supreme powerhouses were filled with praise when they spoke about her. Apart from that, there was Hong Yifeng, the second member of the Inner Palace faction of this generation, who was second to the first member of the Inner Palace faction. Hong Yifeng was a former Vice Academy Master of the Myriad Laws Academy. He might not be as famous as Yang Yuchun, but his strength was certainly not inferior to that of Yang Yuchun. Although Nangong Luyun knew that there was no member that was not strong in the history of the Myriad Laws Academy's Inner Palace faction, he was still shocked by Hong Yifeng's strength. He found it hard to believe that an intermediate supreme god could be so strong. Just like the others, he knew how unlikely it was for an intermediate supreme god to comprehend 2 laws to the extent that they could manifest the phenomenon that shone for 10 million miles. Without the law of the fire and its doppelganger, Hong Yifeng's strength would only be as strong as him, his companions, and Yang Yuchun. With Hong Yifeng's doppelganger, he did not only lose his advantage, but he had also fallen into a disadvantageous position. Nangong Luyun looked at the menacing figures of Hong Yifeng and the injured Yang Yuqin with a dark expression on his face before he decisively called out, "Xianxia, let's retreat." Xianxia did not hesitate to retreat as soon as he heard Nangong Luyun's words. At this time, a disdainful expression appeared on Hong Yifeng's face when he saw that Nangong Luyun intended to flee. "You think you can escape?" Subsequently, Hong Yifeng's doppelganger from the Law of Fire shot out again like a ball of flames and quickly blocked the duo's way. "Unless you comprehend the Law of Wind or the Law of Space, you can forget about escaping from me today." Hong Yifeng was very confident, and he had every right to be confident. His strongest law was the Law of Metal, and he had long comprehended the Law of Metal to the point where it could manifest the phenomenon that shone for 10 million miles. Some time ago, he had a fortuitous encounter and managed to comprehend the Law of his Fire, which used to be his second strongest law, to the point where it could manifest the phenomenon that shone for 10 million miles. An intermediate supreme god who comprehended any law to the point where it could manifest a phenomenon that shone for 10 million miles was definitely a top intermediate supreme god, even if he or she did not master any of the 4 Taoists of heaven and earth. If he or she comprehended any of the 4 Taoists of heaven and earth, even if he or she had just begun to comprehend it, he or she would be the strongest among the top intermediate supreme gods. Yang Yuchun, Nangong Luyun, and his 2 companions were such an existence. One could only imagine how powerful Hong Yifeng, who had comprehended 2 laws that could manifest a phenomenon that shone for 10 million miles and the Mastery Tao, was. "You won't be able to escape." Yang Yuchen's injuries were not serious. As such, he quickly regained his energy after taking a few healing divine pills. He did not waste time and attacked Nangong Luyun and his companion along with Hong Yifeng. Hong Yifeng was very strong to begin with, and his strength was further boosted by his Law of Metal. For this reason, he was not at a disadvantage when faced with Nangong Luyun, who possessed the bloodline power. Moreover, his doppelganger from the Law of Fire was also very powerful. Once it returned to his body, his strength would be boosted again to the point where he would be stronger than Nangong Lu Yun even if there were two Nangong Lu Yun. In fact, if Nangong Lu Yun had a twin brother, he still would be stronger than Nangong Lu Yun and his twin brother. One had to know that due to the connection between twins, they were much stronger when they joined forces compared to ordinary people joining forces. It was not surprising that Nangong Lu Yun and his companion were helpless against Hong Yifeng. No matter how they tried to escape from Hong Yifeng, they were still thwarted by Hong Yifeng. Coupled with Yang Yuchun, they fell further into despair. The duo almost went crazy with anxiousness as they fell further and further into a disadvantageous position. Nangong Lu Yun's expression was extremely unsightly at this moment. He did not expect that he would fall into such a state after gaining the upper hand earlier. If Hong Yifeng did not intervene earlier, he was confident he would be able to kill Yang Yuchun in another dozen or so breaths. Alas, the terrifyingly strong Hong Yifeng appeared at the critical moment. Nangong Lu Yun was a proud prodigy of a prime supreme rank clan and was highly valued by his clan's supreme powerhouse. As such, he knew very well that with Hong Yifeng's current strength, there was no intermediate supreme god in the god-defying world who was stronger than Hong Yifeng. In the past, Hong Yifeng was just a top intermediate supreme god. Now his strength has far surpassed even the strongest top intermediate supreme god. What fortuitous encounter did he run into? While Nangong Lu Yun tried to escape, many thoughts appeared in his mind. Do I have to use the life-saving jade token that the ancestor gave me? If the ancestor shows up and intervenes, he'll violate the rules of the realm battlefield and the advanced chaotic region. At that time, even my chaotic points will be deducted. Nangong Lu Yun felt unwilling and frustrated when he thought about this. He could not accept the loss of his chaotic points. As for his ancestor, he did not care if his ancestor was punished for breaking the rules. In his opinion, it had nothing to do with him. He felt a little guilty at most, but feeling slightly guilty was nothing when faced with death. Perhaps, I'll wait for Ning Xiaoxiang to use the life-saving jade token his ancestor gave him. When this thought appeared in Nangong Lu Yun's mind, a sly expression on his face. However, in the next moment he realized that it was just wishful thinking. Ning Xiaoxiang said through voice transmission, Nangong Lu Yun, I only agreed to help you today due to the rewards you promised me. My life is in danger now because of you. Now that things have reached this state, you're still unwilling to use the life-saving jade token that your ancestor gave you? Don't tell me that you're waiting for me to use the life-saving jade token my ancestor gave me. If that's the case, you can keep dreaming. Ning Xiaoxiang continued to say through voice transmission. I think that if I surrender now and offer up something in return, they'll spare my life. However, the same can't be said for you. You can only die if you don't use the life-saving jade token that your ancestor gave you. Ning Xiaoxiang was furious that he was implicated because of Nangong Lu Yun. Although he and Nangong Lu Yun were both proud prodigies of a prime supreme rank force, they were not very close and were only acquaintances at best. He had only agreed to help Nangong Lu Yun kill Yang Yuchun after Nangong Lu Yun promised to reward him. Conversely, Xiao Ming, who was killed by Hong Yifeng, voluntarily helped Nangong Lu Yun without the promise of rewards. They were cousins after all. After listening to Ning Xiaoxiang's words, Nangong Lu Yun knew he had no choice but to use the life-saving jade token that his ancestor gave him. When he saw Yang Yuchun and Hong Yifeng charging toward him, he no longer hesitated and quickly crushed the life-saving jade token. As soon as the jade token shattered, a terrifying energy swept out before a face appeared in the air and easily blocked Yang Yuchun and Hong Yifeng's attacks. However, after blocking the attacks, the face turned slightly blurry. Nonetheless, one could still see that the face belonged to a middle-aged man. After glancing at Hong Yifeng, the majestic middle-aged man shifted his eyes to Nangong Lu Yun and said in a stern and cold voice, "You're no match for your opponents, even though you have the help of the boy from the Ning clan?" Clearly, the middle-aged man knew who Ning Xiaoxiang was. Ning Xiaoxiang respectfully greeted the middle-aged man. "Greetings, Senior Nangong." At this time, Hong Yifeng and Yang Yuchun finally ceased their attacks. After all, the other party was a supreme powerhouse. It was not wise for them to offend him. Even if they were not afraid of the supreme powerhouse here, who knew what would happen in the future? In the future, they would definitely head to the outer boundary.
At that time, who knew if the supreme powerhouse from the Nangong clan would make a move against them? Nonetheless, if the supreme powerhouse from the Nangong clan wanted to save Nangong Luyun's life, he would have to offer something in return. Otherwise, Hong Yifeng and Yang Yuchun still would not let Nangong Luyun go. Yang Yuchun said to Hong Yifeng through voice transmission, sounding a little helpless, "Second senior brother, when do you think eldest senior sister will become a supreme powerhouse? If she's a supreme powerhouse, we won't have to feel afraid even if a supreme powerhouse shows up." Hong Yifeng replied, "I don't know. It's not so easy to become a supreme powerhouse after all." As the supreme powerhouse from the Nangong clan reprimanded Nangong Luyun, Hong Yifeng continued to say to Yang Yuchun, "Third junior brother, you have to prepare yourself. I'm afraid we won't be able to kill Nangong Luyun today." Hong Yifeng knew that his third junior brother, Yang Yuchun, was kind and gentle, but he also knew that his third junior brother was vengeful and not one to easily compromise. Upon hearing Hong Yifeng's words, Yang Yuchun said with a hint of helplessness, "Second senior brother, I'm already past the age of recklessness. After you ran away, I took over the Inner Palace faction and became a Vice Academy Master of the Myriad Laws Academy. I've become more flexible. I'll definitely kill Nangong Luyun if I'm given a chance in the future, but for now let's just get as much compensation as we can from the Nangong clan's old geezer. This is the advanced chaotic region. If he makes a move here, the consequences are much more serious compared to the realm battlefield." Hong Yifeng felt relieved after hearing Yang Yuchen's reply. He was worried that his third junior brother would insist on killing Nangong Luyun today. At the same time, the onlookers were shocked. This was their first time seeing the projection of a supreme powerhouse from a life-saving jade token. After all, is he the supreme powerhouse from the profound energy land's Nangong clan? I heard that a terrifying defensive energy will appear once someone crushes a supreme powerhouse's life-saving jade token. I finally witnessed it with my own eyes today. The energy easily neutralized those two's attacks earlier. The defensive energy will only appear at the moment the jade token is crushed. If one wants to survive, it'll still have to depend on whether the supreme powerhouse is willing to make a move or not. If the supreme powerhouse doesn't make a move, one will still die. That's the supreme powerhouse from the Nangong clan. This means that the young man who crushed the jade token is from the profound energy land's Nangong clan. Everyone looked at the face in the air curiously. Although it was just a projection, the pressure it emitted was very oppressive and suffocating. This was not surprising since supreme powerhouses were the strongest in the world. So he's a supreme powerhouse. I didn't expect to be able to see a supreme powerhouse in my life. Even if it's just a projection, I can brag about it for the rest of my life. While the crowd was talking excitedly among themselves, the supreme powerhouse from the Nangong clan finally stopped reprimanding Nangong Luyun. He turned to look at Hong Yifeng and Yang Yuchun before he asked, "Are you Huangfu Meng Yuan's junior brothers?" The expression of the supreme powerhouse from the Nangong clan eased a lot when he looked at Yang Yuchun and Hong Yifeng. In fact, he was even smiling faintly. Huangfu Meng Yuan was the eldest senior sister of Hong Yifeng, Yang Yuchun, Lang Chun Yuan, and Duan Ling Tian. "Senior, do you know my eldest senior sister?" Hong Yifeng asked with a smile, acting as though nothing had happened earlier. On the contrary, a slight frown could be seen on Yang Yuchen's face. When the supreme powerhouse from the Nangong clan suddenly mentioned his eldest senior sister, he could not help but wonder if the supreme powerhouse wanted to threaten them using his eldest senior sister. With this thought in mind, his expression naturally turned frosty. Huangfu Meng Yuan used to be this generation's leader of the Myriad Laws Academy's Inner Palace faction. She was the faction's first member, and she was also the strongest person in the faction. It was not surprising that she was still considered the leader of the faction even after her departure. Huangfu Meng Yuan was also the one who found Hong Yifeng, Yang Yuchun, and Lang Chun Yuan, who were monstrous prodigies, and brought them to the Inner Palace faction. Not only that, but she also guided them in their cultivation journey. As such, the trio had a very close relationship with her. The supreme powerhouse from the Nangong clan said with a faint smile, "Her reputation precedes her. In fact, she's more famous than some of our god-defying world's supreme powerhouses in the outer boundary." Most of us are looking forward to the day that she becomes a supreme powerhouse as well. Many of my descendants idolize her as well. Alas, they can't compare to her at all. A hint of disappointment could be heard in the supreme powerhouse's voice when he spoke. After a brief moment, the supreme powerhouse bluntly said, "I'll give you fragments of prime divine artifacts in exchange for their lives. What do you think?" Upon hearing these words, the crowd gasped. They were shocked that the supreme powerhouse was willing to give up 5 fragments of prime divine artifacts in exchange for Nangong Luyun and Ning Xiaoxiang's lives. Before Yang Yuchen spoke, Hong Yifeng said with a smile, "Senior, you're too courteous. Very well, we'll consider this matter over." Following that, Hong Yifeng said to Yang Yuchen through voice transmission, "Third junior brother, let this matter go. 5 fragments of prime divine artifacts are good compensation. Moreover, he took the initiative to compensate us. If we were to ask for compensation even if he agreed, we'd look greedy. Moreover, he might hold a grudge and make things difficult for eldest senior sister in the outer boundary." Yang Yuchen said, "Third senior brother, there's no need to explain this to me. How could I not understand? However, this old geezer is really cunning. He deliberately offered us 5 instead of 6 fragments of prime divine artifacts. Clearly, he's hoping to drive a wedge between us." A slight sneer could be seen on Yang Yuchen's face near the end of his words. Hong Yifeng replied with a smile, "That's possible. However, it's also possible that he only has 5 fragments of prime divine artifacts with him now. Since it was just a projection, the number of items a supreme powerhouse could carry with them was limited." After conversing with Yang Yuchen, Hong Yifeng turned to look at the huge face in the sky and agreed to the suggestion. "Very well," the supreme powerhouse said with a nod. Subsequently, 5 fragments of prime divine artifacts appeared out of thin air before a wave of energy brought them over to Hong Yifeng. At the same time, Nangong Luyun and Ning Xiaoxiang exchanged a look before they quickly left the place. The Myriad Laws Academy's Inner Palace faction is full of outstanding prodigies. Not only is Huangfu Meng the strongest advanced supreme god in the god-defying world, but Hong Yifeng, based on the strength you displayed, you're also the strongest intermediate supreme god in the god-defying world. There's also your junior brother, Duan Ling Tian, who's the strongest rudimentary supreme god in the god-defying world. The Inner Palace faction is truly remarkable," the supreme powerhouse said with an emotional sigh before his projection disappeared. The onlookers had never heard of the Myriad Laws Academy's Inner Palace faction until now. Through the supreme powerhouse from the Nangong clan, they learned that Hong Yifeng and Yang Yuchen, along with their eldest senior sister who was the strongest advanced supreme god in the god-defying world, were members of the Inner Palace faction. However, when the supreme powerhouse said that Hong Yifeng was the strongest intermediate supreme god in the god-defying world, they were not very surprised. After all, they had seen how strong he was earlier. Wait, there's also Duan Ling Tian. Heavens! So Duan Ling Tian is also a member of the Inner Palace faction. Duan Ling Tian is the strongest rudimentary supreme god in the god-defying world. I didn't expect that he's also from the Inner Palace faction. What kind of place is the Myriad Laws Academy's Inner Palace faction? How come the faction has so many monsters? The faction has 3 powerhouses who are the strongest among those with the same cultivation bases. There's no doubt that Hong Yifeng and Duan Ling Tian are the strongest among their respective peers. As for Huangfu Meng Yuan, since the supreme powerhouse had said so, she's undoubtedly the strongest advanced supreme god in the god-defying world. She must be terrifyingly strong. While the crowd discussed among themselves, Hong Yifeng looked at Yang Yuchen with a hint of excitement in his eyes. Based on Yang Yuchen's reaction, it seemed like Duan Ling Tian was truly a member of their Inner Palace faction. "Third junior brother, let's go," Hong Yifeng said. Despite his excitement, he knew this was not the right place to ask questions. He would have to find a remote place to speak to Yang Yuchen. Although there were no bounties on their heads now, since they had exposed their capabilities, it would not be long before the others, who hoped to rank in the overall ranking, targeted them. "All right," Yang Yuchen replied. He naturally shared the same thought as Hong Yifeng. When the duo left, a few advanced supreme gods stared at them but did not follow them.
They were not confident about defeating Yang Yuqin, who was a top intermediate supreme god, let alone Hong Yifeng, who was acknowledged as the strongest intermediate supreme god in the god-defying world with strength comparable to powerful advanced supreme gods. Hong Yifeng and Yang Yuqin flew away at top speed. After making sure no one was following them, they finally landed on the peak of a mid-sized mountain that was standing among lofty mountains. After landing, Hong Yifeng's eyes burned with curiosity as he looked at Yang Yuqin and asked, "Third junior brother, is Duanling Tian really our junior brother? Did you recruit him to our inner palace faction?" Yang Yuqin nodded and said with a smile, "I brought him to our inner palace faction more than 100 years ago. With that, our junior sister has become a senior sister." Hong Yifeng laughed heartily before he said, "Good job, third senior brother. You're more capable than me in this regard. In the past, I wanted to recruit 1 or 2 juniors, but there weren't many suitable candidates. I didn't expect you to successfully recruit such a monstrous prodigy. However, I'm curious as to why he joined our faction. Are the prime supreme rank forces blind?" In Hong Yifeng's opinion, a monstrous prodigy like Duanling Tian should be highly sought after by prime supreme rank forces. For this reason, he did not understand why Duanling Tian ended up in the Myriad Laws Academy's inner palace faction. Yang Yuqin shook his head and said, "Second senior brother, when junior brother joined the faction, he wasn't even an emperor of gods." Hong Yifeng was stunned by Yang Yuqin's words. When he recovered after a few moments, he asked in shock and disbelief, "Didn't you say he only joined our faction about 100 years ago? You mean he?" Before Hong Yifeng finished speaking, Yang Yuqin nodded and said, "That's right. He only became an emperor of gods and a supreme god after joining our inner palace faction. He's stronger than all of us at his age. Even eldest senior sister's cultivation speed in the past is inferior to his." Yang Yuqin sighed before he recounted Duanling Tian's experience after joining the inner palace faction. "Junior brother is truly a monstrous prodigy," Hong Yifeng said, delighted, after listening to Yang Yuqin. However, a worried expression soon appeared on his face before he said, "Third senior brother, based on your description of our junior brother, he doesn't seem like someone who doesn't know when to retreat. He should have left the advanced chaotic region once he found out how dangerous things are, right?" Yang Yuqin did not have the answer to this question. After all, the rewards for the top 3 places in the overall ranking were too lucrative. Based on Duanling Tian's obsession with growing stronger, he had a feeling that as long as there was a glimmer of hope, Duanling Tian would not give up easily even if the situation was extremely dangerous. Hong Yifeng's expression changed slightly when he saw the hesitant expression on Yang Yuqin's face. He asked, "What's wrong? Do you think junior brother will persist and stay in the advanced chaotic region despite the danger?" Yang Yuqin sighed and said, "Second junior brother, our junior brother's innate talent isn't the only reason he's able to come this far. He has an extremely strong desire to grow stronger. You have no idea how strong his obsession with getting stronger is. No young prodigy in the god-defying world is as obsessed as he is in this regard." Hong Yifeng fell silent after listening to Yang Yuqin's words. Based on what he knew about the history of the god-defying world, a person like Duanling Tian, who was not even 1,000 years old, was unprecedented. Although he had never met Duanling Tian before, he was willing to protect Duanling Tian at all costs, since they all belonged to the Myriad Laws Academy's Inner Palace faction. The number of members in the Inner Palace faction was small, but they were all very united. With second senior brother by my side, I should be safe in the advanced chaotic region. I hope that we'll be able to help our junior brother as well, Yang Yuqin said. Duanling Tian's safety was his top priority now. Although the rewards for the top 3 places in the overall ranking were lucrative, they were nothing compared to Duanling Tian's life. Moreover, he had grown close to Duanling Tian after Duanling Tian joined the Inner Palace faction. As for Hong Yifeng, he had a stronger sense of belonging to the Inner Palace faction compared to Yang Yuqin, Lang Chun Yuan, and Huang Fumeng Yuan. He was also the most responsible member of the Inner Palace faction. If it were not for Huang Fumeng Yuan asking him to hand over the position of the leader of the Inner Palace faction to Yang Yuqin, he would not have done so. After all, he knew Yang Yuqin, who cherished his freedom, would find the position of the leader of the faction troublesome.
Apart from that, Hong Yifeng also knew that staying in the Inner Palace faction for so long had caused him to slack off in his cultivation. As such, he handed over the position of leader to Yang Yuchun in the end as their eldest senior sister ordered and wandered the realms of gods to raise his cultivation base. After the realm battlefield and the chaotic regions, he entered and never left since then. That's right. We have to find junior brother before the others. Before we find him, I hope he'll be able to deal with those who find him, Hong Yifeng said solemnly. Now that he confirmed Duanling Tian was his junior brother, it became his priority to find and protect Duanling Tian. After a moment, Hong Yifeng's expression changed as he recalled something. He said, "Third junior brother, since you and junior brother are on the realm battlefield, does this mean that you handed the Inner Palace faction to fourth junior sister?"
Hong Yifeng could not help but wonder if Lang Chunyuan was reliable.
Yang Yuchun nodded. Second senior brother, due to junior brother's presence, fourth senior sister is very diligent in carrying out her duties as a senior sister. She has also become a rudimentary supreme god. Don't worry, the Inner Palace faction is in good hands. Despite his words, Yang Yuchun was not sure if Lang Chunyuan was able to cope with the responsibilities of being the leader of the Inner Palace faction. However, he was certain that she would not allow the independent realm where the Inner Palace faction to collapse and vanish. After all, the Inner Palace faction was her only home.
Duanling Tian was unaware that his two senior brothers had given up on competing for the first 3 places in the overall ranking to search for him.
After wandering for a period of time, Duanling Tian finally entered the long-awaited Deca-Secret Realm. I can finally enter the secret realm, Duanling Tian thought to himself as he sighed in relief. He could finally get away from those people who were looking for him. If he was lucky, he might be transported out to an area with no intermediate and advanced supreme gods after he passed the tests in the secret realm. At the same time, the news about Hong Yifeng possessing strength comparable to powerful advanced supreme gods spread quickly in the advanced chaotic region. Do you know who Hong Yifeng is? He's Duanling Tian's second senior brother. I heard that Duanling Tian's third senior brother nearly died. Fortunately, their second senior brother, Hong Yifeng, showed up in time and saved him. In the end, their opponent had to summon his clan's supreme powerhouse before he could escape. Their opponents were Nangong Lu Yun and Ning Xiaoxiang from the Nangong clan and the Ning clan respectively in the Profound Energy Land. They're both famous prodigies in the various realms of gods. In fact, they're more famous than Yang Yuchun and Hong Yifeng. According to the supreme powerhouse from the Nangong clan, Duanling Tian's eldest senior sister from the Inner Palace faction is the strongest advanced supreme god in the god-defying world. His second senior brother, Hong Feng Yi, is the strongest intermediate supreme god in the god-defying world. Not only that, but Duanling Tian himself is the strongest rudimentary supreme god in the god-defying world. I've heard of the Myriad Laws Academy, but I've never heard of the Inner Palace faction.
The Myriad Laws Academy is really heaven-defying.
I didn't expect a heavyweight supreme rank force to have 3 monsters.
The Myriad Laws Academy's Inner Palace faction and its members became a hot topic for many in the various base camps. Everyone spoke about Huangfu Meng Yuan, Hong Yifeng, and Yang Yuchen, but no one spoke about Lang Chunyuan.
When Lang Chunyuan's doppelganger heard the discussion in the base camp, she wanted to remind everyone that Duanling Tian also had a fourth senior sister. However, in the end, she decided against it. She knew if her identity was exposed, she would be targeted. If her doppelganger was destroyed, she would no longer be able to rank in the rudimentary supreme god ranking. Lang Chunyuan scoffed inwardly as she thought to herself, I'll rank in one of the top 3 places in the overall ranking. At that time, everyone will know that I, Lang Chunyuan, am also from the Inner Palace faction. With this thought in mind, Lang Chunyuan quickly left the base camp to accumulate more chaotic points. She was eccentric by nature and treated the Inner Palace faction as her home. As such, she was not jealous of her senior sister, senior brothers, and junior brother.
However, she felt that she was falling behind after hearing everyone's words.
I don't mind if I can't compare to eldest senior sister, second senior brother, and third senior brother. However, I can't fall too far behind junior brother. I have to grow stronger. Lang Chun Yuan thought to herself, feeling frustrated.
At the same time, in another base camp,
Yun Tingfeng, the clan leader of the Yun clan, was high and mighty in the Yun clan. However, after entering the advanced chaotic region, he felt inferior. Although he was a top advanced supreme god, there were many top advanced supreme gods as well in the advanced chaotic region. Moreover, he did not expose his identity since there were too many top advanced supreme gods, and for this reason people treated him like they would an ordinary person.
At this time, Yun Tingfeng had come to the base camp after leaving a multi-person secret realm. Naturally, he heard the conversations about Duan Ling Tian and Hong Yifeng,
an intermediate supreme god whose strength is comparable to powerful advanced supreme gods. Also, Duan Ling Tian's eldest senior sister is Huangfu Meng Yuan. Yun Tingfeng had never heard of Hong Yifeng before, but he had heard about Huangfu Meng Yuan. He knew she was the monstrous female powerhouse who had risen quickly in strength and made her mark in the outer boundary at a very young age.
Even the supreme powerhouse of the Yun clan thought highly of her and was optimistic that she would become the god-defying world's next supreme powerhouse. Once she became a supreme powerhouse, based on her progress, she would be comparable to the Yun clan's supreme powerhouse.
As the clan leader of the Yun clan, Yun Tingfeng also knew about the inner palace faction in the Myriad Laws Academy. Damn it!
So Duan Ling Tian is really Huangfu Meng Yuan's junior brother. Although Yun Tingfeng knew about the Myriad Laws Academy's inner palace faction, his knowledge was limited. He only knew that the faction had produced many prodigies and was not sure if it had produced any supreme powerhouses.
However, there was no doubt that Huangfu Meng Yuan was the most promising among this generation of prodigies and had the highest chance of becoming a supreme powerhouse soon. For this reason, he could not help but feel frustrated when he found out that Duan Ling Tian was Huangfu Meng Yuan's junior brother.
I hope Duan Ling Tian dies in the advanced chaotic region. Otherwise, it'll be very difficult to kill him and hide the fact afterward. If Huangfu Meng Yuan finds out that the Yun clan killed Duan Ling Tian, she won't let the matter go. She won't be able to do much harm to the Yun clan since the clan has the protection of the ancestor. However, if she holds Yenner responsible and demands his life, I'm afraid the old ancestor will give in to her demand.
Yun Tingfeng naturally would not let any harm come to his son. Hence, he was even more determined to kill Duan Ling Tian. Otherwise, even if the Yun clan was unharmed, his son definitely would not be able to survive. The only way he could protect his son was to kill Duan Ling Tian. Even if Duan Ling Tian was a direct descendant of a supreme powerhouse, he still would not give up on killing Duan Ling Tian, let alone the fact that Duan Ling Tian was just the junior brother of Huangfu Meng Yuan, who was still an advanced supreme god now. Nothing was more important than his son's life. In a Decasecret realm, a group of people from the Divine Offering Land was facing off with a group of people from another realm of gods. However, after Duan Ling Tian appeared and made a move, someone quickly guessed his identity. In the end, all of them could only surrender to Duan Ling Tian. It's really Duan Ling Tian. With his presence, there's nothing we can do. Everyone, just sit back and enjoy the show. Damn it!
I can't believe it's Duan Ling Tian.
Oh well, at least my battle merits aren't completely wasted. After all, I can witness him in action.
I heard that all kinds of rewards are being offered in the advanced chaotic region to those who manage to capture Duan Ling Tian. Under these circumstances, it's incredible that he managed to survive for this long and continue to accumulate chaotic points in secret realms.
An outstanding prodigy like him isn't foolish after all. Based on his current achievements in just a few thousand years, it's possible that he'll become a top advanced supreme god. Perhaps, he'll even become a supreme powerhouse within 10,000 years. I hope he successfully becomes a supreme powerhouse. At that time, I can brag that I met him in the advanced chaotic region's secret realm before he became a supreme powerhouse.
Brag about meeting him? Why don't you tell everyone that he robbed you of your chance of accumulating chaotic points?
The 9 people were very leisurely as they chatted among themselves and watched Duan Ling Tian pass the tests in the secret realm. Needless to say, Duan Ling Tian successfully passed the tests and claimed all the rewards in the secret realm. There are so many bounties placed on my head. If I don't rank first in the overall ranking, I'll be letting everyone down. Duan Ling Tian knew that he would be in danger again after leaving the secret realm. but he was not afraid. All he wanted now was to accumulate chaotic points to rank first in the overall ranking. The lucrative reward for the first place in the overall ranking is more than enough to help me break through into the realm of an intermediate supreme god and stabilize my cultivation base. There's also the supreme powerhouse divinity. The person who ranked first in the overall ranking would be allowed to bathe in the divine fountain and absorb its vital energy without limits. Apart from that, one would also be rewarded with a supreme powerhouse divinity. It was due to the lucrative rewards that Duanling Tian became everyone's target. I, Duanling Tian, am not afraid of making an enemy out of everyone. After leaving the Deca-Secret Realm, Duanling Tian opened another Deca-Secret Realm. While he waited to enter the secret realm, he entered closed-door cultivation. Since Deca-Secret Realms were the most efficient way for him to earn chaotic points, he repeated this cycle over and over again. This time, Duanling Tian was fortunate that no one found him while he waited to enter the Deca-Secret Realm. However, the next time he ran into a few intermediate supreme gods. Fortunately, he managed to kill them before he fled. There was also one time when he ran into two advanced supreme gods and nearly lost his life. Fortunately, the portal to the Deca-Secret Realm appeared at the critical moment, and he managed to survive. This was also the most dangerous experience he had since he entered the Advanced Chaotic Region. As time passed, the Advanced Chaotic Region was also closing soon. Those who hunted Duanling Tian were not successful after searching for so long, and there were a few who gave up and focused on earning chaotic points to rank higher in their respective rankings and the overall ranking. As for Hong Yifeng and Yang Yuchun, Duanling Tian's second and third senior brothers respectively, they were still searching for Duanling Tian. They did not open any secret realms even though they managed to accumulate a lot of battle merits. On the contrary, Lang Chun Yuan, Duanling Tian's fourth senior sister, continued to open secret realms and gained a lot. Apart from that, Feng Qinyang, Duanling Tian's master, remained invincible among advanced emperors of gods. He had also accumulated a shocking number of chaotic points in Deca-Secret Realms. In an area in the Advanced Chaotic Region, a green-clad young man who looked aloof sighed softly as he muttered under his breath. Duanling Tian is still a step ahead. Although I didn't master everything that the old ancestor left behind, I was able to become an advanced emperor of gods. I didn't accumulate many chaotic points, but they should be enough for me to rank second or third in the advanced emperor of gods ranking. It's impossible for me to rank first since there's that advanced emperor of gods who's as monstrous as Duanling Tian. After returning to the ruins of the Ling clan's estate, Ling Zhuyun had inherited the legacy of the Ling clan's supreme powerhouse and became an advanced emperor of gods. After that, he entered the realm battlefield. However, when he entered the realm battlefield, the chaotic region had been open for some time and the advanced chaotic region was about to appear. For this reason, he was behind many people. In any case, I hope he's okay. Ling Zhuyun felt chills running up his spine when he thought about how his old friend, Duanling Tian, had become public enemy number one. If he were in Duanling Tian's shoes, he did not think he would be able to survive at all. He's much stronger than I am, so he should be fine. Ling Zhuyun sincerely hoped that Duanling Tian was safe. It was not only because Duanling Tian was one of the only few friends he had, but also because Huang'er was now Duanling Tian's sword soul. In the realm battlefield of the colossal Heavenland and another realm of gods, three slender figures huddled together and discussed among themselves in a base camp. Two of them were extremely beautiful and attracted many people's attention. At this moment, the trio wore shocked expressions on their faces. The most beautiful woman among the trio was usually very elegant. However, at this moment, she seemed to have lost her composure as she asked, "Sister Jingru, Xiaolan, do you think that the Duanling Tian who caused a huge commotion in the chaotic region is him?" The woman, who looked mediocre compared to the other two, shook her head and said, "It can't be. Although I hope he is young master, I think it's unlikely." Xiaolan, the third woman, shook her head and said with a pout, "Sister Jingru, I think it's not impossible. Didn't you hear? Duanling Tian is a prodigy from the Profound Energy Land's Myriad Laws Academy, and he entered the realm battlefield through the Divine Offering Land. Moreover, he's not even 1,000 years old. Most importantly, he's from the lower realm. There's no doubt about this since he has doppelgangers. I heard that he's always dressed in a purple robe as well. Everything matches. How can there be so many coincidences at the same time?
The most beautiful one among the trio nodded in agreement. That's right. There are too many coincidences.
The woman known as Jing Ru sighed and said, "It'll be great if he's really young master. However, I also wish he's not young master at the same time. After all, it's said that he's being targeted by everyone in the advanced chaotic region.
Who knows if he'll be able to survive under these circumstances?"
Upon hearing these words, the other two women's expressions changed immediately. They had forgotten that Duan Ling Tian was in great danger at this moment.